but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want a lover. Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, try shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, try fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth, but just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. You're so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you.
Gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Polaris. It is day 3 of our Super Week. Only 2 days left to go and we have some more exciting games for you today. My name's Twiggy. I'm joined on the desk today by So Marcus. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing very, very well. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be back on the desk with you because last time it was an absolute... What's the best word to describe it?
I'll give you some time. A hoot. A hoot. That's a good one. I like a hoot.
Good one.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, there might not be any owls up today, but we've definitely got some good games. We've got some Finns. Is that, like, similar in some way? I don't know. Are there owls in... I assume there are owls in Finland. I don't see why there wouldn't be owls in Finland. Anyway, we have some great games for you today, and it all will start with Apex versus Metasport. But before that, I'm going to introduce you to our casters for today. It is, once again, Ryan and Pavlos. How are you doing?
I'm glad we didn't get introduced as owls, because then I'd have to do my owl impression.
Yeah, you're kind of like owls as well.
Wait, do it.
Sure.
Can you turn your head 360? Is that...
I can turn around altogether.
There we go! Basically the same
That's
thing.
the difference.
That's the difference. Yeah, good to be here.
15 seconds and I'm already wound up. When was the last time you saw an owl? Like, genuinely?
I don't think I've ever seen one in real life.
What, really?
You've never seen an owl in real life?
No,
You
I
must
don't
have been
think I
to a
have.
zoo or something.
I don't think I've seen an owl exhibit in a zoo. I've seen, like, lemurs.
Yeah, they're similar, I guess, Twiggy.
What? I'm just saying, that's the kind of stuff I say. Guys, it doesn't matter. We have Valorant up today. Once again, Valorant. Look, it's day 3 of the Super Week. I get it. We're getting a bit silly as we move on through this one. We've still got some left to go, so we've got to put our heads pedal to the metal and get going with today's games. And obviously, we've had 2 days of this so far, and we had some brilliant games. This is the start of yesterday. We had Sweet and Sour versus Metasport. Why don't you guys run us through? Well, I mean, I was the one watching this out of the 4 of us, but I'm going to let you guys explain what was going on yesterday. I'll start with you, Pavlos. How did we feel about this first game?
I mean, look, considering how Sweet and Sour and Metasport have been doing throughout the year so far, and I mean by this split, because Metasport does not look the same as it did the previous season, the previous split, I don't think the match would be this close. Sweet and Sour got challenged a lot. Like, I think there was only 4 rounds of difference between the entire series, right, between the 2 teams. So, big surprise for Metasport to perform, nearly taking away a map or 2 from Sweet and Sour. But I'm glad they were able to seal it down in the end, right, and keep the scoring a bit stable for them.
Yeah, I think for both series yesterday too, right? Like, you've got Metasport, it's been a bit of a nightmare stage for them, to be honest, with everything that's going on. Like, actually scaring Sweet and Sour in, like, some aspects, to the point where Sweet and Sour didn't even really seem that pleased. I think you guys mentioned it, like, on Twitter and stuff. Didn't really feel confident after the win. And you probably said the same about the second series as well. Like, Formulation Gaming, they got relegated last stage, they managed to come back. It's still sort of been same old, same old. But Requiem have at least got tested on that first map, it going to overtime and stuff, makes you sort of show at least that the region is still close from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, I do think that is probably one of the favorite things I've seen about this split so far, is that even though things are starting to really split up from the top to the bottom of the league right now, we are seeing close games even between the top of the league versus the bottom of the league, and I think we're going to see that carry on today with Apex. Obviously, they've had their fair share of troubles. They're going to be first up, but they're not against either of these teams. This was a slugfest. I mean, there was a lot of eco rounds won between Requiem and Formulation Gaming here. And, you know, these are teams that were fighting for play-ins, right? This was such an important game. Requiem looking for as many points as they can get. They did not have any points last split because they didn't participate in last split, so they need to get as much as they can. This win really helped them out. Formulation Gaming, however, they are not going to make it into play-ins due to that. I think they're the one team right now that cannot make it other than Hookahs, obviously.
Requiem have really, really impressed me, I must say. Obviously, going into the league, I saw the names, I was like, okay, some of these players I know, they're popping off from previous experiences that I've played with them just in a ranked game, and honestly, they've all come together and genuinely impressed me. And I have a feeling, Pavlos, that you're probably in the same boat as me.
Is he gone?
Is he gone?
I
think
just
so.
did he fall off your chair?
Did he fall?
Oh, is he unplugged? Oh, because he did the 360 on his chair. He pulled out his microphone.
No. Well, we'll give him a sec. Well, actually, we can just,
Of all of the people
good.
that blind,
I'm enjoying watching
it's
this.
the one person that literally can't talk.
Ryan, I'll direct that one to you. So, Requiem,
What
are they
was the question
impressing
again?
you? Are they
I mean,
impressing
of course,
you?
Yeah, I think Harambe especially. Like, I remember watching him in like the close qualifiers for stage 1, where we did see that Requiem team, Ianto and Co back then, and Yari as well went on to be this Metasport squad for the most part. Like, being relatively close behind Formulation and the Peanut Orchestra in actual competing against the teams to get those 2 qualifying spots, right? So it does show that the level, at least of tier 3, is moving up to get those opportunities, taking some spots away from the old guards, like Hukars, for example, a Danish team been around for ages. So yeah, Requiem coming in and looking strong is a really exciting feature of what Northern Europe at least can look like in the future with the talent that they have.
Well, speaking of Requiem, we can take a look at the standings, what the teams are playing for at the moment. And this is how things are stacking up at the start of Week 7 here, as it were. You know, obviously Week 6 ended yesterday, but Sweet and Sour at the top of the league, currently winning the head-to-head and the round differential against Apex, who are in second place. Requiem line up in third. Those are crucial points for this team. NXT, again, another team fighting for that play-in spot. In fourth position, currently only Finns right below them. Formulation Gaming, Apina Orchestra, and Metasport round out the rest of this one. And I mean, the thing is, every team here is really competing, not just to try and get into, you know, a certain position for playoffs. That's not how it works this time around. They're competing for miss points. And as you can see, Apex already secure. Sweet and Sour, in fact, should also be secure based off of the points that they have had this split as well. Everybody else, they're fighting for play-in spots. So top 2 teams get into playoffs, and the 4 teams below those get into play-ins. The top 2 teams from the play-ins go into playoffs with Apex and Sweet and Sour. So, I mean, there's a lot to go on here, a lot of permutations that we could talk about for ages on end, but basically what we know so far is that only Finns are secured in the playoffs, play-ins, sorry, that's about it. But, you know, look, Pavlos, Ryan, we'll start with Pavlos. Assuming your headset situation is sorted out, you know, what are we looking at in terms of the teams here? No? Okay, we'll start with Ryan. What are we looking at?
What's even worse is I can hear everybody else now through the broadcast through Pavlos' mic. So now everything's just repeating for me.
We'll just have to hope that fixes
he has somehow managed to ruin everything.
It was our fault, though. It was our fault because I know exactly why it broke.
Yeah.
Because he tried doing a 360 like an owl. Yeah. And I was so tempted to say,
Did I just say that? I said that a minute ago.
Alright, sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Huh. Well,
look at Ryan, he's so sad.
I've completely forgotten what I even asked. Something, okay, yes, no, sorry, look. Only Finns basically secured into the play-ins. We've got 3 other spots left to go. Requiem are looking pretty good for it. And then, you know, we've got NXT who are going to be fighting for it today. And only Finns can change things. Metasport obviously have a lot of points from last split. What do we think in terms of, you know, the teams that are fighting for play-ins? Who do you think has the best chance of still getting into that one, Ryan?
Oh, it's tricky. It's more the fact that stage 1 had literally 1 win separating playoffs from relegation. That there was 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams within that, like, 3 wins, 3 losses stage.
Yeah.
Now this stage is a little bit more open. You have teams being 1 and 5, for example. You got Apex actually losing, so it does feel like the likes of like only Finns, Sweet and Sour, Apex pulled away to a point where nobody can really contest them. For other people, I'd say that Requiem are in a really good spot to just have a really good stage and sort of nullify the fact that they weren't even involved in stage 1. That might work out well for them. Just a Pino Orchestra Metasport to an extent, just 1 win to get yourself over the line is important. But Metasport, their last 2 games were Sweet and Sour, and now they've got Apex today. So where you're going to get that win from is beyond me, really. Chances are low.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys. You can fix your tech issues, and hopefully everything is all good by the first game. Me and Marcus will try and fill as much time as possible to let you sort that one out. Goodbye, Pavlos. You can't say goodbye back to me, but that's okay. Anyway, here's what you still got to look forward to, guys. We've got Apex versus Metasport to start off today, and then only Finns versus NXT to round off. And then our final day of the Super Week is going to be Apina Orchestra versus Formulation Gaming. From what we know, that's also a very important game in terms of seeding for the play-ins. And then finally, Sweet and Sour versus Requiem, which should just be a banger no matter what. These 2 teams are looking really good, and I think they're both very on form.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that last game is definitely going to be one where I think everyone needs to have their eyes most certainly peeled and be watching, because I think when you look at teams like Requiem and Sweet and Sour, it's kind of, you're like, okay, well, we know Requiem can actually compete to at least the highest level of Polaris right now.
Yeah.
We've seen what they're capable of, but then also Sweet and Sour getting an absolutely amazing win up against Apex. I feel like everything after that win against Apex is now, everything's kind of like floating in midair, you know? Are they actually going to be able to keep that standard or not?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Our game's up today. Let's just get started on that topic. We've got Apex versus Metasport to start. And look, it seems like a foregone conclusion when we take a look at these two teams on paper, but Apex have had weak moments this season so far. They lost against Sweet and Sour. They've had some tough games as well. Their last game against OnlyFins, in fact, looked more like a game that you would see between two mid-table teams in terms of the score lines. So, you know, there's any chance that something could happen here. Metasport have really been contesting some teams, pushing them to overtime. A lot of games where they feel like they should have won a map or two, but just didn't. So, look, anything could happen here, but we know Apex. Apex are an absolutely ridiculous team. They've had a couple of hiccups recently, but that does not take away from the fact that they have been ridiculously good this year.
I do think it's important to note about Apex, right? The team and the structure they have behind them, of course, is, I mean, it's fair to say this is beyond what any other team has in Polaris, right? They have that team backing them. They have all the different, you know, sectors of the Valorant team, and I think it's very important to know that when you take a loss like they did, they have support behind them to help them build back up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas if you're a free agent team, you don't have that support behind you to, you know, some people might get like easily tilted and there's no one there to stop that tilt from going further, or to stop that, maybe not tilt, but sadness, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Well, for them, their fate is kind of out of their hands. You know, they are not in a position where they can really do anything wrong. Obviously, they've already qualified for the playoffs based off of the points that they got from last split and based off of how far they've got this split. There's no chance that they get lower than second place as far as I'm aware. But also, you know, Sweet and Sour beat them in the head-to-head. So as long as Sweet and Sour keep winning and Apex keep winning, Sweet and Sour are going to finish in first place, Apex are going to finish in second. I'm sure they're not too unhappy about it. You know, they've already had their time to deal with the fact that they lost their first game this year. It's unfortunate. It is what it is. Metasport, another team whose fate is completely out of their hands. If Apino or Kaseri win against Formulation Gaming tomorrow, then Metasport may miss out on the play-ins via the head-to-head against them. But they really can't do anything. I mean, they're playing up against Apex today. Pretty much everybody has paid their Apex tax. And I don't think it'll be any different for Metasport here.
Well, you're right. Everyone has paid their Apex tax, and the only team that haven't is Metasport, right? These two teams, obviously the organizations themselves have played against each other, but this roster that we have on Metasport right now, they have not played against Apex, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure these rosters have never played against each other.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be interesting. But look, what we have here is Mellow versus Soulcast, something that I wanted to highlight, especially when you look at the average assists, because I wanted to pick the two players that mainly play Initiator, mainly set up the kills for their duelist, for anyone on the team, really. And look at Soulcast, right? It's always interesting to see his stats. His headshot percentage is always wild. First death percentage, you know, it's higher than Mellow, but I presume Soulcast, I would say he's a bit more of an aggressive player than the likes of Mellow. But actually, when you look at these stats, they are fairly similar. And I think it is very, very important to know that these stats are just from Split 2. Obviously, we didn't see Mellow in Split 1, but I don't want to obviously include any Split 1 stats. 1, because it just wouldn't work. But 2, Soulcast's stats probably just going to like go shh, because we know how well he played during Split 1, it's safe to say.
I think there's something to say about that as well, and that Soulclass, I don't think, has to fill in for his team a lot of the time. You've got Kayak as your duelist / secondary initiator a lot of the time, and most of the time in Apex, you just don't need to do anything, because Kayak is going to be there getting most of those kills and just making sure that your life is as easy as possible as a support player such as an initiator, playing mostly KO in that kind of way. And I think, yeah, he's capable of filling in for his team when they're having a tough day, but he doesn't really need to, and that's what we see, I think, reflected in the stats. They were already into the map vetoes. Things are accelerating along at an incredible pace here, and Lotus will be to start us off. We're not going to be playing Sunset or Split. Icebox is going to be our second map, so a pretty standard thing, all things considered. I would like to see a bit more Haven.
I want to see Haven. The question is, are
we even going to get
are
to
they?
the decider
Yeah.
map?
No, I feel like I do feel that Haven will probably be the decider map. Yeah, it's that's just kind of the way we've seen it play out, I suppose, at least between these two teams, and also how it's kind of been throughout this season so far, really. I mean, the addition of Haven was super nice. We managed to see Apex play Haven right against OnlyFins, and that was a joy to watch. And then also NXT, they played Haven as well, and that was, I think it was a 13-3 win versus Apina. So a great map to watch, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, do we? We kind of want to let's just focus in on this first map, which is Lotus. And I think it's important to know that yes, Metasport, they picked Lotus right versus Sweet and Sour in their last. No, it wasn't their last series, but it was their last game against Sweet and Sour, and obviously, well, 11-13. It was very close.
Oh, already going, and yeah, I mean,
in.
this is standard. Very, very standard from both teams. It's your Lotus comp that we've seen over and over again. Nothing new. We're not adding in, an ISO due to the changes that have been made. We're not adding in the neon on these teams. We've seen a couple of teams try it, throw in a spanner in the works, but no, we're just going to stick to what works for these two teams, and sure, it has worked for both of them. Apex feel very comfortable on this map. They didn't play it last series against OnlyFins. They went straight into Haven, finished things off on Sunset, so it's been a little while since they played Lotus, but from what I remember, the last time they did play it, they got a win against Apina Orchestry, and I think before then, I can't remember if they even played it since Split 1 other than that, but I'm sure they are relatively comfortable on it. Metasport, on the other hand, have felt okay picking it, despite the fact they haven't won it as much.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult map actually. When you think about Lotus as a map where the rotations are kind of quick, I feel like it's when you're up against a team like Apex as well.
Yeah.
You kind of seriously have to play the map to its extent, right? You have to kind of. It's a very common thing nowadays. You'll listen for how hard A is being taken at the start of the round, and then judging by that, I suppose, contact on A, you can then work the other sides of the map, because that's kind of normal, right? You hear like let's say hypothetical, you hear like a fade suck, a tether, sorry, you've got the breach stun, you've then got a raise nades, you already know 3 people are there, and usually off of that information you find that Lotus is then directed towards the complete other side of the map. But again, like a team like Apex, they know this and they're going to be proactive in that. They're probably going to take a main but instantly have something ready to then counteract B pressure, C pressure. I think it's going to be difficult for Metasport, even though they did pick this map.
All right. Well, I think we're about ready to get underway. Things really just zoomed by there. We just got through map veto. We got through Agents of Light. Real quick, we're going to go ahead and head over to Ryan and Pavlos to start things off.
Just me for now. Pavlos is still trying to fix his headset. But it's an important series for Metasport to be getting right. Like I sort of mentioned, it's a new look for the team, but carrying on their points from stage 1 means that there is a real shot for play-ins for some new faces, even for this week for Metasport. But you're going up against a team that has only dropped 1 series, only dropped 1 map outside of that series loss. And for Metasport, it's the first choice of Lotus against an Apex team that haven't lost on this map, albeit some of these series have got a little bit closer than you might be comfortable with. A couple of 13-11 wins, and overtime as well. Similar story for Metasport, but a fair few losses more. Only beating the likes of Hookahs, NXT, and I think Formulation earlier on this year. I was a little bit worried because I thought Metasport, they've already seen Melo pick up a little bit of the deadlock, hovered over it here in Agent Select, but both teams running the most meta comps that you could possibly think of. When it comes to the more de facto stuff, Metasport is starting the same way a lot of teams do, trying to fake at least a B pistol, forcing out a lot of early utility out of Apex. The Horn and the Snakebite both used. Everybody grouping up to put some pressure over to Haipu. Whilst it's easy to highlight some of the players like Kayak and stuff from Apex, I've always been fond of making sure the Hype gets his roses as well. The response from Apex in kind though is Metaspot showing a lot of bodies over towards C, so Apex being proactive. Push A, find a lurk of Aussie who's trying to keep that pressure up towards A with the Viper wall. And Hype with the damage done quite wisely backs up. Soulcast as well now super low, but baiting away from the angle Hype's playing on. It does get cleared by Marky, I think with the right click. And the brutal fight of classics and ghosts from Mello pushing towards CT. It's a good amount of space in this sense. Now the plan being Spike being planted. A bit more of a passive hold. Marquis now forced into the 1 versus 1 of Over's usually very good in his clutches, but a lot of damage has been done, a lot of time's been wasted, and it's actually Marquis that finds that first kill. Big round for them to be going through. And hopefully Pavlos is back. In the meanwhile, I'm looking at the chat to see. I don't know how he managed it. I don't know how somebody can pirouette and break stuff. But I think with both teams on opposite results, Apex form 1 in the groups, Metaspot 1 and 4, as you see with the standings just below the names. Apex have not been as clean, they've not been as clinical at all this stage in comparison to last. Couple of mistakes are starting to show, either over aggression, or positioning, maybe a bit of hubris in some areas for Apex too, to be honest. Metaspot would have a huge amount of work to do, and it would have to be a Herculean task to actually go on and win this series. The last of the stage, it could be the last of the year if they're not careful.
I don't know why I said that.
Hello, Twiggy.
I have arrived to help out in place of the owl. But as you say, it would be a pretty Herculean task to do something here, and it's a good start for them. But Apex have been a little lackluster in pistol rounds. Against Sweet and Sour.
30 seconds left.
It's
All
going
the
to be
time
Metaspot.
wasted.
Indeed.
It's 30 seconds left and they can only really go towards C. They got the paranoia out early. Marky's just trying to look for a fight, but it's still a really uncomfortable position. Luckily, Stike actually clears up nicely with the Bulldog, and Kayak in a 1 versus 3. At the very least, you can get some good amount of damage done. 2 players are low.
Yeah, looking for that shot. Kayak can't quite get it. You do get the feeling that despite the fact that, you know, Metasport were up on a lot of rifles there, 2 Bulldogs, a Phantom, there was a lot of respect being given to Apex there, which is good. You know, look, Apex have had a couple of tough games, but it's good that Metasport aren't going, okay, we're going to try and take advantage of that. We won the pistol round. Let's rush in. Let's try and get rid of them. They played that very smartly, I think.
Now there's the full buy. Ultimate's not really actually too far off, at least for Marky. 4 and 0. There is a pretty bare bones bonus other than that hero rifle in the hands of Marky. Those Bulldogs doing a lot of damage. Soulcast actually takes a lot of instant down. Instant bonus, shut down, dreams are broken.
That was quick. I think I'm also going to give way to Pavlos now, so it was nice joining you for one.
No worries, it was nice having you. They're like Conan O'Brien or something, just special guests in.
I'm back.
I can hear you, so that's a good sign.
I think the stream should be able to hear me as well. I think I've learnt a lesson here, Ryan.
You're an idiot, is what you are.
And I think idiots always need to learn their lessons. And today's lesson is don't do an owl impression while on broadcast and having a headset on you with wires dangling everywhere, and then you can just throw everything onto the ground. Yeah, I'm not doing that one again. All right, what's the recap here?
Apex lost the pistol, like Twiggy highlighted it. It's been happening a lot off more often.
Sure.
Metasport, the Antique afterwards, lost a couple of players, but dealt with it nicely. Got a little bit scary. Went C with 30 seconds left. And the anti-bonus from Apex that we just saw, they shut the round down in 15 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see how this one works out. Slow and steady for now. Metasport seem to be leaning towards this right-hand side. And Apex have grouped up together an excellent read, which Metasports look to double back from and move to the other end of the map instead.
Metasport are trying to make sure that they're setting up their players well when they just have one inserted over towards C or A. Aussie on the Vipers ran into a lot of aggression from the defensive side, and the showstopper from Marky early farmed up. Vipers having to back up yet again, similar to the pistol. A lot of the space has been taken.
Damn.
He's fired it in a good spot and a good amount of damage, but no kill.
Yeah, Vova's been chunked down quite substantially. You can see how far forward Stike has decided to post up. Knows that Kayak is on that upper angle, and he's able to take him down, but it doesn't go without the trade. It's Apex that are winning on their endeavor. And now Metasport, yeah, they've left with 3. It's still a doable scenario, but the fact that Apex still have a lot of utility to their exposure is going to make this a lot difficult. Mello has been shown, and the Spike not exactly in the best of positions for them to keep on defending it. Luca required to do an awful lot, and Apex will prevail with 3 players standing. That will be their second round.
Everything since the rifles have come online for Apex has looked a lot stronger. Good movement around the map to just avoid precarious positions. They could see Marky's showstopper probably coming from a mile away. So it allows them to just sit back, play for the retake. And when it comes to equal guns, equal firepower, Apex are looking a lot more stronger. Metaspot actually still able to have a buy here. There is a lot of half armor. Nobody's going to be buying up an operator at this stage for Apex. But to be fair, we've not really seen too much hopping from Kayak on maps like this. Not being needed.
Apex progressing a little bit further forward. In the meantime, from the shadows from Stike, finds himself to the back of that A site, a potential pincer maneuver. Oh, an interesting one. And Marky wins off the first trade. There's a lot of information in play here. Showstopper thrown down preemptively. Doesn't gain too much, but Stike is still in the background. Still in the shadows. And Apex, instead of dropping back and moving forwards, which might be the right idea here. With Metasport looking to peek through, it's Kayak and Molesy to win off the shot. Stike hasn't managed to be prevalent or relevant at all. And he is making himself known right now by opening up the door.
Maybe not as proactive enough for Stike. But I think Apex's approach to the whole situation was the right one. It was almost like a burn the boats approach by just a nightfall in the hands for Mello. And nothing Apex is doing here is necessarily out there. And this ball, with a new roster, even with some new players on the new roster, them it's just trying to get the foundations right, but you're playing up against a team that hasn't really done much wrong. A couple of rounds lost here or there, a couple of close series and maps that they maybe should have lost in some cases. Yeah, Apex's record on this map is stellar. Both sides of it too.
Well, there's one way if Over feels comfortable hiding behind. He does have the reinforcements of Kayak nearby, but as soon as it dissipates, he's called out. But it's not something that Metasport can take avenge from. He does manage to get out of dodge, but Kayak is stuck and revealed. So an opportunity for Metasport to actually move in, but the fact that Kayak is being assisted by Ivova, the paranoia, all of it coming into play very nicely. Although the fact that Metasport throw a lot of players to this problem, it allows them to equal out on the trades. But how much space control can they garner? Because we've only got 25 seconds remaining, and there's still 2 defenders to deal with on this A site. And Molesy posted up close and personal. Yeah, there's weapons in Metasport's hands, but it matters not when you're up against Molesy. And Uzi, now finding himself all too is lonesome, is in an all too difficult predicament. With 10 seconds, having to move in, a heavily inhabited A site, and this round is over.
Not even a plant for a bit of extra money. Even the orb progression for Aussie. He's not died, he's not got a kill, so he's still 3 orbs away from having a Viper's Pit that could be really nice on these rounds if Metasport can go in and get the plant. Because 3 out of the 4 rounds that they've lost, they've not really been able to get near to it, felt like.
Bit of a struggle.
Halsey's not struggling now, 8-2. It was a really nice little off angle that he found himself in too.
I don't know, at the same time, the previous round looked okay-ish with the picks that Metasport did acquire. You know, it was the Sheriff round, but, you know, when Apex are given some steam here, they're going to... And we're back ready to go. Hope you guys didn't miss us. It didn't take too long to get back on the server, but my oh my, we've been filled with tech issues so far. Hopefully things get resolved and we don't have anything else going on. Today has been quite the chaotic one, but it's Apex and Metasport we're here for, and it's the match we're going to get right underway right now.
Toxins going up.
Viper walls up as a Metasport after they've just taken a timeout too. Don't worry, the timeout wasn't however long it was, 7-8 minutes. It was just the one. They've had to sit in silence and just really soak in the fact that this is kind of an important game for Metasport. For these players, it might be their last opportunity to be playing at a tier 2 level. If it goes well for them, well, we might be able to see a little bit more of this team at play-ins. Apex, however, their spot for playoffs confirmed. Ascension's the goal, not only to attend it, but to win it. A showstopper's going to be the way back in.
Although Metasport have been able to vacate the area quite quickly, I spoke to Fast Stike, will end up falling. The trades do still commence, leaving the spike exposed to the elements. Now, Metasport do have a flank in the murking. Well,
Murking?
In the murky waters, and it's in the making. What's Luca gonna do? Mosey crosses by, unaware of the dangers, but still is alive for it. And you can look on the other end of the map as well. Vova's on a little bit of a walk as well.
It just feels that Apex just have all of the information all of the time.
Yeah,
like
but
the protocols that drilled in from the team, either through experience or just the coaching staff. They're just in the right place at the right time.
And point and key, this Soulcast play right here. Double kill for him. And Luca, with only 7 seconds to spare, does not dare to move out of tree. I don't blame him. It's been attempted to save in this position before, but this time he'll be blind as a bat as this round goes in Apex's favor. Metasport having a pretty hard time on this attack.
Mozzie 9-2. Got to see him IGL on the first time over on Haven since its reintroduction last week. And with the map changes that have come in, with Abyss as well on the horizon, the next time that we see Apex, it'll be in the map pool after this series, so you gotta wonder what they've cooked up there. But Lotus, it is the same old comp that a lot of teams have ran with. They've been running it perfectly.
Early paranoia to disallow Metasport from crossing forwards. Kayak with a very deep position. It pays off, but not for long. A one-on-one. Marky. Stand still for now. I thought for a second he fancied himself a bit of more aggression over to C, but with Apex showing so much early presence, whether that was utility or with players, Metasport have decided against it.
I think they just assume that if Kayak's over on one side of the map, he's going to have support. That's going to be the side of the map that Apex are going to be strong siding. But from that just little bit of deduction, they might also realize it's the Viper and Killjoy over towards A. The B site is pretty bare other than a turret to watch the cross. With 45 seconds left, Metasport do have opportunities to not only hit the A site, but to quickly pivot and go B. But it does feel like this is going to be a bit of a meat grinder if they're not careful.
For sure, but thankfully for them, Apex have vacated the area. Metasport won't be running into time trouble this time, as they have done the past couple of rounds. You can see how Hype wants to place up, make sure that some of this area is theirs, is under their control, their domain.
You should run.
Lockdown dropped by Luca. Metasport, 3 players bunched up together in tree. Another down at drop, and it's Marky to show his ground first. Now there's plenty of utility on the spike, so that's going to hurt Apex here on their attempt to get towards that spike. Gap found by Hype by the time the lockdown drops, and it's exposed. 2 players, and it's shut them down. Mosey wants to join in from the same area his teammate did a second ago, and all of a sudden we're down to a 1v1. But the spike is ticking fast, and you better know Mosey wants to get onto the spike quickly. I think that's the round over as well. He had to stick it to halfway if he wanted to keep his chances going. Luca with a triple allows Metasport to gain a win.
Managed to clutch up the round, but it was an expensive one. 3 ultimates used on the side of Metasport, and 2 of which found 0 impact. It's the second showstopper we saw from Marky that hit absolutely nothing because Apex are playing around it. It was a perfectly timed lockdown to give that space up for Luca. It was a great play from Hype to just find the timing to get into that little alcove to get 2 kills before he was traded. Yeah, Metasport, no ultimates on hand now. Aussie 1 away from a Viper's Pit. But getting onto site probably isn't going to be as easy as it just was then. Apex are going to be fighting a bit more.
Well, they've definitely bunched up towards the best site they could have bunched up to. That's where Metasport want to enter. And Soulcast with first blood. Marky barely peeked that corner, by the way, with just his shoulder lurking through, and a bullet through the wall gets it done.
I
Feel like all of those 50-50 fights that you can find on Lotus aren't really 50-50 against Soulcast.
No. MVP of the last split? Are you kidding me? BCT EMEA winner. Stark out into the open. Mello is there to answer back. Beautiful trading coming through from Metasport. What do they do with it, though? Because there's only 50 seconds. And I think they've only got time for one wraparound, and they've decided to hit the A site. There is a Killjoy utility set up. But if Metasport play their cards right, they should be able to get in without too many issues.
Hype does have a lockdown too. If they do try and go for the plant, him planting it backside might be a problem. Aussie, been fighting in this position quite a lot. Is a bit scared that B main is going to pincer on him, but no, all 3 players from Metasport hitting over towards the A side. Lockdown coming in to stall them more than anything. Are they going to plant, or are they going to have to go B into Molsey?
They have to plant. They know that Molsey could be nearby, so they eliminate his presence by just avoiding him fully. Paranoia super strong. I think it catches 2 out of the 3 players, and Molsey will take the opportunity to waltz in. He's exchanged places with his opponents, but that gains spike control now. Aussie super strong on the peak, but Molsey's able to trade it back. He's been good with these, but it's a Fade v Fade fight. Season Haunts thrown per either side. On the spike, Molsey goes, and Mello hasn't got a clue. Off it. And Mello wins the fight. A triple again to secure another clutch by Metasport.
It just got a little bit uncomfortable, right? The lockdown puts all 3 of those attacking players over into trade. A Paranoia, not from the best angle of Avova, just hits a couple of players that just pirouette around the side of the revolving door. You could maybe say the Hype got a bit too overexcited to use that lockdown in a way to try and stall the A hit. Whereas, like, you know, you let the plant go down, you push back site to do the lockdown. With 2 players surrounded tree, there's nowhere for Metasport to go. But overall, you got to say well played for Metasport to just fight in a pretty chaotic situation. It goes to show that this team is capable. It's just they lose out when it comes to rep and the experience.
The thing is, Apex are looming onto quite a lot of important ultimates, and with Soulcast finding that kill, he secured himself the Viper's Pit. Molsey 1 away from his as well, and he's got presence right in front of him. Even the team in a high-low setup. A quick drive-by here from Luca. Doesn't find any winnings off of it, but still gains some crucial information. On that 1 minute mark, though, Apex seem to have covered their tracks pretty damn well. 2 sites covered. They look like fortresses so far. But Metasport have made the decision to hit this B. Molsey on an upper end. Kayak been dealt with. Molsey should have come away with 2 there if he wanted to make this fight in favor of Apex, but no. Instead, it's Metasport to find their way onto the B side. Viper's Pit drop, and that's going to hinder Apex greatly.
Trying to put some pressure over towards C-Link with an Nanoswarm. Nightfall is going to be used, but yet again, it doesn't connect onto anything. All 3 players from Apex coming from 3 separate directions. It's just about whether these 1v1 fights go well, and Lucas found another great pick.
Yeah, you've got to balance whether you're going to be playing into that Viper's Pit or not, and it seems that Metasport have decided the right moments to be exactly where they need to be. Hype. I want to get a clutch past him. The spike is just ticking ever so frantically, and this is to be called off. Lovely stuff from Metasport the past few rounds. It seems they've been able to get the spike down and letting it explode every single time.
Been near on perfect since the timeout.
Well, they've survived with 1 player with every single one of those rounds, but you know, it's not perfect, but it's worked out, and it's the rounds that matter, right?
And the thing that happens with a lot of teams that are towards the top of a league, like regionally, is that they can often like underperform in a lot of situations, but individual players just BS clutch their way into winning the rounds in the end. Here they still have a bye, but round 11, if Apex lose this, it's effectively a bit of an eco for round 12. So they have to go careful. Bit of a must win. Hype finds the first kill. Maki goes down.
Kayak? Sneaky. Might even get away with a second. Luca couldn't quite see a lot there, and he hasn't had the time to readjust. Apex, though, aggress quite far forwards themselves on the other end. Avova does throw a great paranoia to stop Metasport from doing anything in that regard, but Hype sticks by, and it pays dividends. Strike, what was that? And Hype being low could give this a chance. Prowler in his face, Showstopper as well, but there's just too much action going right after him. Apex finally get a win.
It's just an absolute onslaught of duels. Apex, they lose the first player, but you've still got players like Hype pushing up, taking these duels. It's been pretty even with some of these fights, the 1v1 engagements that have happened all across the map. And Stike performing well, holding his own, but when you've got just so many bodies throwing themselves at you, as well with a Showstopper just to confirm the 2 versus 1 in favor of Apex, it's hard to pull this together. And I was saying about Apex being on a low buy. Metasport, look at this for a round 12 buy before they go into their defense.
There's something about this Metasport roster changing this week. Feeling like they have a chance against a finalist of this league, Sweet and Sour, and now playing face-to-face against the victor of Split 1. Some really good players on this Apex roster. So Metasport having a nothing to lose attitude, really, which I'm enjoying.
There's a lockdown too, so Maki won away from a third Showstopper of the half. He's 0-3 with them.
Poison's off.
Apex not only just having some good executing defaults themselves, but the protocols around what ultimates that Metasport have available to them too means that there's been very little success off the back of using Nightfall's Showstoppers. Nothing's really connected. There's only the lockdown in the post plant. Luca wanting to use it on the C site. He's going to run into 3 players here potentially.
Avova's paranoias have been great so far in stopping Metasport with their attempts. Hype isn't forced out of this corner. That Nanoswarm was meant to lure him out of it, but it doesn't do as such. And Metasport is in big trouble trying to enter a heavily inhabited site. This Nightfall only complicates the affair, and with Avova finding himself into the back line, just picks off one player after another. And it's going to be the end of the half. Apex gaining a bit of a lead here with a 2-round difference, and it has to be a flawless round to end it all.
Yep, lovely little Nightfall play from Molsey. Allows Avova to use the From the Shadows to TP behind. Metasport, whilst their in-game sound was quiet, I imagine the comms were very chaotic with stuff like that happening. But all things considered, not a bad half for Metasport, getting 5 rounds. You have to look at the fact that they won the pistol, and some of the rounds that they won were just 1v1 clutches, like you mentioned, Pavlos. Makes Apex look pretty comfortable going onto the attacking side now. Now they can be as aggressive as they want to be. They can take a lot of that map control. Metasport, I don't think they're going to have the same level of like fundamental map control in the same way that Apex just did on defense.
Yeah, it's impressive to watch on this Apex side. But now on the attack, are looking to move into this mound area. Quick pivot though, all they were looking for was to funneling an orb into Kayak's hand, get that Showstopper a little bit quicker.
Let's see if you can hear any Killjoy turrets, see any aggression. Pushing towards A, the wall hasn't gone up yet, but Melo just on an angle. Jump peeking out to see if those players that he briefly saw are still there.
Here.
And they were still there.
So is the
Looking
Nanoswarm
for
there to break the
rotation.
turret in B? Ah, it's very clever. It's opened up the window to go B site now. They don't have that control. It might allow Soulcast to push through B main either, but instead he goes towards C, runs right into Aussie.
Smart position to take there from Aussie. You don't really expect that, knowing there's probably only one defender towards that C site. It's usually going to be a further back position, so it catches Soulcast off guard. Hype doesn't look his right-hand side, or it does, but it's a laboured one, so Luca takes chance of it. And all of a sudden, Metasport have got a lead here. 2 players ahead of Apex. And yeah, they've given them some space to work with to get the spike down, but this quiet is eerie. It begs the question, have they pushed anywhere weird? Kayak has definitely done so. But Metasport are grouped up together, looking to take this fight hand in hand. And Moldy and Kayak look to do the same damn thing, but the fights aren't going anywhere, and Moldy all of a sudden has come alive. Nade putting a lot of trouble and making Metasport dance to Apex's liking. Still, even footing, Stike have switched places with Kayak, and I don't think any of them have realized, oh, they're both jump scaring each other. Mello is not in the right position, and neither is Aussie. But now they find themselves onto the spike, and Apex playing the patience game. Aussie and Mello grouping up, Kayak finding one, and all he has to do is be silent here. The spike is down for him. Aussie needs to get onto the spike, and he can't get off it at any moment in time. It's Kayak to win it, even with a 3v5 by the end.
I mean, amazing play from Kayak. Not only getting the kills and winning the clutch, but that nade over towards Heaven did so much. It forces those defenders from Metasport to peek out and fight into Molsey. And he gets a nice 2k. We can highlight Kayak until the end of time with it, how mechanically gifted he is as a duelist, but some of that utility, especially supportive utility that comes out of him, it's also really nice. All of these players can aim, but yeah, here's the nade, and you can see just how much it forces Luca and Marky to both peek out, whilst the other players of Mello needs to give up that space. He's not willing to run for a nade for that fight. So he goes and traded.
And it's those little things that can make the difference at the end of the day, if you can do them round by round. A little bit scary, considering that Metasport could have set up a 4-player stack here for Apex, though they've gone for the orb and vacated the area before. But this time, sticking a little longer. Soulcast went for a walk towards the A site, but a big bad wolf was there and waiting, and now he's without a head.
I don't think he had
the best case scenario for Metasport. Especially if Mello close by can start getting kills with the frenzy. Avova is down low. Great paint shield's going his way. And Marky, what is this? Oh, the sheriffs are popping off. Oh, it feels like it's cowboy land over the C site because, I don't know, the sheriffs came alive.
I think Apex were just, they pushed up on A, they got taken out. Just saw the Viper over towards A and maybe thought that's where the stack was. Walked right into a C site where there was 4 Metasport defenders. I also want to highlight for Luca, Trace Classic, my man. Love to see a bit of like China support in there. Very well played from Marky, especially. Both these two new players that have come in on top of this Metasport, like Exiari team, fit in nicely.
Initially, everybody thought it was a bit of a downgrade, right? Because maybe the ex-players of Metasport were looking for other opportunities, perhaps, and everybody's thinking, yeah, they were the best performers, but you could argue that Metasport are playing better without them, right?
Yeah. Stike one more recently of the edition. Great opportunity for him personally, but you are thrown into the top 2 teams of this region, not only this stage, but across the whole tournament with Sweet and Sour, now Apex. So great experience. Keeping your head above water is one thing, but to actually try and compete and scare Apex in a way that Metasport are actively doing, that's a hell of an impression to make.
And they had a hell of a good game against Sweet and Sour the other day, right? And you can't ignore that. Sweet and Sour have beaten Apex this split. So the level of competition is bunching up together from the upper end and the lower end. You've got to wonder, is it the top teams underperforming? Is it the lower teams overperforming? Or is it a bit of both? It's always a question in our heads, especially when we're considering how this region will compare with others when it comes to Ascension.
Very precarious meta. Another retake coming in for Metasport. They have the better buy here. There's still a good amount for Apex to work with, despite getting 50 last round. And everybody spread out. It comes down to those 1v1 fights again, but Aussie wins 2 of them.
And Mello wants to join in on the party as well. Only a single player lost, and that was right at the start. Stike is the only player to drop, and it's Metasport to gain an important win, right? This meaning they can still hold 4 rifles to the next round. Could be quite the important of bonuses, and could keep them in a fight.
Only 1 round difference now. After Metasport kind of let the game get away a little bit away after the pistol. Apex ultimate-wise, not having too much to work with, but they're on a full buy at long last. The economy for Metasport, good enough to work with for the next couple of rounds at least. We want to be getting some of those ultimates online. Mellowware being one orb away from having a Nightfall on defense. You can see just how aggressive Metasport are going to be to take the space just to get it online.
You can also see how quickly Metasport are reacting to this, right? Quickly running their way towards the C site. Door opens to ask the question to Metasport. Do you buy, sort of rotate towards this B site? And I mean, even though it does prompt a bit of a rotation and wariness towards B, it's the A site that I think Apex are looking to hit, where Stike himself has gone a little bit quite far forward. Avova's keeping players busy on C, that's his job. And with Stike losing his life on A, means that this A site is open for the taking.
Kind of forces Metasport to go in for a couple of fights there with Marky. Good damage done to Hype, stops that mid lurk from finding any traction. They put so much pressure onto Mellowware now. He has that Nightfall, but positioning it now is going to be difficult, especially when it comes to having Metasport have somebody play off of it. You just have to give up this space.
Plant the spike.
I don't know if they'll expect Marky to be in the back line this quickly. There's an alarm bot that will alarm them and aware them of the situation. Nano Swarm to prohibit any sort of deep push, but two players holding the line of Avova and Hype. It's a difficult duo to come up across, and it wasn't even just a duo, it was Soulcast chiming in as well. Now Luca will try and get a pick here, trying to swing together the Mellow, but they couldn't quite get the coordination right, and that's in contrast to Apex's play. It's looked nothing but coordinated. Everyone moving in like a unit in the positions they're supposed to. Util dropping exactly where it's necessary, and there you go. A flawless round by Apex, giving them a ninth.
Felt like there was a real opportunity there for Metasport. Like Marky on the flank was unable to get a clean fight. Had like 3 people looking back at him, but so much of Apex's focus went on to dealing with that flank that it freed up a lot of space for Metasport towards the top of the A site. It was just Marky went down immediately. Apex readjust, reset their positions. Metasport couldn't find any form of opening. Still have a buy, have an operator and a Nightfall still. Both teams actively fighting for A main a little bit more now, but Metasport reluctantly giving up that space.
And Apex don't do anything with that space. Instead, drop a little bit further back. They've been doing this quite a lot so far, right? They haven't really gone with first point contention to committing to where they initially attacked with. But they are not too silent about this. They're making noise, which begs the question to Metasport. Are they faking?
Yeah, you can see like Mellow just a bit unsure if he wants to start rotating. If Stike can cover that angle, because Stike has died a couple of times holding A main alone. The operator here, forced away by the Prowler. And Apex's due diligence has found out a key bit of information that there's an operator on his defensive side. They're actively going to move away, group up towards C. They have that showstopper and are from the shadows to get in here, as he might get more than he bargained for.
Oh, the snake bite, the timing of it is superb, because now Apex are going to second guess themselves if they want to be pushing through. Kayak is able to make his way above it and all. And like a bird, takes Aussie from the skies. And still the C site is open. The spike can go down. A beautiful coordination play, but the Nightfall will drop for Metasport to sort of put Apex under a difficult position. Still the spike ends up in the ground. And with the Prowlers going right after them, there's a lot of information for Metasport to play off of here, but they've just got to make it work. Oh, that's a great haunt, but the headshots aren't quite found. Soulcast is so down low, but Marky's still finding the pressure. Stike closing up on them. Apex not able to find too many kills, but Kaya to the back of the site is being the linchpin in this endeavor, and 3 kills to his name, and he wants to keep it going. 1 more remaining, but Marky says no. He's found himself a Vandal to upgrade to, up close with the others, but isn't quite there for him. What a back and forth, but it's Apex to take it.
Good effort from Metasport, but you have to think like Aussie playing on the C site. The snakebite was great to stall things out, but he stood right in the open of the C site when he knows that Apex have a showstopper. You compare the rounds of Metasport are attacking with a showstopper and how much Hype was backing up, giving up that space. Aussie was just a prime target for Kayak there with the ult. Unlucky to not ace here. But the rest of the team for Medisport made it a good going.
Medisport not taking any chances. Proactive. Avova tries to go for a fake tip. He works out, even though Stark knew exactly what he was doing. Avova! That is absolute insane. Sure. And off the back of that, Apex are just gonna steamroll through this A site.
Yeah, it could do no wrong. Every single individual fight that they take, even ones that are just way too risky to be taken like Soulcast did there, the confidence is through the roof.
Absolute insanity. This is nuts. I mean, that's the Apex we missed, right? It feels like they've been a little bit shaky on the in the recent games, even the ones that they've won.
Yeah, that's the Evolve that I've missed.
Yeah. You know, Evolve was in that G2 team where everybody was like, these are the evil evil ones on the server, right? The bad boys.
The villains.
The villains. There you go. That's the word I was looking for.
I was going to say, like, you used every other word but.
Yeah, I was looking for the word villain. It just wasn't coming, but thank you, Ryan. That's why we need 2 people on the cast, because one brain cell isn't enough. But yeah.
You need 2.
That's what we need from Evolve, but bringing back his villain arc. His anti-hero arc. Made for some entertaining Valorant for sure. Metasport timing out here. They know they've got a lot in store for them. They've lost 3 consecutive. Let's see if they've got a read. But to be fair, on my end of things, it seems that Apex have just been winning duel after duel. It's made their lives miserable.
It's a challenging one. Rivenary sort of put into a precarious position as well, taking the timeout just before an incredibly important full buy. So it gives Danny a chance and the rest of Apex to look at the ultimates that maybe Medisport are going to gun for. There is a Viper's Pit as a showstopper for Marquee. Nightfall already been used, lockdown a couple of orbs away. Just gives Apex a prime opportunity to sort of go, okay, what is it likely that Medisport's going to do? Let's counter that. So Rivenary coming in and doing a good job with his team. I mean, the last time out that we saw from Medisport had a ton of impact in that first half. They're here 1 round away from map point. You look at some of the stuff that Apex almost have ready. You kind of feel like Apex are really gunning for the opportunity here to get one under Medisport.
Paranoid coming out over early for Medisport to try and gain some ground, but it's greeted with resistance.
A 0 and 4 for Marquis with showstoppers. I mean, he almost killed Soulcast and Morsey. A lot of damage done, but the kills not quite coming through.
And those kills matter, because Apex can still have all 5 players with their guns out in the sky, can still hold for sightlines and cover a lot of entrances. Now, this Viper's Pit is covering one of the main entrances of contention here for Apex. You can see, Ozzy's waiting to see if Apex even entertain the idea of pushing. But it's 2 fronts that are being engaged with. Both B and C.
Finished.
Pressure in the right spots. Quanal orb away from having a showstopper. Don't think it was picked up towards A, so feels like that's the last place that they're going to go, just to hungry hippos up as many orbs as they possibly can. Just feels like Apex have so much to work with here, ult-wise.
I miss whether from the shadows landed. Either way, Stike will be holding out on this angle, and with the players that have been low from Marky's earlier showstopper, could be quick pickings. But as reinforcements arrive, Apex seem to have a better chance of breaking through, especially when Kayak gets himself the showstopper. Oh, you can see how Stike is going ring around the rosy, but it doesn't really matter as Avova does end up finding him in his frantic efforts to get away from the paint. So it's going to be Apex to find themselves an even greater advantage. Now, Medisport need to ask themselves a question here. Do they commit? Because if they do, they'll be in the dumps economically and put Apex in match point. If they fall back, they might have another fight in them. But yeah, they've made the latter decision, dropping back here.
It's hard to go here when you don't have the Fade, you don't have a Haunt or a Prowler to clear some of these close corners. That's why Apex have 2 players stacked up there. Round, it's looking to be flawless again from Apex, despite 2 players down to very low HP. Maki wanted to do a bit more damage at least. Confirm some of the kills off the showstopper. But Kayak's just farming up like there's no tomorrow.
He's just showing what he's capable of, I feel, Kayak. He's been on the quiet side the past few matches that he's played. Yeah, he's always been relevant, always capable of many things, but he hasn't had that stardom he showed in the first stage and what he was doing over in East as well, in the Challengers East League.
Yeah.
And he's one of those players in the running that you think, okay, if Apex make it to a high level, he's one of the possible pickups, right? Because the rookies have been doing so great. If a rookie like Kayak is doing great in the Challengers League as well, it might be a chance for him to step up into VCT. So definitely one of the players in the running for that.
In an ideal world, Apex don't need to have him shipped off to a top tier team. He'd be playing with them in the top tier level. And it is impressive for just how consistently up there he has been throughout. There's not really been a drop-off in form. Sure, a couple of maps or even series where he's not performed astronomically massive, but games like this, he can do no wrong.
It's as if he knows we're talking about him. He just wants to be the star of the show. The MVP, Soulcast, so aggro, and Ozzy could not expect that for the world of him. Now Mello out into the open, and Soulcast will make sure he'll breathe no more. It's suffocating for Metasport. It's as if they've thrown up against the wall time and time again, not given a chance to breathe. 13-7 is the final score as Apex win their opponents' map pick of Lotus for themselves.
Only a slight bit of damage done in that second half. Thrifty round after losing the pistol for Metasport, winning a round afterwards, but that was it. That attacking side was just too good. Another 300 plus ACS performance from Kayak. Don't know how many that's been so far, but seeing Molesy and Soulcast towards the top there too, it's nice to know that these players can be as consistent as they are. There were good moments from Metasport, like Marky played well especially, but it was just, you know, the difference of moving a showstopper slightly to the left or right, getting a kill and maybe being able to play off of that. But honestly, I just think it's like Apex, so they know the things that you're going to do as a recently put together team. They know how to deal with a lot of these common strats.
That's true. That's true. And Metasport have got a challenge up ahead them now that they've lost their own map pick. They're going to have to try their luck over on Icebox, and realistically, it's not going to be an easy one. Apex have made that their home ground for this series, and for good reason. It's not going to be a simple one, especially with the comps that they bring out. Something that you may not be able to scream up against too often, right? It's not the main, main style at this point. So let's see how this one works out for Metasport. They've given us close fights before, but can they close a map their way? We'll see after this.
I could be strong survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself. A love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody. Apex come away with the map win on Lotus, and they will be heading into the series one map up. And this is what we expected, but I think Metasport put up a really good fight. And I mean, look, OnlyFins did a similar thing last time around when they played Apex. This is a different side to Apex than what we have been seeing for the rest of the year. I'm not going to say more mistake prone, but definitely other teams have been able to put up more of a fight against them. This was good from Metasport. I don't know if it's enough to take them through this series and get them a map.
I think for their first, I suppose, head-to-head for the Metasport roster against Apex, I think they actually did do a very good job. I felt they kept it fairly close up until the halfway point. Like, that was kind of my... I actually, at the halfway, I was like, okay, these guys are genuinely giving Apex a run for their money. And then there were a few things where I said to you, and they kind of confused me. Some of the things they do, they had advantages. I think it was even on the pistol round, right? And we'll look at it later on, but they had a 5 versus 3 advantage, had good utility to retake, but then ended up just trying to take like a dry peek as 2. So a couple of decisions in there where I was kind of confused, but it's a nice showing from Metasport in this first game. I can't really, you know, I don't want to. There's no criticizing I want to do, because when you're up against a team like Apex, and we saw how good they were in that second half. You even said it to me. They are just hitting their shots. So Vova having some absolute wonder rounds. For like a nice base point, I do think Metasport put up a good fight.
Yeah, we're going to be going to Icebox next, obviously, and you know, I think this is going to be even more. If there were holes in Metasport's kind of play on Lotus, there are going to be holes way more in Icebox. They're going to be exploited so much more by Apex. And look, it looks like Apex are having a good day. As I said, they are hitting their shots, and when Apex hit their shots, it's pretty difficult to put up a fight against them, because you have to get into a 1v1 or something at some point in a game to try and win it. And if Apex are on form, then you're not going to win those, and inevitably you're going to lose the game. We'll just have to wait and see what happens on Icebox. But for Metasport, there were positives. I wanted to take a look at round 12, and I think we'll take a look at round 13 after that. And I think there was some good stuff from them. This one was definitely an Apex round win, but you could see the amount of thought that had to go into it. So first off, that lockdown comes out. It's going to get destroyed in turn by Hype, but then out goes that Nightfall to give Vova the kind of ability to go into the backline, because everybody's sound is completely cut out, so they can't hear that teleport coming on through. Vova comes from the backline and gets that done, but so much thought had to be put into this retake by Apex just to get it to 7.5.
Even though I didn't hear the ult. Even though I did not hear where the TP to. And I was like, okay, wait, where's Vova come from? How has he just got 3 kills? And then you realise that, because obviously when you get deafened, there are so many things you can do, especially as an Omen. Because it's like you deafen them, and then it's like the world is your oyster for like 5 seconds, and you can seriously do some damage from behind as well. And Vova was only 10 and 10. Like, his KD was only 10, 10, and 9. But there were so many rounds where he got, like, impactful kills to open up the map, potentially, but also to push the round further in Apex's advantage. And the one thing I did want to highlight before we get onto that second pistol was actually Metasport only got 3 entries across the whole game. And I think against a team like Apex, you have to try and get more first picks, at least to give yourself an advantage, right? Because Marky only got 1 as the duelist, and then Ozzy as the, I suppose, the Viper, the sometimes Lurker, he got 2. And then when you compare it to the other side of Apex, it's just dominant, like, early aggression. Maybe not early as in the round itself, but the first piece of contact was always Apex coming out on top. And I think that was a big reason why we saw them end up spiraling out of control. But I want to focus on that one round, second pistol, okay? And now this is where... Let's take a look at it, and this is where there were some things where I just was a little bit confused at. First off, beautiful molly here, because it kind of gives Apex the ability to go B after breaking that turret, and the guys on the desk, Ryan, Pavlos, they pointed that one out. First off here as well, Ozzy, beautiful off angle. Soulcast doesn't really expect it. And then again, Hype not really expecting Luca here. Now you have a 5 versus 3, and where Kayak is right now is such an, like, not an obvious position, but people play there all the time. And look at Marky, he has that grenade, but they just choose to run forward. I feel like if they have that information that there's someone there, at least then you could nade it, right? And you could put more pressure on, because this is such a winnable round. And this could put Metasport, and it most likely would put them on a 7-7 scoreline, right? Like winning this pistol round. But again, super unfortunate timing, as we just saw in that smoke. I think it was Kayak just managing to dodge Stike, and then look. You can't. You have to stick it, right? You have to stick it. But again, there were some really, really nice plays in that pistol round. But unfortunately, I just don't think that towards the end of the pistol round there, it was looking positive for Metasport, because there were some things they could have done so much better. And watching that back, they're probably going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for Metasport, when they were in control of the game, when they were on the attacking side and were able to set the pace of the game, they had a lot of good rounds. They had a lot of success in that. And Apex were kind of on the back foot for a little bit. They managed to win that half, obviously 7-5, but it was still close. And then as soon as Apex were setting the pace of play, they were running in towards site. Things really went downhill for Metasport very quickly. And I think that is a big part of Apex's play, is that when they are in control of the game, they're going to win the 1v1s, they're going to win those duels, and you're going to lose out on the map. And yeah, for Metasport, they need to be taking better advantage, I think, of their attacking half, because that's where they were finding success, and that's, I think, what they're gonna need to do on Icebox. And it's a lot more. I think it's a lot more simple. I think to kind of take control of the map when you're on the attacking side on Icebox, at the very least up until the spike is planted.
Yeah. For sure, I do think Icebox heavily relies on being able to actually place your lurker, like you said, especially on attack. I do think it relies on your lurker being able to take space elsewhere. So heavy pressuring A, for example, and getting your lurker, whether it be the Viper, whether it be a Killjoy, kind of taking that space on B, because a lot of the time you are going to want to force those rotations around and make sure that A site then gets outnumbered in favor of the attackers. And also, I think a team like Apex, you're probably going to see Kayak go fairly aggressively, especially on pipes, jumping to like above jail area, trying to get that first pick. And I think if Metasport can read into this and can read how Kayak's feeling and playing, I feel like they could be able to take out Kayak early on and then opening up the map.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. This is this is Apex's kind of home ground. They've played this one quite a lot. They're very comfortable here on Icebox. We're expecting them to take this one relative. Oh my lord.
Wow. Wow.
Is he trying to sound like a Dalek or something like that? I remember doing that as a kid. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's just realized he was on cam. Oh dear. Well, look, you're always on cam. Our producer's going to catch you if you're doing some, some stuff like that. Do you know what,
though? At least he didn't pretend to be an owl and do a 360.
Yeah, and then he would have no sound for the rest of the... nobody would be able to hear his comms. He wouldn't be able to... it would be so bad. I feel like that should be, I think, their handicap. They should have to play with no sound. And then we see if they beat Metasport in that scenario. But Metasport bringing out something interesting here. They've got the ISO on Icebox. Please, elaborate.
I don't like it. I think Icebox is a map. I mean, depending how you play, but I think most of the time, especially when you come up against a stronger side on paper, you need something to take the space. And I don't think ISO... Yes, ISO is super strong right now, guys. Yes, he has obviously it's been a bit more balanced now, but he still does have that shield. He still has that ult to take you out of the game. But it's not the same as a Jet or a Raze or a Neon who can take that space quickly. And I mean, let's see how it pans out, right? They both have a Sage. Some people opt in for the Harbor, some people opt in for the Sage. They both have a Sage, cool. But I do want to see if Metasport are going to struggle on taking that space. I think that's going to be the one thing that you guys at home are going to have to be keeping an eye on, because if they struggle taking space, then could be GG early on.
Well, I'll tell you who else is going to be keeping an eye on it. It's going to be our casters, Pavlos and Ryan. Take it away, guys.
It's all about that space, no treble. Yeah, sorry. It's all about the space for this one. Both teams having a bit of a change in their compositions here, Ryan. We were talking about it, discussing it while we were seeing it on their screens, and the analysts did touch upon it as well. Thank you very much, Marcus and Twiggy, for breaking all that down. What are your thoughts here? Obviously, moving away from the Gecko comp on the one hand, going back to the very traditional stage style, and then ISO on Isobox.
Yeah. So we haven't seen for Metasport, they've not played it at all this stage. Last time that they lost was against Sweet and Sour in stage 1, where they played the comp that Apex are now running. And for Apex, last time that they lost it was also against Sweet and Sour, but that was this stage, that was in the series loss that they had, moving away from the Gecko KO that was pretty much the way to play nowadays, the Genji inspired comp, to the old, Fnatic, dominant, Sage, Jet, Sova. I guess for Metasport, it's like they're changing a Jet out for the ISO just for a bit of, you know, lots of jewels that you can be taking, and also just a little bit of a curveball to throw at Apex. But it does seem that like Apex so far today have gone incredibly meta. They're not interested in writing a new meta for themselves. They're sort of falling in line. And now they've got an interesting opponent with Metasport running near enough a mirror comp other than that new introduced agent that seems to be dominating everybody's games.
Fair enough. And a very quick question for you here, Ryan. Obviously, when ISO came in, the previous patch, he was broken. But on this one, he seemed to be nerfed down a little bit. Is he still in that playable spot? Is he unplayable, do you reckon?
I wouldn't say unplayable. He's an option, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's the best one. Puts a lot of pressure on Ozzy to pop off as well. He's not the duelist player necessarily for this team.
Sure.
And so he's put in a very unique position for the roles that he's been playing so far this split.
Well, Metasport do start on the attack as their elected position. Apex going to be forced on to the defense to begin with. A little bit of an early start here with 3-player, maybe even a 4-player stack up if you consider Soulcast as well for Apex on that left-hand side. They do start to move in little by little, which gains some information and sort of the idea of what Metasport are going for. And for that reason, you can see Hype just dropping further back, allowing the states to be gathered up by Metasport, gain all the space they can, and with the wall dropping, Marky will getting this spike down and setting these post-plant positions.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Just a brief second that contingency shield dropped from the ISO. That's where Hype gets the pick. Now the spike left in an awkward spot, but the plant is going to go down uncontested this time. Apex 5 versus 4 retake, and Metasport forced to push.
Look how far forwards they're going. Hype, will he be expecting this? All shows down a right click of his classic. But he can hear a lot of commotion going right after him, and he's called out for reinforcements. Great movement from Soulcast to start to help out his teammate. Hype is still alive, but the defusal is still ongoing as well. And Metasport have run out of players to deal with any sort of this end part of this round. And we'll be looking at a very clean pickup as well. The orb will be going over to Hype. He already accumulated 3 kills, so this will give him a 4th orb, getting into that lockdown that much quicker. But it's Apex round for the taking.
Yeah, planning ahead. Metasport, I like the idea. They sort of realized that Apex is starting to flank them. Don't necessarily know that there's maybe 3 players there. They have to be aggressive, take that space, but similar to Lotus, Apex's map control, the spacing, the way that they take space, but also concede it as well. That they're willing to give up those fights, play for the retake on A. It's all to do with the proactive calling to Molesy, but also Hype making good decisions on when he needs to be fighting, when he needs to back out. It's hard for Metasport to make a play when you're just not given one.
And again, Molesy pushing up quite extensively. And he's got a wall there. And Striker's looking to break it. Finds himself cover, but not a cover from Avova. And in the meantime, Kayak has aggressed on an upper level and committed 2 finishing blows onto 2 of them.
Oh my god, Kayak, he's got 3.
He's popping off, and Soulcast wants a piece of the pie. He said, enough of that, that's selfish. Not a hint of damage taken from the Apex side this round. A flawless one to give him the second.
It's got to be frustrating for, I think it would have been Stike actually. Pushing up B main, you get walled off by Molesy. You break a section of the wall. You don't only run into 1 player, you run into 2 that are holding it. And then you go over towards A, and Kayak's just demolishing people with a Marshal. He's going to upgrade up to a rifle for this bonus, so even here with Metasport having the full buy, pretty much full utility, it's still good for Apex to do some damage here. And they have 4 players stacked over towards A, swapping the Killjoy towards B, being aggressive.
Oh, that's a good ping from the recon. Kayak thinks against his initial aggression, and Avova is taking the opportunity to punch up quite close to this corner. Now, the Aldrone isn't looking below, so even though Molesy kills it, I don't think Metasport know the extent of this aggression. With 3 players taking up this angle, Recon eventually reveals them and forces Apex to drop back, but I think they've already gained a lot. A kill, a lot of information, have delayed Metasport's attack.
Gonna re-aggress again. off the back of the Aldrin and the Sage roll as well to just try and push up, give themselves some better angles. There's no ISO shield anymore for Aussie, but he does get a kill and is traded by Molzy.
And Zokas couldn't really help out there. The only drone is the only thing he could offer to the situation. So back to stable ground.
Right here.
3 players per side, and Hype considering whether he should be holding off the mid-rotate instead of holding on B.
Scanning ahead.
Nobody's seen Stike. Maybe that's a call for Apex, as we've not seen the Viper. The wall is up on B. Stike was just scaling up on B main, see if there's anybody there, find some spots.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
Mellow was spotted. Zokas making sure he knows. And with Metasport grouping up together in Apex, not quite being bunched up, will allow this Norwegian Orc to start approaching. Oh, Hype is the first player to get a kill through, but it's not to the expense of Stykes' health, and it does leave him into a 1v1. The dink is found twice, but Over somehow is made of stone. Doesn't really matter because he doesn't get the spike down on time, and that is a disaster. And that will mean that it's going to be Apex to win the round.
Both players were so low as well. That's Avova winning another clutch. Very different from the ones that we'd usually see. But Styke, it's tough round for him, right? He's going over towards B, he's trying to find some space, he's trying to find an opening. He can hear that the Killjoy utility is up towards B and is still up. It's not down because Hype's rotated. And you go over towards 8 and all 3 players are there, ready and willing to fight. Still a buy for Metasport, but they can't confirm their bonus.
Positively the charge. It's a quite small charge, as they do call off the cavalry. Apex aggressing quite a lot again to this B side, and Styke might be caught off. When a wall drops, you don't really expect someone to over-push here. Styke realizes it. It's a shaky endeavor, but Aussie loses his life on A. So what's the decision here? Oh, dear me. Molzy's just running circles around Styke, literally and figuratively.
We've all been in those situations where you just... I'm not going to say that Styke's out of his depth playing at this level, but it is a baptism of fire. And I feel like Apex are trying to really use that. Stick the knife in and twist it. Marquis at least evens it up a little bit more. It's still a player deficit for Metasport. Everybody's going to be grouping up and headed towards B. Avova still here and ready, not afraid to be taking this fight.
Usually you want to see the players bunching up before you see someone push, but Metasport do know they're behind, so some heroics are required by Luca, so he has pushed up. On a minimap, Molzy appears. Luca can't quite find the finishing blow. And again, the nanoswarms will be deterring the post plant as well. And there's not much time remaining, 15 seconds, and Metasport need to act quickly. The wall is kept on being broken. Marquis is able to hold his ground, but Avova, all he can do is just delay it further and further. Mello can get as many kills as he wants, but it will matter to nothing, given that there is no time to get the spike down. And Avova will be killing Mello as well. That's 4-0 for Apex.
He's done it again. He's won the clutch off the time. You saw the peak go in first and Metasport actively punishing it. Then Avova just waits for the plant to almost be down, goes for the peak, and yet again, the clock is the worst enemy for Metasport. Now they're on an eco. They do have that kill contract for ISO, but not necessarily the weaponry that's going to be good for it here. Avova's yet to die.
Not too shabby. And I feel like this time trouble has been a thing for Metasport the entire series as well. I felt like it's been the case on their attack on Lotus. I think they fell victims to a couple early rounds. And again, it was at the start of the half. It's been an adjustment for them to try and draw it back. But they do get an early kill here. Does that increase their chances? Well, it does a little bit, but do they really have a chance to win this?
I think Metasport do quite a bit of damage with winning thrifties, but just with pistols in the rounds that they've lost. ISO shield used up for Aussie to take some space on B, and it is enough of a threat actually that not only have Apex backed out on B, but Kayak's going to get more information on A and got punished.
And the A site is open for Metasport to just walk into.
An upgrade too.
It's one upgrade out of the 3. Hype could catch Aussie here, but he doesn't. An opportunity missed, perhaps. Avova might be in Aussie's crosshairs instead,
30 seconds
as
left.
Avova is quite lousy,
Look at the flank,
quite
though.
loud with it. Yeah. Yeah, they've got no clue Ozzy is here, so this is going to be a free kill. And this just allows Metasport to take over the server entirely. They haven't dropped a single one. They haven't taken a hint of damage either. Apex, what can you do really? I mean, Hype and Avova are two players that can bring heroics out of thin air, but I don't think this round is the one they will be doing it in. Hype forced back. Guns upgraded for Metasport. The best round they could have hoped for, really, after 4 defeats in a row.
Good ultimate's about to come online too. And extra gun upgrades means that there's a bit of money saved for Metasport, but a nice round. It really does feel like it's just these anti-ecos that Apex have not necessarily been as clinical on. Not only today, but just throughout the stage. The team that's had as near perfect a record as Apex had leading into this stage, you would assume that the pistols and the thrifty rounds would be going their way a lot more than they have been. Their money's still good though. They're still cruising at this point. Both teams pretty much on the verge of having big ultimates to work with. Hype's lockdown is the main one I'm looking at. He's playing over towards B alone. That seems to be the direction Metasport are heading in. A kill contract in the right place might take him out the server for a second.
Revealing area. Take flight.
So this could potentially be one of the most closely contested rounds we've had so far, at least when it comes to weapons on the server, as well as ultimates.
It's you and me.
You got him.
Kill contract comes through. Time for the 1v1. Hype making some noise, but it's Aussie to win it. Doesn't really open things up towards the B site. No, it doesn't, because Molsey adjusts on time to get the res through. Now, in the meantime, Kayak has been posted up deeply onto the A site. He hasn't gained too much information, but the fact that no one is there, by process of elimination, it does give him something. Stike, good early kill, but what do you do with it?
It's a bit cocky, I think, for Avova to just push for a smoke like that. Luckily, somebody's watching Kayak as well. Similar play, overly aggressive, but not punished in the same way.
And Apex is so quick to adapt to everything. They've already got 3 defenders. It feels like they're everywhere all the time. And Molsey doubles up with a simple wall to just take everyone off by guard. It's incredible how simply Apex have given themselves the advantage, even a player down. Just a simple wall out of nowhere, and Kayak posted up closely to deliver with 2 kills. Mosey peaks up where he peaked before and just allows Apex to dismantle Metasport.
It just gives him so many different angles, really. Some of these might be considered like ranked walls to be playing them. But all in all, like with Metasport, maybe it's just like after the Eldron's used, means that some of these angles aren't cleared. Molsey's doing it in a far enough distance away, perhaps that you don't hear it go up. It's just too much for Metasport to focus on there. It was a good start of the round, at least. You punish Avova, you get this play with the ISO ultimate that's instantly nullified with the Resurrect, but at least you get the Resurrect out of them early. Not for one of those bigger rounds to work on. And Metasport, yeah, it's not been the greatest start, but some of these rounds have been very close 1v1 clutches that have been lost on time. With how this series is going, you don't want Metasport to just be feeling down and out, because it's very much doable with how they're playing.
Oh, things definitely heating up here. I think for Motorsport mostly, but we did see Kayak on his cam turning his aircon on. Saw the remote popped up. Or maybe turning it down. Maybe I don't know. He's definitely won one on the server. He's topping the charts. His blades are available, and this Metasport round, this round for Metasport feels like a do or die, really, given how Apex could just
snowball,
twofold increase their lead.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen consistently from Apex. Couple of 13-0s, 13-1s, 13-2s. Very dominant scorelines. Metasport have been on the receiving end of dominant scorelines like that previously.
I will remind you though, Ryan, it has been a while since we've seen a score like that from Apex.
It's true.
It's not split one. We haven't seen a 13. I remember when they had 2 13-0s and we're like, we've got to catch them all, as if they're pocket badges. But they haven't gotten one since.
Dyke's going to hear a lot of footsteps here, so he has to go careful peeking this. I mean, he doesn't have to, actually. Apex lining up. Few times we've seen Metasport get these kills, even on Lotus, has been Apex accidentally lining up.
He wasn't even quiet about it. He was knocking on that door and still was able to dismantle the defenders.
Molsey's in.
Wow. Pushes through the smoke without a care in the world. Knows exactly where Stike was. And yeah, Apex are right back in the fight because the Viper's pit's gone. But at least Metasport have got the numbers given to the heroic Stike was able to bring earlier on. Uzi close and personal. He's able to reset for a second time. Allows for the quick trade, and it's Kayak on the hot seat. The 1v3 potentially. And Luca's on the back line. Oh, yeah, this is not happening for Kayak. Feels like he knows it. And I don't think he will be permitted to save either, given how Luca is circumnavigating around. Peekaboo,
We
you're
almost
dead.
got him.
Pretty true.
Metasport, a few rounds that we've seen him win, it was at least similar on Lotus. You just think here, like Stike being caught by the turret, that he'd maybe give it a bit more respect, a bit more care, but maybe that's how Metasport are feeling, that they just need to sort of go for their guts a bit. Find these engagements. Because that's where Apex have sort of, like Mello in the last map of Lotus, I remember him getting two with Apex players lining up on the B side of Lotus.
We've been broken instantaneously by Avova. Metasport showing their card straight away, but Apex have done so the same as well. Stike does spot one, can't readjust onto Kayak on time. Luca is nearby to try and stop them, as he does have his turret to assist as well, but he's calling for reinforcements. It seems like Apex have a good read where they are. Pings on the map, and the Hunter's Fury enabled. Does it find any pings? Does it find any shots? Marky, fast forward into his spawn, and he might be able to catch them off guard here. But they also need to be careful of the crossfire in mid, and that's exactly where Hype is starting to come into the occasion. It's a bit messy as their fights and confrontations taken all across the map. Spike dropped, but still Metasport winning their trades. It's just that the two players of Apex have got the Spike sightline covered. And this Hunter's Fury being drawn, soul cast out into the open allows Luca to collect. Beautifully done. Luca will be picking up the pieces. Super important Hunter's Fury by Mello there.
A bit of an odd round for Apex, just weird positions that you don't see defenders play from. Just a little bit too far up. You got the alarm bot that was put down. I guess that was a bit of a go signal for Kayak to just get the kill. Go for the peak. And Marky losing the Spike in a really precarious position, but luckily it works out. This time Apex forced onto a low buy. Do you think that some of those like uncharacteristic, rough, cocky rounds from Apex, really, where they're just playing in super deep positions, they're coming out in droves now? Even there.
It's you and me.
Uh-oh. At least Kayak has got his blades. Oh, he's closing up the gap. He wants to make the shot.
Nice try.
Oh, that's the most impressive attempt I've seen on a kill contract.
Is he suppressed as well, so he doesn't have the blades?
True.
That was his only option.
Oh. Wait, when Solkers finds shots like these, you can tell that Apex are within their reason to think they can win this round. Aussie just is getting spotted by the Alder and Snakebite, putting ants in their pants. Destabilizing the situation, but the shock dart is finding its mark, and Aussie just moves in and out of battle with such perfection. Avova, though, is the Clutch King today. God. 3 already to his name. And he can just get onto the spike. Luca forced out. Nano Swarm is broken. Poison Cloud concealing him. Diffused halfway, or is it stuck with no? Avova steps away, but the spray just doesn't work out at the end. No landing stuck here. It's Luca to keep things going for Metasport as they're on their way to closing up the gap.
Good attempt. There might have even been a chance to just fully stick it there for Avova, especially with him having the Poison Cloud up. But most certainly not a bad attempt, and a good approach from Luca to just go for the wide peak by a little bit more time. At least Metasport are fighting, but that was an eco round for Apex that they narrowly lost. But it's nice to see that, I guess, the luck is going in the other direction for Metasport.
And again, I feel like it was off the timeout, right?
Yeah.
I feel like these timeouts have had quite high impact.
Feels like the confidence always comes back after them. Also, there's an Odin for Molzy. He sage rolled and then
You should run.
Odin through it.
Interesting Viper's Pit. Begs the question, is Avova going to stay within it, even with the lockdown dropping? Well, he's detained, and we'll get back to his Viper's Pit quickly enough to keep it up and running. But Mello is grouped up closely. Metasport have taken a lot of damage here, Marky especially, or I think he is replenishing himself. This is a close endeavor. Metasport have vacated the area, but are still finding shots from a longer distance. Finally, Hype able to trade. But this Viper's Pit, concealing the spike, is not making it easy for Metasport to defend. Hype forced to drop, Avova on the defuse, Marky not finding his shot straight away. And the fact that Kayak is on the side, it's enough for him to be distracted. And it's going to be Apex right back on their winning ways. Enough of the win streak of Metasport.
Yeah, that late lurk couldn't really find much. And it was a really nice Viper's Pit from Avova. Considering where he got detained, maybe he should have gone down because he was out in the open. Just manages to slink back into that Viper's Pit that he just put down. And it meant that Metaspot's plant wasn't ideal. The lockdown kind of boxes him in to bad post-plant positions. And the rest is like history. Was expensive for Apex Ultimates-wise, though. They only have that Resurrect in hand for Molzy again. Maki's had it a while, but no good opportunity to get it out.
Oh, Aldron couldn't quite get the tag in time. But you can also see that there's pressure onto these old orbs as we are getting closer to them. Apex able to avoid the early engagements, not losing their life. Hype seemingly aware of Stike's position.
Good off angle. The only play that Stike's managed to really do, right, to get through the ranks of Apex's defense.
Hype off the angle. It could have been Stike's opportunity to move through. I think his barrel, as ever so often, gets revealed in Hype's POV.
He's just too aware. Nanoswarm's been used as well from Metasport to break this turret. The Hype's, yeah, seen him being wise to it the whole time.
It's called Molzy to action, leaving Kayak alone to the B site, but it's not like Kayak minds. Good for one, without the trade. Although, Monkey does end up dropping out in mid. It's Aussie.
A bit of an overstep again.
Instead. How did he do that?
Apex have got like a lot of information on Ace. Soulcast has pushed all the way up. We didn't see like Kayak give up that space. It allows these duels, and Aussie is on the best agent to just have 1v1s gifted to him.
He even has a kill contract if he wants to draw out another 1v1 or to deny any sport of spike defusal. He's been spotted here. Recon doing its work, but Aussie just keeps on giving. 2 remaining for this Apex side. Avova has found himself a good flank here, which could do a lot. 2 only to his name, but Hype will not be able to secure anymore. It's Aussie to get a 4-piece in this round, keeping Apex within arm's reach.
Yeah, sloppy, I think, from Apex. They had good information. They were really hyper aware of like the mid push. Soulcast had pushed up into like A and S to get all of the information there. Kayak even finds that first kill. You have Metaspot boxed in, but you just allow these little like ratty positions for Aussie to sleek his way into, and not enough respect, I think, was given to Metaspot in this case. Apex went from dominating teams on this map to what's looking to be an incredibly close half, similar to Lotus. Not worried about Apex's attacking side, but some of the stuff I've seen on defense today is certainly in comparison to how good the defense was on Lotus.
It's not quite up to par, is it? Well, it's Kayak to find an early pick, and it's one of those that we've been missing for a while here from Apex. Resurrection still in play. Oh, you got an early pick? Well, not anymore. At least the ultimate is used. And we're looking at the final round of the half. Kill contract coming out, and Molzy is in danger. Will Aussie read it? Well, yeah, without too much of a problem. But Soulcast somehow finds a kill through mid, and he only had a Sheriff. But that's quickly been upgraded too.
We could just wanted, I guess, to up the tempo.
And Kayak is stuck by. Usually he'd be playing in Snowman by now, and now he's revealed himself, but he does take one, maybe two down with him. Good little dash to get him out of dodge.
Good
damage onto Marquis, but because it was through Mellow, it wasn't quite the kill. But things have stabilized, 33 seconds, and we're looking at a 3v3 here.
Vova's Poison Cloud is going to slow things down. He's playing from mid, so might lurk all the way around yet again. There's no Killjoy turret to watch this, so yeah, Vova's slowly making his way around.
Oh, Hyper's going to pre-fire in this position. He won't have a problem interrupting the plant. And there's not much time remaining, so this pushed a lot of pressure on the Metasport, but Apex know that the aggressive from Metasport is incoming. So they just hide away, but Stike knows to push even further. Get them out of their corners and beat them up of over on the flank. Again, being a menace. The spike is down, but Mello is able to clutch it out. And Metasport go halfway with Apex 6-6 at the end of this half.
We need to count up how many of these rounds came down to 1v1s, and specifically 1v1s with Vova. He's 11-7, mostly been winning these, whether it's through kills or through time. But then Mello just holds on just enough to win out that round. Good work from Stike. Him and Ozzy have been really good on this map. And whilst we could sort of say that Apex haven't been as, like, disciplined, I suppose, as we'd want them to be, Metasport have used that opportunity and probably should have had the lead at the half with some of these close clutches that they narrowly lost out on. You're 4-0 up as well on the side of Apex, and you allow it to get 6-6.
Yep.
Breaking them.
Metasport keeping the challenge going. Like we said, nothing much to lose for them anymore. They know they're pressuring. They've done a great job on keeping Sweet and Sour on edge. Only 2 rounds of difference in them every map they played against them. And I want to see if they can do the same with Apex, maybe even win a map. Because they have been ridiculed a little bit on this league, right? They came in, in comparison to the other roster, they look to have lacklustered, but now things are looking to change.
Yeah, I mean, the expectation is when you sort of pick up a core of a tier 3 team that is consistently not being able to qualify for Northern Europe, you sort of expect that the results are going to go that way. And I mean, to be fair, I think this Metasport team haven't really been able to replicate the same success that they had in stage 1. But at the very least, they're really starting to get their reps in. So much has gone wrong, but this map could go very right for them if they can confirm this pistol.
Crucial kill for Moses Collect, and he doesn't hold up anymore. Goes in for a second. Hype coming in from a side angle as well, but because the alarm bot isn't anymore there, he can do quite a lot in this position. And the fact that all 3 players of Metasport are hiding out here, he can take his time to line up his shots. That's one. All he needs to do is just take one down with him, and Metasport now will have the alarm behind them ringing.
Yeah.
Thinking that they need to keep attention towards his direction. Kayak lined up here. Hype was a bit overzealous there. He didn't really need to peek.
For the cost of this map.
Still, Mello doubles up, and all of a sudden this is doable because a recon drops. Oh, the shock dart does damage him a little bit, and Soulcast peeks up to get a headshot to allow Apex to gain their second pistol of this game.
Another 1v1. And again, like Apex, you sort of feel that when you have Hype in that position to go for the flank, or at least to put that pressure in there, that would be checkmate for Apex. But still, a lot of kills come in. Just a lot of fights that you don't need to be taking. And not only is it just like Hype being able to put in that pressure, but also you get information of the last 3 players, where they are. You kill one of them, you know that both are towards like Snowpile, and yet you still over-peak and overextend and allow these fights to go Metasport's way. I would have thought that after Apex lost to Sweet and Sour, that would have been like the, you know, the message of like, okay, yeah, we can't like take the piss anymore, right? Like, we need to knuckle up if we want to win Ascension, because the teams that we play in that, if we get there, are going to be a lot better than the teams in this region.
And that's the fear we've all got for Apex, really. The start, they looked like they were
to win Ascension. I don't mind wearing my bias on that sleeve.
Yeah, we all do. Like, we realistically think that Apex are going to come out first from this region and be the strongest contender in Ascension. And quite frankly, they're being challenged a little bit too much. Now, don't get me wrong, I like the fact they're getting challenged, which means the other teams are getting better and Apex are realizing what the mistakes are and they can read upon them. But I think through this process, we are realizing that there are quite a lot of these mistakes
Yeah.
that other teams could definitely punish.
And I do feel to an extent as well, like, at the start of the season when they were dominating a lot, like, I'm not saying or suggesting that the players are burnt out as such, but I definitely could see players, like, in all of the tiers now, because it's been a long tier 2 season for a lot of them. They're like, the practice is, especially with it getting warmer, the warm-up is a lot shorter, and there's less scrims and less theory time, and just taking their foot off the gas a little bit so people don't burn themselves out.
Might be another reason why you don't want to be the second seed and be the first seed instead into Ascension, so play-ins aren't even an aspect, but Apex are dismantling Metasport where they stand. Every duel taken has been won by Apex. Like you said, attack is one that we shouldn't really be scared of them for. Pretty damn decent on this. And this is Metasport's buy, by the way. Apex's bonus. So the fact that it's been this comfortable does make Metasport think that maybe this map is also a bit out of reach. But they're going to give it a good old college try. The high-low. That matters nothing because Stike is doubled up. And Luca, is there really a possibility for a 1v2 here? Probably not.
He's not been given it, though.
Hasn't appeared himself.
That's good discipline from Molzy. Maybe a bit overfighting again, especially when you look at how far away Solcast is, but there's just no time.
Yeah, well, nice try. Again, these rounds are a bit too close to comfort, right? Apex not having an easy time, or at least the start looked kind of easy.
Yeah.
Didn't have too much of a reply, but you can't nap, right? You can't take a breath, it feels like, in any of these moments.
I will say as well that we've already seen the Metaspot kind of got under the skin of Sweet and Sour, which is a thing in itself. Usually Sweet and Sour is the team that seems to rile up over opponents. But you could tell that Sweet and Sour weren't necessarily happy with their win, even though it was a 2-0 against Metaspot earlier this week. I think Apex could be feeling the same here. Even if they 2-0, I think they're going to feel a bit like, wow, we were actually kind of pushed there. Really goes to show how good this Metaspot team could be with a bit more time and a few more reps.
Yeah, still young players, still, like you said, not many reps in, but Metasport have one rifle in play from Luca here, so you can't count them out. Although Spike was missing a Sheriff in that endeavor, just the Ghost in his hand, so even with a headshot, wouldn't have been the kill. Well, there you go, Luca comes alive, and the Sheriff shots from Aussie are connecting, but not all of them. That's crucial, and Luca loses his gun, and I think the chances have now been put in the dump.
Not afraid to be taking these fights though, and it's where these like players get funneled in that a lot of damage gets done by Metaspot. Might be too little too late. It's a 1v3.
Yeah, all that Apex was waiting for there was for hype to approach. And I think it's those little moments that Apex need to look after, right? Because they've got a plan, but sometimes, given that they know they can win some of these duels, they get a little bit too aggressive, think that they'll go in for a fancy fight, end up losing it, and then they're like, okay, never mind, let's back out, go to the original plan, wait for the lurk, and so on and so forth. They're missing some of the rigidity due to the fact that their confidence maybe has been bolstered up a bit.
Marky having the operator on the Sage. Wall boost up on top of Jenny means that he's got an aggressive sightline onto Molzy, so he gets taken out. One more kill and a Resurrect to be online too. Soulcast going to be Aldron to get a bit more information, but misses the shot, not only on Soulcast, but on the drone itself.
Avova is such a menace.
And he's dead instantly.
Pushed up through mid. Oh, Marky killed him off. Never mind.
I don't know how.
Neither do I. You just drop back, look towards mid. Avova was there, and boom goes the dynamo. He's dead. Kayak alone, he's definitely one for the clutch, but Luca will make quick work of him. Apex won't be approaching the finishing score just yet. Metasport want to keep things competitive.
I mean, the round felt like over before it began. Smuggy gets that first pick. You got Vova just sprinting through mid, the Viper's Pit, I guess because it was still blooming out at that point. The Marquis went, oh, this is where the Viper's Pit is basically coming out from. I'll just shoot there. And no timeouts at all today from Apex. Not that I think things have been problematic enough for Danny to step in. But I can't imagine that he's, sat back in his chair chilling watching this.
We haven't seen many timeouts from Apex full stop. Like, not only in this match in particular. It hasn't been something that, you know, they haven't been too trigger happy about it. Spike with the first kill, Ozzy on a kill contract, and he's able to fulfill it.
Spike down B.
And Apex are no longer alive. I didn't expect this round to just get destroyed and dismantled this quickly.
I don't know where Solcas is. 1v5 might be a bit of a stretch. He is good at isolating these fights.
We're looking at one of the GOATs here. Oh, never mind. Well, he is still one of the GOATs, but doesn't stop Ozzy from being able to line up his... No.
Round 18 GOAT.
Yeah. Maybe at some point he can be, or he has been, but not in this map, not now. And I think confidence is building up for Metasport. Not only have they found 2 in a row, but they've got guns, ultimates, and that's not the same for Apex.
Yeah, ult economy, money economy as well, starting to look really nice for Metasport. The scoreline getting a little bit closer. But much like Lotus, we could just see Apex absolutely blast out these last 3 rounds to win out the series. Just a Hunter's Fury for them and potentially a Bladestorm for Kayak, but I'd imagine that'd be the round after if they lose because they'd have to eco yet again.
That's true. So Metasport could potentially gain 2 in a row here, so if they win this, wouldn't be too bad. Apex could be in trouble. And that front, Stike moves out of the shadows and makes sure Kayak breathes no more. An instant pick to put Metasport ahead, but the fact that Stike still holds by makes it so much more uncomfortable for Apex to regress.
He's 15 HP when he took that fight. Now Hype does have a bit of freedom to go make some noise over towards A. It is being keenly watched by Ozzy. You can sort of see the Metasport are moving away from B a little bit, and Stike wasn't there to last a long amount of time, but this crossfire from Ozzy and Luca is just too good.
And the defenses from Metasport look even better. They've got the right holds, they've got the right ideas, know exactly what's going on most of the time, but the Hunter's Fury has got them agitated a little bit. It's Molesy with a spike.
30 seconds left.
All to himself. Now 1v3 is required here. Like we said, this could potentially be a couple accumulated together here for Metasport and a potential equalization.
Your duty is not...
And with the wall available for Marquis, this is going to complicate the affair for Molesy. He's going to try and get these kills. The 4th one brought to life as well.
Weapon here.
Insult to injury. And that's going to be a 9th round. Only 1 away from catching up.
What makes this worse, or feel worse, is that Icebox is Apex's pick, and it's been their pick consistently throughout the year, would you say? This was one of the maps that Metasport were consistently banning out. They banned out Sunset a lot more, I think, over the last couple of stages. But Icebox, like 3 times, 4 times perhaps. This is a map that they've come on to, putting in the ISO where Ozzy's been terrific. I just think the way that Apex are approaching some of this, it's frustrating, right? Because you know how clinical that they can be, and it just feels that there's too many out of sync plays.
Yeah, there's definitely not that fire that we've seen on cams before. Not as alive as we know that they can be.
It's like watching England, genuinely. That's the best explanation I can get.
It truly is. I can't top that. It's exactly like that. But Marky this time comes alive. A double kill with 1 bullet puts a full stop to Apex's attack. And what truly Apex need in this situation is a miracle. I mean, they've got ultimates, but do you expend them for a round like this? Surely not. You gotta get a pick first, and with the time ticking away, and Metasport not really giving them much of a chance. Apex need to make up their own destiny. But Marky, again,
Down A.
making his mark, holding true to his name. Yeah, the recon spots out 2 players, but does it really matter if you're not picking up the kills?
Oh, God.
Kayak, an uncomfortable trade there. And Sorkas is all by himself, realizing he no longer has got teammates on the server. It's a flawless round by Metasport, a seamless one. And double digits hit, equalization as well. Apex feel like they're in big trouble.
And just, is there going to be a timeout at all today? Like, finally, we see it from Apex. I just sort of feel like, you know, part of it as well is it's a good opportunity for Danny to coach his team, and you can't fault him with anything he's done so far. But I do think there are some times that even if Apex are winning strongly, that a timeout could still do them huge favors. Even if it's just like a minute to recuperate. Maybe Mosley's making the right calls, they're making the right adjustments, that the coach doesn't feel the need to have to go into the server to be like, hey guys, we need to do more stuff towards A. It's not really been the calling that's been the problem for Apex, to be fair. It's just how they're taking some of these fights. Some of those maybe 1, 2, 3 peaks are missing. Some of the ways that they're clearing sites. It's just peculiar. And I'm not really a fan of Apex just being so conservative with how often they time out. Even if you don't really have too much to add. Just being like, all right, we know that they have these ultimates, so just take a breather. They have a lockdown. They have a Viper's Pit. I know that Apex are a team that tend to anti-strat quite a lot. So use it, you know? Otherwise, you're going to lose your map pick against a team that has only properly been together a couple of days.
Well, Danny can be that emotional support. It's been shown that he was that the previous year with Apex, but he hasn't quite been the spearhead of it, right? He's usually been on the sideline, sort of picking up that one-to-one. Hasn't really been the hype man. It was Itopat, there was Enzo.
You got Desmo there as well.
Yeah, that's true. But we don't quite know the impact of it here on Apex right now. There's a bit of a struggle to get that momentum going again. They're a superior team in many ways. These individuals can do a lot, and the Kayak is showcasing it straight away. But this is a round to win if you don't want to allow Metasport to run away with things on Icebox and make haven of contention. It's Ozzy to find himself to the back line, causing extra pressure for Apex. This lockdown delays things a little bit, so the repositioning comes through from him as well. Vova looking to post up aggressive.
Nice.
It's not anticipated, but it's Mosley to find the first kill. Melo is simply trading. And second by second, Ozzy's closing in on the flank. Mosley, strong shot onto Melo, allows to keep Kayak alive.
Player standing.
And Ozzy comes in a little bit too late, and the spike will explode. A very necessary eco round by Apex to allow them to retain their lead.
It's just so much better, even on a round where they have worse weapons. The positioning's strong, the ult's good. What I really like is they use the attack and lockdown to create space, and then they know that Metaspot are going to try and come in with a retake. So you see like a Vova and Mosley push up towards screens to get there before Metaspot can get that lockdown in position. They catch Luca pretty much with his knife in hand, trying to rush into that spot. Like, that's more like it. That's what we came here to see. Now it just feels like if Metaspot can keep up with this, or whether they start to up the tempo and sort of outplay themselves.
Oh,
Ozzy,
that's a lot of damage onto Ozzy. That's a classic play.
Where was this 2 rounds ago, you know?
Yeah. I mean, maybe it happened, but no one went for the orb, so we didn't get to see it and the impact of it. But a good read by Apex, solid one. Marky this time around can't make his operator shoot correctly. Is in trouble, actually, as he's being approached frantically from the attacking Apex players. And instead this Nanoswarm they're picking up now. Kayak is feeling comfortable. Where's this Apex speed all game? Suddenly coming alive when it's most required, but it's not all over. Reminded that Metasport can strike back.
There's a defensive lockdown though. Has to be respected here from Apex.
Toxins going up.
And it's a 3v2, but time is ticking away, and that's the one thing that caught Metaspot out multiple times on this map.
Touching the spike, and the spray reveals where the approximate direction is of a couple of these players. Good first shot by Luca. Resurrection coming through as well to bring an extra player into the occasion, but Hype is able to line up his shots from afar, and 1 round away from shutting down this series. It's been a little bit of a chaotic one, but they might be just a hint away from being able to chill out.
It's been a tricky time for Metasport to take this time out. And it might not be many rounds left for them to do it, but you know, you lose 4 in a row, and you win 4 in a row. Boss now Apex's timeout. Now, yeah, it's a similar sort of story, right? You're looking at what ultimates you have available. And I'd say that a lot of these timeouts that have come out from Metasport have pushed them a little bit more. The confidence seems to rise, whether that's what Rivenary's saying, whether it's more strategical, or whether it's just sort of lights a fire under the asses of the players for them to actually go on and potentially take this to overtime. A lot of these
And you've
maps
got
and series for this Metasport team have been close, even against Sweet and Sour, right? This is another one, but what can separate you from taking it to overtime and maybe even taking a map versus going out here and your whole season potentially being done here for Metasport?
It's got to hurt, especially when you've gotten so close on so many occasions, just dropping the ball at the final moments. They were 2 rounds away from doing it against Sweet and Sour on 2 different maps. And again, they're 2 rounds away from Apex. Getting close, but not quite finishing things out. Still a scary prospect for Apex and Sweet and Sour to come up against.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but if you're Metasport, it's uncomfortable not getting the wins in the end.
Seen a couple of plays as well from the ISO vulnerable there. Throwing it across with a shock dart up on the ramp. Potentially catch out somebody like Kayak that might be pushing up there and caught out by the wrong timing. Good information from Metasport to be pushing mid here. It does mean the Stike is pretty much out on his own, and it's an aggressive spot to be in.
And he had great time to move into opposing Cloud as well, and now the Aldrin won't be spotting him. Oh, Stike could be mighty dangerous here. Moves out of his smoke and ends up with 1. Would have loved another. Luca trying to make the angle on top of the wall work, but no, Avova reads it in time. A spray in his approximate direction was enough. And Apex have got the advantage here. Metasport closing in on ultimates on Marky. If he gets a kill, could bring another teammate into life. Ozzy disjointed and dismantled as such as well. Hype is the extra guarantee. Marky in big trouble. Forced to dance into Hype's bullets. And it's Apex to close out map number 2 and this series, putting them on a 6-win this split. And they will be able to secure their first place as well into playoffs.
Yeah, 6 wins, not necessarily 7, but pretty much faultless as much as you possibly can be with the results. Ozzy actually topping the ACS was a good showing from him, and the Volva interview coming up, I think one of the questions I want to ask is like what was said in that timeout and kind of how they feel. I feel like we've seen a lot of interviews with Volva after we've seen Apex dominate, but here it was a bit uncomfortable, especially on the second map. There's Molsey. I am curious on what his assessment was today of not only like their performance, but also like Metasport's, right? Because they had a good showing. It's been a rough week for the team, it's fair to say. When you've got Sweet and Sour and Apex to play within like 3 days of each other for this super week. But I think everybody really like stood up to be counted, and I'm excited to see more of them in the future. When these players were on Yari, when they were in tier 3, they were great to watch. So now that they're pushing Apex a bit more, good sign for the scene.
Well, you heard it here. There's going to be interview coming right up next, so make sure you don't miss it. There's also another match coming after this as well, so if you're up for more Valorant action, stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. Apex managed to close out the series 2-0, sticking to their ways. It was a little bit more tough than we were expecting for them. Metasport really put up a fight, but in the end, not quite enough to overpower Apex on their map pick.
Yeah, we had some really nice players coming out from Metasport, I must say. There were some rounds where you're like, okay, we can actually see the exact plan they had, and it paid off. Right? And I think it's difficult as well for a team like Metasport to come up against a team like Apex and for us to say, wow, Metasport are actually playing well. Because there were times in this series where we thought Apex were not playing well, and we'll touch on that a little bit later on. But I think overall, Metasport shocked us, even with just getting the 10 rounds against Apex on Icebox. Because yes, Apex have dropped the map on Icebox before recently. However, it is one of their go-to maps, right, Twiggy?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, that's the thing, is that managing to keep Kayak at bay, managing to do a lot of damage to the players on Apex on their map pick is a very impressive feat. And it's the same story we've been saying in regards to Metasport this whole series, in that on a different day, this team could have been towards the top of the league.
Yeah, 100%. I think I feel like maybe, you know, coming into the league, like you said, and maybe nerves. Maybe is being nervous the right word? I feel like coming into the league, maybe you're not nervous. Maybe because you know you're the underdogs, you don't have the nerves. But I feel like it's all down to the players individually, right? Some of them might have been nervous coming in. Some of them might have been confident because they were the underdogs. But look, they obviously took over as the roster for Metasport, and I think that they proved why they should at least be in Polaris with this performance, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. And like, if you take a look at the standings, it really does not reflect their games. Most of the games they have lost, their maps have been either overtime or 11-13. I mean, same thing today. We had a 10-13 against Apex on Icebox. Yesterday, quite literally, was a 11-13 and a 12-14. This team has missed out on so many maps due to just a 2-round difference. And I mean, it's a similar story to what we saw with Hookah's last season, in that we feel like they should have done a little better in terms of overall standings. But it's just how it is. If you don't close it out, then you're not able to get there. But we now have an interview with Avova. Hopefully he can bring us some insights into how they played. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Great, thank you. I think I just want to start off with a quick one about Metasport, because I think, as I was saying, our overall opinion of them on the desk is that they are a team that, despite being on the bottom of the league, on a different day, they could have ended up towards the top. So many games ended through an 11-13 or an overtime. Did you get that impression in the server?
Yeah, they played pretty good, to be honest. Like, they were shooting hard, especially on the last map on Icebox. Sticks on B-main was so annoying to play against, so shout out to him, really. But yeah, I mean, they could have won against some of the other teams on a good day.
I want to touch on the Icebox map, like you said, and I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit, because I feel like, obviously, your loss to Sweet and Sour, did that have any effect on how you played Icebox today? Like, did it knock your confidence at all?
No, not at all.
No?
On the Sweet and Sour game, we just had a terrible day. Like, from a scale from 1 to 10, I would put it on a 1. So, didn't really do much. We lost fair and square, and that's it. We fixed our stuff, and yeah, we're slowly getting back to where we were.
And my second question is still about Icebox, and obviously, you know, usually the questions I'm going to ask you over are like overly positive, but I feel like you being you and the players that you have on your team, I feel like, yes, you're happy that you got the win, but I feel like you know yourself that you guys can play so much better than what we just saw, right? And there were a couple of things, mainly being discipline. And there was a couple of rounds where, maybe even more than 2 rounds, where you had the advantage, but you were peaking when you didn't need to. You know, you were taking some fights where you really could have just sat back. Is there a reason for this? Is it just on the day it happens, or can you kind of... I
mean, it's just something that happens. It's not, you don't really think too much about it, but that's something you watch with you and you're like, okay, next time I'll not do that again, you know? You just learn, like, you lose some fights and that's it. You learn from it.
Right, speaking of learning, before I send you on your way, let's look forwards towards the playoffs. finished your run now. How do you feel about your likely rematch against Sweet and Sour in the playoffs? It's a little ways from now, so you got some time to prepare. But obviously, if you do lose to them in the playoffs and they manage to win the finals, you're in the unfortunate position of having to win the Ascension play-ins to get a space in Ascension. So, you know, how do you feel about going back into that game? It was obviously a tough day for you guys when you lost against them. Is it going to be a different story?
Trust me, it's not gonna happen. We're gonna absolutely smash them, okay? And we'll be at bootcamp as well, so everything is gonna be fine.
Alright, you've reassured me. I'm sure, look, there's plenty of people out there who will be happy to have heard that. So thank you so much for having a chat with us, Avova. Have a great little break. You've basically got a break while play-ins happen for you to prepare for playoffs.
Yep, I mean, we'll have a 2-day break and then we're straight into scrims again.
Yep, awesome. Alright then, good to hear. Thank you so much for having a chat with us, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. Obviously, you know, I think they've written off that day, right? They've taken a look at what has happened, and they've gone, okay, we're going to learn from every game from now on. VOD reviewing this one, I think, specifically will be a good look. Obviously, Metasport, look, you can say what you want about, you know, it's Apex versus the bottom of the league. They should not have got that, but Metasport are a good team. They know what they're doing. Every team in this league knows what they're doing, and therefore I think a VOD review is obviously going to be instrumental to learning from your mistakes and adding to your gameplay, no matter who you're playing against.
Yeah, I feel like when they like the question that I asked, right, is I think when they VOD review, they're going to go back and they're going to think, look, mainly some of the rounds we lost weren't actually down to our strats and tactics. It was actually down to our discipline. And I'm very glad that I asked him over that, because his response was kind of exactly what I was expecting. He said it happens and it's something that they can, I suppose, easily fix. But I think what we have to remember and think about is discipline can be one of those things where on the day, even if you are shooting well, period, you are going to probably be a little bit under disciplined because you're feeling yourself, right? And I think that's something that these players, when they get to the top and they get to the highest point of their league, maybe that's where overconfidence comes in. But I feel like it's all great of over saying how they're going to smash Sweet and Sour potentially in the playoffs, but I think we need to make sure that they are being disciplined, like I said, because that could easily cost them a game.
Yeah, and look, when we talk about things in the context of the playoffs, obviously it would be unfortunate if they did lose to Sweet and Sour again. They had to make their way through Ascension Plains, but look, making a mistake versus Sweet and Sour is one thing. Making a mistake against the teams that you're going to be playing against in Ascension is a completely other thing. We've seen it happen before. Everybody, you know, like, look, everything you can say about Gentlemates, we've seen it happen before, and the last thing we want is for that to happen again. And they have played so well this season up until the point where they were beaten by Sweet and Sour. That complacency is a real thing that you need to think about, and I think this is, we've probably said this so many times, but this is a good learning experience. The tough games that they're having now is good, because I don't think you want to steamroll your way through a league, go into Ascension again, and then drop the ball one more time. So I'm glad that this is happening for the sake of the whole of the North region, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's also very important to note that I feel like the way we're talking is kind of like, yes, Apex won, guys, right? Apex did win the series, but the way we're talking is that we know that they can do a lot better, and that's why I think we touch on it a lot, is because, like you said, the word steamrolling, that's exactly what Apex as an organization, obviously different players, last year they steamrolled the league, and it got to Ascension, and we all remember the VLR page, green, right?
Yeah.
Came to the final, and then it was I think it was 3-0, right?
Yeah.
It was just flat out 3-0, and that's not what they want to happen again. So it's just bringing it in and taking a game at a time, I think, Twiggy.
For sure. Right, well, we've taken a look at, you know, we can hypothesize however much we want, but let's take a look back at that last map. We'll start off with round 6. I think this was just a very good round from Apex. This was the wall on top of, what's the call out even called for that?
Top screen.
Screen, yeah, sure, yeah. Wall on top of screen from Mulsey. takes out 2 players, and then whilst everybody is trying to take out Mulsi turning around the corner, Kayak is in a beautiful position in Mace to just spray down the rest and distract them once again, and then Mulsi cleans it up. This is just a great round from Apex. This is what you want to be seeing from this team. This is what you expect from this team. Pretty much no mistakes after that first kill onto Avova.
It's like they forgot about him being up there. Like I know obviously there's a lot of other stuff going on. Like as you saw, like I think it was Stike. He kind of looked up, and as he looked up, he got shot. But I think the one that I'm looking at was Aussie. Like he was behind pipes. Kind of the only angle he was open to, if there was no one swinging rafters, was on top of the wall, and he wasn't really looking there. So it's like I feel like that's one of the benefits of being in a position like that is like, you know, if there's other stuff going on and it's not a normal position, you're probably going to forget about it mid gunfight. But round 20 as well, we had another nice round that we can take a look at, and this one was kind of, well, the whole thing really. Yeah.
Metasport start out with obviously an operator collat. That's one thing, but Marky does so much work with that operator on the Sage, no less. Just taking good off angles and making sure that he's playing off of his teammates, and then misses that shot. But Mello is there to clean things up, and they can just back up and let Soulcast stew in the 1v5. There's no way he was getting anything there. He was looking the wrong direction, and Mello will finish off that round. And I think, you know, those are the rounds which can happen at any point, right? Metasport can just get an opening, 2 kills, and then you have to be able to slow things down and bring things back under your control. And look, Apex closed it out. Let's not, you know, doom post too much about this one, because it was a good series, all things considered. 13-7, 13-10. Could have gone better, could have gone a lot worse. So Apex, again, with a 2-0. Their fate is now out of their hands. If Sweet and Sour win their next game tomorrow, then they will end at the top of the league. Otherwise, Apex have finished at the top, but it doesn't matter either way. Both of those teams have made it into the playoffs. Either way, that's it for the first game. We'll be back very shortly with OnlyFins versus NXT. Don't go anywhere.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one. We're not
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody. We're halfway through our day 3 of the Super Week, technically day 1 of week 7, but either way, we now have one more game for you today, and that is NXT versus OnlyFins, and this is a pretty exciting game. Again, for standings, NXT still within a chance of making it into the play-ins. OnlyFins have already locked in their place in the play-ins, probably in first seed for that, but yes, for NXT, this is a very important game. There are a few teams that can still make it, and NXT with a win here could do a very good, just start off their, or end off their season in a very good way.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams, we've seen the potential of them, right? And I feel like they're both in the exact same boat when it comes to their performances. Every now and then you see them have just a game when you're like, wow, what are they doing? And then you have another game when you're like, okay, this is their potential. But coming into this game, both of these teams have definitely had, I would say, a very different opponent when it comes to going into week 6 to week 7, because we actually had OnlyFins take on Apex in week 6, which is a tough one. I say week 6, obviously it was 2 days ago, right? It was 2 days ago. So a tough opponent coming into this one prior, and then NXT having Apina went the whole way. We'll touch on it a little bit more, but I feel like OnlyFins maybe are going to have a little bit more of a boost, I find. I don't know how you feel coming into the series as a whole, but look, NXT have had so many good highlights that we've seen before.
Yes, indeed. Look, I mean, this was OnlyFins' first map against Apex. It was their pick. They picked this one, and they did quite well. 10-13. As I mean, we can't say that Metasport did well with a 10-13 on Apex's map pick, Icebox, and not say that this was not a good performance. 10-13 on Haven for OnlyFins. And yeah, it was again, look, one of these performances where, similar to what we just saw, the 7-13, the 10-13, it was a good performance, not enough to get anything out of the game. Then again, OnlyFins don't need anything more. They have their place in play-ins locked in. They're absolutely happy to just kind of cruise their way through the rest of this one. They could play upset and win this game. I'm sure they'll want to win this game either way. But yeah, this is a solid team. They have been solid all throughout this year, and once again, they have ended up in a very nice position in Split 2.
Yeah, and sometimes I feel like OnlyFins, they not rely on, but I feel like sometimes their wins are heavily pushed in favor of a win when Ale pops off. I feel like when he has a series that people remember, it is definitely one to remember, you know, because I mean, I think it was it his debut in Split 2? I think he went Neon, I believe. Don't quote me. I'm pretty sure he had an absolutely fantastic series to like kind of come into Split 2 and be like, yo guys, this is me. And also, are you looking now? Was it?
Yeah, I'm checking right now. Yeah, 2 games as Raze, 1 game as Neon. Dropped 70 kills over the course of the series.
Yeah, I think that's why I remember him. I spoke to Nixon about it, and he was like, yeah, he just went absolutely bonkers. But I think also I need to give credit to OnlyFins for last week. Yes, it was 2-0 to Apex, but when you're up against a team like Apex and you pick a map that you have no intel on. Do you know what I mean? Because we haven't seen them play Haven. Yes, I know it works the other way around, but when you look at the teams and you can see on paper that obviously Apex are a better team as of right now, I think picking a map that you have never seen them play on, it's like a risk, a high risk, a really high reward.
Backfire,
yeah, and I don't think it was bad at all.
No, not whatsoever. It looked like a very even match. And as we look the other way, we're going to see some more Haven here. NXT looked absolutely incredible on Haven. You saw that the highlight reel for Haven lasted 1 round. That's because well, there were only 16 rounds in that game. It was a 13-3 NXT versus Apina Orchestra on that one. It went very quickly. They played a double duelist. They played Jet and Yoru on that one. and it worked out super well for them. It's kind of the comp that we're seeing come on through a little bit more here on Haven with the Yoru being played as well. And this team, look, this is the only team that lost to Metasport. They've had a bit of a tough season in the mid-season, but they've only lost to teams that we would expect them to lose to. Recently, one against Requiem, then one against Sapine Orchestre. They're on a good streak of form, and now that Haven is back in the map pool, it looks kind of like their bread and butter.
For sure, and I know that they're probably going to be kicking themselves for losing that game to Metasport, right? Because I feel like when you... NXT are one of those teams where they need a good start and they need to carry on that momentum, right? And every now and then, if they do have that bad game, and it hasn't obviously affected them too much because play-ins is still on the line. But like you said, now Haven, their potential bread and butter, I think we could be seeing a very, very confident NXT. And one thing I do want to quickly talk about the roster is that I believe at the beginning of this split, they had changed roles around nearly all of them. I'm pretty sure they had changed roles. I feel like I'm like going crazy now because I'm pretty sure Rex went on Duelist. At the start of this split, I'm pretty sure Rex was on Duelist and Devo was supporting him. And now it seems like, well, at least it was 2 days ago, that they've changed it back now. So I wonder if there were potential teething issues when it came to changing, or I don't know. We'll have to ask.
I get the feeling they always wanted to play double duelist. That's just the way their kind of team works out.
Yeah.
And they really never had a way to. Although, from what I remember, it was Maxim that was on the duelist on Haven last time around when they were playing double duelist there. It would have been Devo and Maxim playing duelist on those ones. So yeah, they seem like a very flexible team in terms of roles. Agent wise, it's always been more about the maps that they're good on. And look, the team is set to end up in 4th position on this one, and if they end up in 4th position, they pretty much lock themselves into play-in. So they just need to get this win here, and things will be very nice for them. Obviously, if they don't manage to do that, only Finns are going to take advantage of it. But I think most of the time, or most likely, look, the permutations we can go through probably tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have a better idea of what's going on there, because I think the big game for that one is the Apina Orchestra game, because if they win, certain things can happen in terms of the amount of missed points teams get. Certain teams will get knocked out of the playoffs like Metasport. We'll see how that works out, but yeah, NXT have a pretty good chance of making it because they got some decent points last season, and they should be getting some good points this season as well. But we can take a look at the last time these teams face each other, and, these are two of the few teams that kind of haven't changed rosters completely since last split. And this is how it worked out. NXT started things on split, and from what I remember, this was kind of a sleeper pick from them. This was absolutely out of nowhere. We didn't expect a split pick from these guys. Yeah. And they won it 14-12, and then moving on to Icebox, they were very confident.
Yeah, I remember that map being, like, super close. Like, I feel like it was... I like to think it was neck and neck for a period of time until after the second half first bye round, because then only Finns then got 5 rounds on the trot. But it's like you said about the roster changes, very, very minimal, right? And sometimes when we look at the last head-to-heads of teams in Polaris, and we're like, oh my god, the whole roster has been completely changed. But for this, I believe the only change actually is the Arle
Finns,
yeah,
and that should be it.
That literally should be it. So I think when you do look at the last time they faced, you can. It might not be as accurate again because it's been a while, and we are potentially not going to see the same maps. We don't know yet. If we do, then maybe we might even see an exact repeat of it was week 4 in Split 1.
Yeah, Split was only very briefly in favor for teams, and then very quickly fell out of favor.
Getting banned.
And yes, it's now banned pretty much first time every single time. And Haven has really just thrown itself into the map pool so quickly. We didn't expect teams to adopt it so quickly after it was added back into the map pool, but apparently it's just one of those maps that everybody loves. I don't enjoy playing it. I love watching it. I'm a big fan of watching Haven. So yeah, and I think it's one of those ones where the meta has never really changed. You've got the Omen, that's pretty much a mainstay. You've got your Sova, it kind of used to be Breach, but the Sova is pretty much a mainstay. You'll generally play with your Jet, and then you're going to have a Sentinel in usually Cypher, sometimes Killjoy. So it is a generally pretty I can see why teams like adopting it. But either way, we can take a look at a head-to-head between these two teams as well, and I think that is going to be between Fagan and Bully here. Well, I mean, look, they're two very different roles. Do you want to ask? Do you want to tell me why you chose this head-to-head?
Well, Bully, I feel like these two in particular are people that can. I mean, I always feel like I say this, but obviously there's 5 people on a roster, as everybody knows, and usually there is one player each time where someone absolutely pops off. But I feel like these 2 players in particular, and the reason that I picked them is down to the fact that they are usually the most consistent when it actually comes to playing. Well, one, against each other, but also playing other teams. And when you look at the stats here, first blood, first death, I mean, for Bully, dying a bit more often than Feekin is not great, especially when you are that Omen player, because obviously you lose your smokes. But then, a lot of maps, nowadays, like Bind and Breeze, sometimes Breeze, you do see a double smoke comp. Maybe not Breeze, unless you're Na'Vi in the VCT, who just change their comments, but won't get onto that one. But they're 2 players that are super impactful for either team. And straight to the vetoes, Icebox has gone, which is very, very strange for Polaris to have Icebox gone.
Yeah, OnlyFins do like Icebox, but NXT apparently do not want to face them on that one, and Split is going to be taken away, as we said, as well.
Haven,
I'm assuming
please?
This is going to be a Haven, yeah.
Yes.
Haven is going to start us off. Both teams seem to like this one, but it is NXT that gets first pick, and they pick it away. Reminder, they won 13-3 on that last time we saw them bind the second map between these two. And I can't remember what these guys like to float. Not Lotus, apparently.
No. If I had to guess for the final one, well, there's no point guessing now. I probably would have guessed it wrong, to be honest. But Sunset, and I actually feel like this might go in the. If it goes all the way, I actually think this might go in favor of OnlyFins, because the amount of times that they've played Sunset, I think against teams like Apex or other teams, I feel like I think they've played it 6 times. 6 times. Yeah. And they've won 3. So I feel like they have the experience enough, and I feel like they know where the mistakes are made and sometimes where their positives are as well. They could probably capitalize on that and make that the reason that they win the series, maybe.
Okay. For sure. Well, I do think, for me, NXT are going to win the first map. Just the way they played on Haven last time we saw them.
Okay.
It was very, very impressive. But, there are questions about what will happen towards the end of the series. They took a very long time to play that second map against Supina Orchestra. It took them all the way to the end. Oh my, OnlyFins are... There's a lot to unpack there.
There's a lot to unpack right there. I was just having a look back at the Haven that they played against Apex. Yeah, they've changed this up now.
Not that. So they did not play that.
Yeah. So
double initiator is interesting enough to begin with nowadays.
But that's exactly how they played on Haven last time. The one change they've done is actually the Omen for the Clove. Now Nixon is probably cooking up something nice here. I feel like this is going to be a very aggressive game from OnlyFins. Maybe they pulled this out because they've been looking at how NXT played up against Apina, potentially. Sure. So now they're going to change the pace of the game by a more aggressive smoker? Could be the way.
I like that idea. Yeah, I mean, that's an insanely aggressive composition. I can imagine they're going to be a lot to deal with on the attacking side. Either way, we're going to find out now. Pavlos and Ryan, please take it away.
We've got a treat here. I mean, I knew this would be a nice matchup, like OnlyFins, NXT. This is always going to be an explosive one, a competitive one, something that we'd have an eye on for contention in playoffs. Yeah. But seeing Haven as a first map, seeing these agents being picked up, Clove making her way onto the server, along with everything else, I can't help but be excited here, Ryan.
Yeah, and it's the 2 teams that we have actually seen play this map since its reintroduction, right? OnlyFins changing up the comp, like the desk mentioned, with adding in the Clove, bit more firepower, a bit more and I guess a bit more follow-up as well behind Ali, because that was something that was missing a little bit on this map, is that Ali on the Neon was finding so much space, but either he overextended and couldn't get traded, or the team wasn't really up to that speed to be able to help him. So it's a bit of give and take on either side. For NXT, a good showing. And really, it's just been them on an absolute tear. It was a good win against the Peanut Orchestrae, if not a little bit laboured partway through into it. This map, however, a lot riding on it. NXT proving that they're a top team, OnlyFins proving that they're still a top team.
Both teams with 3 wins, 3 losses apiece, with their final match being played of the regular season of Split 2 here in Challengers North. Let's get the show underway, as Haven is our first playground. OnlyFins aggressing quite far forwards. Crossfire setup with plenty at the defense here. Probably a prep on what OnlyFins tend to do on that first round. It's read brilliantly, trading quite in NXT's favor, while OnlyFins look to back out and look to recalibrate as they find themselves with 1 player down.
Yeah, OnlyFins read hard. It felt like from NXT, multiple players, Crossfire setup on the B site, and having this Cypher, he's got the camera over on C, 2 trips on A. And you wonder why there were so many bodies on this defense that are looking to maybe re-clear mid up until that camera spots at least a few bodies from OnlyFins making their way onto C.
Well, they've been permitted the space so far, NXT. Making sure they're grouped up together. Nixun looking to take the fight head on, but the cage ends up dropping. Not the right timing for Nixun. Ends up leaving Snowy all to himself. And Snowy won't be able to do a thing either. And there you have it, NXT with first blood.
A peculiar moment there. I guess they just weren't expecting NXT to just full contact walk their way onto site. Maybe thought they'd get a bit more freedom. NXT just going for a retake with full utility instead of just walking out. OnlyFins was a tough game that they had against Apex, but to be fair, every game is. For like NXT, just like spatterings of rough bomb from them. But when they look good, both teams actually, when they look good, they look great.
They look brilliant, right? NXT recently has had some bursts of energy. The way they've been attacking has been impressive, to say the least. Yeah, okay, there have been some flukes in closing out some maps, you know. It's not like all the shakes are gone out of nowhere. We still see some old instances of the Human Tripwise team, but it's definitely looking on the up and up, and that's what we want to see from this region, right? These young players developing, but also the old tried and tested of the region make headway and challenge the top teams. Now, bit of movement coming into B. NXT should be able to hold it down. They've got Ross Maxim and Srex all by himself, so there's a potential for him to be overwhelmed here. Snowy up close into the smoke. Bully is able to punish. He was only with a pistol. So there could have been potential there for OnlyFins to secure themselves some advantage, but won't be happening this time around. Fegan to close up the gap. 1 shot is allowed for him. 2 casualties for NXT as they double up their round score.
Not too much going wrong. It just, we sort of mentioned it when we watched these games on Saturday, right? Like the Cypher edition, just how much freedom it seems to give you on the defense, with the Killjoy turret being worse when its effective range has been cut down. Cypher's trips being larger and deploying until they're broken. Both these teams have definitely lent in that direction more, but I'd say that OnlyFins have gone a little bit more off script with the addition of the Neon. And LA, he had a bit of a rough start in the last series that they played up against Apex, but it got better as it went on, especially like on their defense.
Sure. There was some warm-up time to that match.
When you've got like a statistical top performer like him, despite, I guess, I feel like I just go in on him too much.
Yeah.
I even like messaged like Dumbbell this morning when I was rewatching the VOD, be like, man, tell Ali I'm sorry, because I feel like I just focus on that. But it's because like Ali has flirted with being a tier 1 player for so long. Yeah. I genuinely think that is the one thing that separates him from where he is now to being in tier 1.
And he's won this league twice, yeah.
Yeah.
With Excel. The first 2 iterations of this league. The first year it was run. So he knows how to do it. It's just making waves on the upper level on a European stage. Maxim in trouble with the aftershock. It will be his demise. NXT have got some weapons in place, so could be dangerous up close. It's Bully Chef to do a lot, but Ali has come alive. Speak of the devil. Devo peeking out. It's in front of 3 players. Not the best situation for him, but given his status, with Nixun's smoke coming in from the grave, it just makes Devo's situation that much more difficult. Snowy was low, so one bullet was required on his leg to get it done. He has to fuse it halfway to keep things slightly competitive, but only Finns, they get themselves some guns on the board and are able to convert it into a round win.
At least there's one on the boards. To be fair, Alpine Orchestra only got 3 against NXT beforehand. So it's been a fairly strong defensive side. I think it was 9-3 at the half for NXT's defense, and then won all of the attacking rounds. Whereas for Only Finns, it was a little bit more even. 6-all, I think, at the half, and then losing 5-7 on the other. And it was the attack side that they just did that one less round on.
Well, Maxim has been able to avoid the stun, but Ale's stun will be catching one of his teammates. Doesn't matter, though, because Maxim gets one, just TP's out, and there's still 2 A-side defenders.
Nice to trade as well. Nixun being on Clove, though, we don't necessarily want to be just sitting back, sitting pretty. Obviously, the main focus is that once this agent goes down, you can still use the smoke utility post-mortem. But showing a lot here. The range, too. Devo with the operator getting it online round 4 means it's an easy kill. It still smokes, but NXT have 3 players stacked up over here. They have to go elsewhere.
Has been competing with Ale since the start of this league as well. One of the early adopters. And a couple of rosters as well. Being his mark and name relevant to the scene. Only Finns chunked down 1 by 1 so far. They are going to give a final effort towards this A site. Maxime increasingly putting pressure as well. Feekin hasn't been checked so far. Could be the caveat. That smoke, though, will hinder him coming out from Bully as the rotate, it's on its way, but he can flirt within the smoke without an issue. But Rex makes easy work of Snowy, and Yezmu closing out this round quite simply.
It looked a bit uncomfortable there, right? Sort of all of that utility starting to come in from Only Finns. I think it was Yezmu that was walking backwards. Can't really say too much wrong there, I think, for Ale. Just caught out from a nice play from the Yoru that's able to TP out. So even if he had a teammate just behind him, he's not really going to be able to trade it. Just felt that the decision-making for Only Finns past that point. Weren't really sure if they wanted to go elsewhere. They cut noise, but because of the control and space that NXT have on B and C, nobody rotated, nobody panicked. They had all the information they needed. They just waited for Only Finns to execute.
Guarding here.
Early contact found on the west side of the map.
There was the op too, and the op's already moved towards B.
Yeah, Devo doesn't shy away from moving around when he has the operator in hand.
There's a neon ult for Ale.
Yeah, with a pick, you could see Only Finns finding damage here, especially with the Hunter's Fury. That could be quite helpful on that post plan. Ale will be opening things up. Good flash. Maxim being there right on time. Rex holding on, but it's the aftershock that will put him to his grave eventually. Nixun finding his way on the kill feed. Devo's shot does miss, so he tries to make it work with the shorty. Snowy keeping things competitive, but Nixun might be in trouble here. He's low, so shorty even on that distance could do the damage. And Devo will make it work eventually. Did Nixun get the classic headshot onto Omen? No, it was a Sheriff, but still an impressive and close round. But it's NXT to pick it up.
Yeah, it showed that he was low health, but he had the pick-me-up overheal, so he had a little bit more to work with. At least for Only Finns now, you got a full buy and 4 ultimates ready and raring to go. You just used the neon ult, but to be fair, it was a good situation to be using it in.
Right here. Right here.
NXT potentially caught, like, sleeping there a little bit, and just some, like, uncomfortable fights from NXT. I think it was Maxim that goes for the fight, and it was a great flash from him to just support his teammate. We said about the Euro utility before, just how supportive it was to help out players like Devo. More of the same today.
About it.
Oh.
He will potentially be stunned or flashed, but he doesn't mind. Only Finns moving towards the B side. Bully will miss the Rolling Thunder as he was so damn close to Snowy's position. Only good for 1 though. Is that good enough of a delay? Only Finns have crossed, or at least trying to. And now onto the site. The spike can go down. We're looking at a 4v4.
And the Sphere is going to delay a little bit more. You've also got a dimensional drift as well. Third ping. Not quite opening it up, but it's making Nixon very uncomfortable. He knows that the Euro's nearby and still needs to plant.
Good flash, blinding Nixon. Off the spike as well. Increased pressure for OnlyFins here, knowing that time travel can also become a thing eventually. But no, it's OnlyFins to regress, taking a stance to the back of the site, making sure it's still under their domain. Rex in trouble after Ali's pick, and Transformer left to his lonesome. Operator in hand, an expensive weapon you want to keep under your arms.
30 seconds left.
And without hitting the first shot, it will be his loss. OnlyFins keeping it close.
I mean, some money's good for NXT, but you don't... I don't think you have the money to get the operator again. I'm surprised that they didn't save it in the end. And really, NXT's defense, at least, like... so dominant, I feel like we didn't really get to see too much out of it. We started to see a bit of the bully Odin towards the end of the half against the Peen Orchestrae, but now we're seeing it relatively early on. OnlyFins, however, 3 ultimates used.
I mean, even though some of the agents have switched up, the way of playing Haven hasn't changed all that much. Trying to pressure the outside of a NXT, though, get punished by it.
Heads in the corner too. Walling to get out to just make it nice and safe. Nixon. Storm the agent isn't afraid to be facing, being aggressive on those angles. Makes Ali's job a little bit easier as well. He doesn't necessarily have to be the tip of the spear on an entry either. You have somebody that's also playing insanely aggressive.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more and more of Clove with Nixon, as he's always been the aggressive control player and always relevant on the kill feed. So given a little bit more confidence as his agent allows, could make OnlyFins that much more dangerous. You can look at Beacon here on the minimap.
Camera missed the flank.
Oh dear. Beacon still finds one, so Devo knows he's in trouble. But what if he walks in before that is an issue? Nixon is able to overhill a little bit. Devo is so low, one bullet will do it anyway on his body, and Nixon is able to find it, and control to the back of the site makes the endeavor that much more difficult for Bully. He might need to concede this. Or will he go in with a Vandal, huh? Okay, let's see. Can he make this work? Ale entertaining him on that left-hand side, but knows he has to deal with Nixon on the other, incapable of doing so, and OnlyFins close up the gap.
Oh yeah, I think Beacon's going to be wiping his brow a little bit. Checked his camera in mid, and it was either just a blind spot or just the timing was unfortunate. 2 players from NXT pushing mid, flanking around the garage. At least one of those players was traded in the end. And NXT, they had the camera and the trip over towards C. Happy to play retake again. And to be fair, OnlyFins have been doing well with some of these fights. They're playing off each other more. It's a little bit slower than it was against the Peen Orchestrae, against Apex. Naturally, I think. It's looking a lot more cohesive, and they've matched the amount of rounds that the Peen Orchestrae were able to get on Saturday against NXT.
Well, one of the easier takes for OnlyFins here, but not like NXT wants to keep them any comfort. They go in very aggressively, but this is some superiority when it comes to the arsenal. Transformer has found 3. What? I could only see the kill feed there, right? Transformer found himself a ledge. He felt king of the castle. And he said sit down to a few of the players, but I guess it wasn't enough for the round.
Luckily, Nixon was in a position to get the kill, otherwise he would have gone down because he just used the ultimate. Could have very quickly ended up in a 1 versus 1. We see it from
Transformers POV, but a good wide shot. Damn, okay, not too bad.
Damage done at least. Look at the money though for OnlyFins, so actually he is impactful. OnlyFins lose this round, it might be an eco, but there's some players that are up on high money. Could lose the op on NXT though. They're really boxed in, but Maxim was pushing.
Forced out. Could be a window which OnlyFins could get into the safe site with less players defending it, but no, think against it. You can look at your left-hand side of the minimap. Transformer's gone in for a walk himself. Could catch up a lot, but it's also an information provider.
Snowy going to flash or stun to get him off the angle. I think he
just wiped
used
into
some utility, forced him back, and he's pinging it on the minimap.
Nixon to lead the charge into Garage. Former is unassisted here, so he's second guessing his positioning. Will end up dropping back. Close to the action. Great stun coming through.
Good spray.
And it's an easy pickup to give only Finns the advantage.
It's a tough comp to play Cypher into. They're just going to flush you out. NXT forced again for a retake on C.
Heavy garage control here from OnlyFins, and you can see that Ali's circumnavigating in this direction as well, holding on to this position as if it's the most key angle to hold in this entire map. Keeping dear to it. And Devo tried to see if he could hold on to this position against Nixon, but it didn't really come to fruition at all.
Neural Theft even dedicated to just make sure that they can't save this off.
They know what NXT's economical situation is like, so you don't blame them for going for the chase. They've lost already a player to this pursuit. Deva's not going to go down easy without a fight. Ali finds the spray through the wall, and OnlyFins find the lead and cripple NXT economically.
This is just so much better from OnlyFins in comparison to Saturday. Like, the way that they're playing off of each other, the places that they're using on these post plants, it's just not letting NXT get comfortable. Former has so much to deal with if he's playing on C. And that was after that initial contact on A. He pushes up C long. Snowy pushes him off the angle. He tries to play around his other utility, gets shock darted. He tries to hide behind his own little one-way with a cage and just gets sprayed anyway. At NXT, it's not going to be as comfortable as it was against the Peen Orchestrary. Forced a timeout relatively early, and OnlyFins actually taking the lead. A Clove is actually a big impact for Nixon, but it's not as if they're any more aggressive than they were on Saturday. It just feels that there's a little bit more, let's fight together because we have better agents to do that with.
And it doesn't feel as disjointed either, right? And I think the main focus comes to those post plants. They've got a couple of new ideas and how they want to approach them. It's definitely been an improvement. NXT. Look, I don't think there are any big tangible issues right now for them. They're still being competitive, but for the past 4 buy rounds, they haven't been able to find the advantage.
Another eco. That could be a difference maker, just something that can instill a bit more faith in themselves. It could start OnlyFins on a bit of a downward spiral. I mean, in one sense, it is OnlyFins versus Human Tripwise, which is probably one of the age-old series that we've seen in Northern Europe pretty much since the Northern Europe inception of the Tier 2 scene.
An interesting air has been created. Over towards the safe site, with NXT being notified of presence here from OnlyFins. They're starting to bunch up together. 4 out of 5 already in the proximity. Ali is zooming past, trying to see if he can find any rough shots, but Devo is the first player to get the shot down. Somehow Maxim alive for longer than he should have been. And Devo being close by will keep OnlyFins on their toes. A difficult situation. And they haven't quite crossed into the smoke yet, but they're grouping up together to do just that. Nixum tripling up out of thin air. Yasmu there to find the last kill as well. But goodness me, it took him a while to get that site under control.
I mean, it really did feel that NXT could actually make that thrifty work. 4 players on the defense were over on an A site. But credit to OnlyFins for dealing with it well. It was a little bit labored, a little bit uncomfortable for sure. But they dealt with it. Nixon, again, just the difference it seems to be just on this agent that he has a bit more freedom to go for these fights. And the NXT couldn't really force that advantage of having the players and time on their side.
Ali This time, not afraid to go in alone. Look at where he's gone to.
What a call.
And he's pinged it out. Is Feet going to get the first shot on the other end? As NXT look to aggress. But Rex will be holding on his own for now, stabling the situation. The spike recollected, given that the dimensional drift has been popped. They need to be careful and wary about this situation. Strong paranoia, and this could actually allow Maxim to grab a kill here. The flash has gone in the wrong direction though, so he eases off, and Yezmu punishes Chanformer in his pursuit. Oh, this is messy. NXT don't want to take their foot off the pedal.
The close smoke
as they
got them
aggress
out.
themselves. Oh, wow.
Nixun from the dead helping out LA, just holding the site, pushing up to take a bit more space. And a real nice tussle of map control from both sides. But OnlyFins is fake towards C. It really baited out how NXT are playing on this defense. Like, if they get pushed hard on C, they're proactive and try to take A. There were 2 players waiting for that operator. There's not much the Devo can do. OnlyFins really have the read here.
Yeah, there were a lot of layers in that round. And NXT weren't ready for all of them. How do you unravel something like that? Especially when Ale is hitting his shots.
Last round before the switch.
Final round of the half. NXT need to pick this one up. They've had difficulty at the latter stages of map, so not having a buffer by the end of this half, not quite good for them statistically.
Feels like OnlyFins have had the read on NXT's defense here, but going on to NXT's attacking side, we only saw 4 rounds of it. There's not really too much to have read from the previous series, whereas you showed near enough everything against Apex. There is a chance for NXT to come back, especially if they make this 5.
Sure. Ale frontlining. His team not too far further back. But they don't commit with the engage instead. Double back. Reconsider.
No lockdowns for either side, so executing onto a site can be a little bit troublesome. Snowy, Rolling Thunder. I guess that's why they were trying to fight a lot more towards C, pick up the orbs, head over towards A, which for NXT is a lot more passive with a Cypher util. Means that they're probably not fighting for that orb on long. Obviously, OnlyFins don't know that yet. They're going to go and re-hit Garage.
Portal closed.
And there's 2 players nearby. Maxim waiting. It's a good line of fire for him to hold. The flash comes through. Nixu is able to bring himself back to life. He's not dead just yet. 3v3. Hunter's Fury drawn out by Rex. It's found a tag, but not quite the kill. Out into the open. Bully not able to secure the kill. That's a crucial one. It allows OnlyFins to stabilize, reset. They've got 35 seconds to decide where to go.
They're just backing off. Maybe weren't sure if the Clove was going to go down with the ultimate. Nixon did get that kill, so they've confirmed the second life. Well, he's still playing back site, though, around the smoke. Recon checking and clearing that B-site lurk. The Rolling Thunder not going to catch anything. There's low time. Does Bully try and go install this?
Well, this paranoia could help out, but Rex dies before Bully has a chance to even open and close his eyes. Back in again, 73 HP, but it's good enough to keep them busy. But both Yezmu and Snowy are good on their individual fights. And the half will end with OnlyFins victorious, double the amount of rounds than their opponent's accumulation.
Yeah, NXT only picking up 4, which includes the pistol and the follow-up. OnlyFins really making it work on their attacking side. A lot of it was just the fact that OnlyFins playing so compact and grouped up together that if a kill came in, I imagine NXT might have had the majority of first kills in that first half. But OnlyFins just as a death ball running around the map, trading each other, really stopping these NXT players from having individual moments, which is what they had plenty against the Pina Orchestra on Saturday. It's a team performance from OnlyFins. Nobody's really standing out. Let's see how this defense does against NXT's attacking side that we've really not seen that much since it's come back.
Well, OnlyFins are walking the walk. They play strong at that as well. Pre-fire from mid to fake out of deeper presence of a mid player.
It's the Clove that's following.
Oh, Chanformer. No, does it matter though? No, not at all. And now NXT all of a sudden need to have eyes ogling behind them.
They have to just execute on A. Euro's TP'd in. Completely open site, but there's 3 players rotating and a breach stun from distance. Look how far away Snowy is, just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out with any, like, CT pushes.
Rex comes out just in time as Devo is there to assist. The stun comes through as well. But at least NXT can be grouped up here, take this fight hand in hand. Flash a bit too deep for Snowy because could allow Bully to just close up the gap. Not quite enough. Both Yesmu and Snowy are low. One
Very
bullet
low.
should do it for either of them. And the fight that Devo and Bully are looking to take, but Bully has to die. Devo might be able to do it all by himself if he turns around and kill Feekin first. Oh, triple kill for Devo. Feekin onto the spike, but Devo will not allow a single OnlyFins player to stay alive. They wanted this pistol, they wanted it bad, and that's the pistol they'll get.
A 4K on 44 HP gives NXT the 5th round. Just a little bit of damage. OnlyFins having 3 players flank. Snowy just taking a lot of damage, trying to really crunch these players of NXT over on an A site. The duels won, the damage done, and a 1v3 for Devo to win out in the end. Time was getting so low for OnlyFins, there was no easy way in onto the site. NXT did a great job of stalling as much time as they possibly could. It's both pistols.
Yeah. And it sets up NXT for this retake. They've been good on the pistols. I think one of the reasons why they've been so good at early advantages. But it's the OnlyFins that have had superiority on buy rounds, at least on their attack. They'll have to replicate that on the different side. Obviously, a bit of a stack going on their way. 5 players all towards the west side of a map, while NXT try and figure out what the plan is. They'll be expecting some sort of a stack, so they want to make sure they do their due diligence and clear everything out.
5
super
players
important
over
pistol
towards
for NXT.
C. No trips either. Camera was broken, they've put it back up. Broken instantly again. Maxim just making and maintaining that pressure over towards C. So Chanforma's going to find an open B site.
Huh.
But leading into an open A site too.
I just
30
think it
seconds
can be an
left.
extra angle of attack, really. He wouldn't be wrong if someone was over to this A site, but no one is. No one's home. Find the door wide open. Just take up the space and set up. Now, OnlyFins, they've got 2 choices. Stay alive, die to the explosion, don't give enough any orbs, or try the 9 guns. What will they do? The cam could potentially be opened up as well behind them. Oh, that's exactly what happened.
Just got the
line.
Outlaw watching. All of the players pushed up for CT as well. This is going to be a tricky plan for OnlyFins if they want to keep trying to flank, because they don't have that Omen to just freely TP over the trips, and there's no Jet either that can maybe updraft over them. So if their plan is to keep flanking and getting in behind them, it's going to be a little bit harder when it comes to their running.
Speaking of Snowy, didn't manage to kill themselves there. And I think it matters to the economy. Yeah, they can't buy up to rifles. Ooh, whoopsie. Not the plan. Not the plan at all.
Just maybe getting a bit carried away.
They were chasing after the spike explosion, but it just disappeared.
Yeah, it also just screams that they're not comfortable with just retaking normally, which with the right utility can definitely make it uncomfortable for NXT. They are running double duelists, but they don't have a breach, so counter stuns, counter flashes, not really existing in the same vein.
And this makes this fight look a bit equal on both ends. A real chance for NXT to continue their streak, but Nixu is a good hold against Transformer. Bit out of his depth there, you may think.
Yeah, he looked a little bit shocked by it, but at least he's a bit more like over health now with a pick me up. Only briefly, it's gone instantly.
And the fact that Bully sprayed so close to him could have made things a bit scary. Ala's got good information of a long. That's where NXT are looking ahead to. He'll be the first signal of alarm.
No drone for Rex to clear some of these close angles either. Just a flash. They don't know that Ali's necessarily here, but the rotation's going to be coming in. He's going to stand his ground.
Good smoke on Heavens, because that's exactly where Feekin is looking to approach from, but will he be dropping? That's the question. I think that's exactly what he's doing, and it catches everyone by surprise. Thankfully for NXT, it was a clone, so Feekin won't be able to do as much damage as he would have hoped. Spike still in the ground, not quite planted just yet. Devo holding the line against the Owl drone. OnlyFins are only trying to find information for now, and they haven't been able to secure any space just yet. The Aftershock forces Devo to the open, to Nixon's delight. And Maxim being low should be easy pickings. Bully, though, could be the gatekeeper. Snorri, though, is there to double up, and he even had the guarantee of Nixon if it was needed. So OnlyFins are able to find themselves their opponents' bonus.
Big round for them to win, considering the economy going into this one. And just with a nice straightforward, like, retake, you have Ali getting that early information. Sort of forces NXT to use a lot of utility just to get onto the site. Stuff like the Euro Flash beforehand. Opens up stuff, and I guess, you know, credit to Snowy as well with a breach. Middle of the round, he's playing towards B main, but didn't use any utility. Wasn't forced to flash or stun early, he had everything to go. OnlyFins, and the only concern I had for those last two rounds is, like I mentioned with the flanking, already feels like it's alleviated, but see how well they can retake on the other sides of the map, especially when you've got this dimensional drift heading towards C.
Oh, it's cleared out the entirety of Garage and the back of this site as well, so it opens up the coast for NXT to simply walk into. And OnlyFins definitely respecting this effort. Operator in the hands of Ali, not in the right position for this attack. NXT can just safely put themselves in defensive positions.
And Former's in a pretty precarious spot. He's right behind this box in garage, checking his camera for mid.
Did the Aldrons manage to spot Maxim? I think he might have been a little bit too low for that to be spotted. Still, good for one. At least the first few shots look messy, and Transformer's precarious position pays off. NXT with a lead. And with clear sight line over the spike, and with plenty to throw at the problem as well. OnlyFins need a kill, they need it desperately, and I don't think they have many ideas on how they can achieve in getting it. Paranoia thrown in, at least the wall comes out, and they are sticking it, and I think that's the only way they can come out on top, and it is going to be the way they do so. OnlyFins steal this round underneath NXT's noses, and my golly, I'm sure they're loving it.
I mean, where was the spray? Like, NXT, it wasn't as if they were just all coming from different directions. The majority of players were on C long. Just was the plant not great to be spraying it down? Did people feel that it was just going to be a fake, getting half and getting off? OnlyFins just giving too much there, and I guess that's another reason why the club works out, is that you do go down like Nixon did on the retake, you can still smoke off the plant, and you can still smoke off the defuse.
Oh, things are starting to get uncomfortable, especially with OnlyFins having a sense of urgency in their aggressive efforts, even on the defense. But it's been turned around. Great neural theft from Transformer to bring things to a much more manageable status quo.
It's an eco round for NXT. OnlyFins trying to crunch on mid. Just the fight's making it very even, but you'd say that it's incredibly uncomfortable now where Yesmu is.
And they've only received pressure from mid, so do they really expect someone to be this far forwards?
When the spike is second mid as well, just by double doors.
And not necessarily a pre-fire level either. Do move into mid. Ali's got the line of sight over for the spike. Could allow them to kill, but he's left the position. Spike now collected. Ali hasn't got a clue. He's let it all happen. And with 33 seconds, NXT just find themselves an open C site.
There's a Hunter's Fury though. Might be able to stall it, but Yesmu is so far away.
Where do they plant though? They might go for an orthodox plant, given that they know Hunter's Fury is in Yesmu's hands.
If the Cypher gets the plant, you can neural theft this.
And Yesmu, I think, was a little bit too far away for the Hunter's Fury to begin with, so that wasn't even in contention. Cam out in mid, could have put spot out Yesmu if needed. Oh dear me, NXT are playing this correctly because OnlyFins are not playing together. Ali finds himself to the backside, and both of them win their fight simultaneously. As good as it could be for the Finns.
Yeah, weird route. Like NXT, you can't give them too much flack for it. It was a low buy for them, and they brought it close. But there's definitely, it just sort of felt like they were very focused on their gunfights, that they do have stuff to play around. Like I said, if Transformer can plant, he'd have the neural theft. There's a couple of corpses in garage that you can maybe get that information on and set up the post plant a bit better. It just felt really disconnected from both sides, to be fair. It just comes down to two 1v1 duels happening at the same time. And NXT forced the timeout again early in a half, much like the first.
Bit of silence here for NXT. Look, this was an eco. It was a decent round from them, but still, it felt within reach, right? Because they had upgraded weapons. It was as if they threw away a winnable scenario that could catapult them back into the game. And that's probably what they're thinking, right? And that's probably why the timeout has come out as well. And OnlyFins had a firm grasp over the first half, especially on those buy rounds. Look at that red streak on their side of things, right? If they are able to have the comfort to do the same thing here, I mean, they only need 2 rounds after all, right? NXT need this round. There's no working around that.
2 of the rounds that we've just seen NXT lose are frustrated ones. It could have definitely been a little bit cleaner. The ninja defuse that came in from OnlyFins, and then the last round, it just felt a little bit like broken apart. Ali might not really give them the time of day to adjust.
Well, NXT aren't given a chance to set up, that's for sure. Oh my word, Nixon! He's been given clove, and it's as if someone has unleashed him. He was chained up all this time, but now has been given a chance to do whatever he pleases, because he can also be relevant from the grave. 12-6. And NXT, we said that the previous round was the most important one if they wanted to remain in the game, and I think that status still stands, but they seem to have some guns working for them.
Only just, but you have a full buy there. You're just at a timeout. OnlyFins seem to use that really well against NXT. 1 round so far that wasn't just a defuse, and OnlyFins making great use out of like the utility they have available to them. And this clove pick so far for Nixon has been inspired.
Found them.
Fake teleport.
NXT are hoping that they're given the capability to set up, but OnlyFins have a read.
Everybody's here.
They're just ready. Stun or paranoia line has been set. Ala waiting with operator, disallowing Devo any sort of entry. Blockading. Overdrive coming in as an extra guarantee. And I think NXT have a rude awakening as they walk into the lines then and get their heads ripped to shreds. 13-6, the first map goes to OnlyFins, and it wasn't even their map for the taking either.
No, it's a complete different look to how they played up against Pina. And I think for this series overall, right, it's like NXT, like, are they missed out on playoffs last time. Are they good enough to get to that level this time? For OnlyFins, they were in playoffs last time. Are they good enough to stay there, right? So it's a really important game, but this is a big loss for NXT to lose on their map pick like this.
For sure, and some would say the spot that NXT did lose was the one to OnlyFins, right? So it goes both ways here. Both of the teams seemingly competitive at the midfield. OnlyFins having a burst of performance to the end of the last stage. Are we seemingly seeing the same thing again? You can't help but think that both teams have elevated their gameplay since last time they've met. They've both seemed higher, and I'm just thinking here, Ryan, are we going to be seeing that same level of performance, or an even greater one rather, from NXT for the next map?
I mean, it's bind. It'll be a tricky one. I'd have to sort of look at the form that they've been on, but it feels like a lot of teams are just sort of effectively copying the Fade Gecko way of playing. So at least for like OnlyFins, there's good moments there. For NXT, we'll just have to see.
We'll have to see indeed. Second map of the series up next. You don't want to miss it if the action is just this good.
Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I'm no vegan, a beat. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done,
Welcome back to Polaris. It is only Finns that take away map 1 on Haven. Both teams wanted to play this map, and it started out looking like NXT were the ones who were going to take it away, but only Finns warmed up into their game. Not walked up into it, they ran up into it, if anything. But yes, they absolutely warmed up into their game and managed to take it away in quite spectacular fashion towards the end.
Yeah, I think it's nice to give credits finally to Nixon, who's actually showing, I would say, his like what would they call it? The final form, right? Because sometimes Nixon he can have a slow game because as IGL sometimes it is very, very difficult to be at the top and, you know, making all the calls. But this man MVP'd the game. He went crazy with 331 ACS, and look, as a team, they all played super, super well, but it's small moments like when they were pushing Garage, knowing that they had Clove ult, knowing that they could just wait until Nixon died, got the info, ultied up. It's little things like that that I feel like made only Finns the better team in this game, right?
Yeah, and I think, look, the way I've always kind of had it explain to me why Omen is the pick on Haven over any other one, over Brimstone, over any other smoker, is that you don't need a second initiator as much because you have Paranoia. You can push in using Omen's utility instead of using valuable initiator utility that then takes away from firepower from other, you know, maybe if you want to run double duelist, something like that. You don't have to run 2 initiators, which is what only Finns had to do with that one, but that worked out incredibly well, and that Clove utility I think was instrumental. You know, the kind of the flexibility that Clove brought to the attacking rounds was really helpful for them.
Yeah, and there was a moment during that when I said to you, like, I do wonder what the thought process behind that is, and obviously if we do end up seeing only Finns take this 2-0 or 2-1, we can ask Nixon what the reasoning behind that was, because I think it's interesting to ask IGLs and captains of teams reasoning behind picking Clove, especially now that we're kind of seeing them picked more often than not. Forgetting ranked games, obviously, because Clove has 100% pick rate in every ranked game that I feel like we all play. But it's obviously a little bit different when it comes to you know, tier 2 and professional play. So yeah, it would be a very interesting question. And I'm pretty sure, right, there was a round that kind of impressed you, right? It was round 18.
Round 18 very much impressed me. That was right towards the end of the game. I felt like for most of this game, it was honestly quite scrappy. Well, maybe not scrappy, but there was not a lot separating the two teams in every round. There wasn't anything that I went, oh, we need to highlight this as like a strategic play. This was just great from only Finns. This was an instrumental round for NXT. They needed to win this one to have good economy moving forward in this half. This completely hampered any chance they had of making a comeback, and it was just off of great combination utility from only Finns, obviously using the Hunter's Fury to move on in, and everybody just changing up what they had done for the rest of that game and just running in. And look, we kind of at the start of the game went, look, their composition really lends itself well to being very aggressive, but they hadn't really done it for that game. They had generally stayed relatively tame for that composition. That was when I think, you know, the strengths of that composition were really shone through.
Tell me this. If there's one round that you want to pick up the pace, right, and try and throw a team off guard, wouldn't it be the penultimate round, right?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
they're investing their money. You know, if you win this round, you're going to be on match point with a massive lead, and the enemies are going to be on a half buy, maybe half shields, right? Depending on what their loss bonus is. So I feel like the decision making behind that one round that you wanted to highlight was super, super important, because they invested so much to win that round. It paid off, and they managed to close the game out, right? And there was obviously, I didn't get a replay for it, but there was that one round, like I mentioned earlier, when they were going into Garage and they sent Nixon in first to get the information. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get the kill, right? Because if you don't get the kill when you have the Clove resurrect, you pop the ult, and then your team just flood in, and you saw that, I can't remember who it was it Maxim maybe? He had a Bulldog, and he swung the door to try and kill Nixon, and there was 4 people there. Like, what do you do? It was beautiful. It was, you know, there was the correct amount of aggression. There was the correct amount of, you know, okay, this is enough. Let's come back. There was so much support and utility from all of the players during that. And even if it did go, you know, a little bit sideways, a little bit wrong, you could have just got Ale just slide all the way in and make their life a nightmare. So yeah, another round that I didn't get the replay for, but it was, again, super nice to see.
Yeah, well, we're moving on to Bind next. Obviously, OnlyFins now with the advantage of moving on to their map pick.
Yeah.
The thing is, OnlyFins have only played Bind once. It was in week 1 against Metasport. 13-6 was the scoreline. They won that one. They have not played it since then, but critically, NXT have played it twice, and they have lost it both times that they played it. So maybe for OnlyFins, this is just going... we need to re-expand our map pool or something like that, or maybe they've been scrimming Bind recently and they've gone, okay, this is a map now that is not NXT's strong suit. We can kind of work based off of them.
Yeah, so statistically, NXT haven't won Bind this split. And we have OnlyFins, who are currently on 1-on-1. Now, I think this is going to heavily come down to the agent pool, I think.
Yeah.
Especially for both teams, because we know what NXT love to do. We know they love sometimes running double duelist, right? Regardless of the map. We've seen them run double duelist on so many different maps, right? And I feel like if we can get Maxim on a Yoru with Devo on Raze, the combination of maybe even the flashes with Yoru into the Raze satching in, and then even having a Gecko, for example, because I know Rex loves a Gecko. I feel like there could be something here that they've been cooking, especially knowing that it's not one of their strongest maps, and knowing that this game is potentially quite important going forward for play-ins, for experience. So yeah, I think it's definitely going to come down to the agent select, in my opinion.
So possibility for a surprise coming through from NXT, but I guess there's possibility for a surprise anytime you're playing a map that hasn't really seen the light of day for two teams for a little while. It is that kind of, in fact, I mean, that's just the first 2 maps for these 2 teams. There's not a lot to go off of, because we started off with Haven, which was just added back to the map pool, and with Bind, barely any playtime for both of these teams in official settings. So yeah, no, I'm interested to see what both of these teams come out with. We've seen some interesting comps on Bind recently. Obviously, Metasport were running the Deadlock last time we saw them out, which
that.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, the new roster has also run the Deadlock comp as well, so they're obviously favoring that one. There is a lot you can do with Bind. I feel like it's one of those maps where it's so inoffensive, there's not so much kind of identity to it that you can't go with something a little interesting. Sky is obviously fallen back into favor for teams. It's very likely we'll see that come out, but apart from that, a lot of things can change about the comp on this map.
Yeah, I think when we look at initiators, again, and this is no bias because me being a Gecko player, I genuinely think you would be not throwing, but I think you're putting yourself at a disadvantage not playing Gecko with another initiator. And potentially that initiator not being Sky either. Because the thing about Gecko is you can use your utility over and over again to get the information. And we see it even from teams like in VCT. If they want to clear top of the... all they have to do is just off of the wall and back, right? It could be the exact same use as a Psyduck.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I think it depends on the initiators personally.
I'm just taking a look at the compositions now. It does look like both of these teams do run a Gecko. Either way, though, we are going to come back with the agents like very shortly, and we'll find out if what you said is accurate. In just a second, we're going to have a quick break before we get going.
Tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again. I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the technical issues. It seems like on the Twitch side there. We are back now, and we are ready for Asian Select for the second map of OnlyFins versus NXT. Once again, this is OnlyFins' map pick bind here, and we're seeing a return of Clove.
Wow, I did not see this one coming on bind, I'll be honest to you. Woo. On bind? Okay, I guess. I mean...
Double controller, double initiator. No sentinel.
Yeah, if I was... like, obviously, I'm just a humble ranked player, but if I was looking at this and had to criticize it, I would say that the comp on the side of NXT is a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Just simply because of the Clove pick on this map. Obviously, I questioned it on Haven, but I feel like losing that molly from Brim and losing the orbital strike in comparison to what you get from Clove.
Yeah, post-plant utility not looking great.
Yeah, so does that mean we're going to have an aggressive post-plant from OnlyFins?
Possibly. Either way, we'll find out very shortly. We're ready to get going. It's Ryan and Pavlos to take you through it.
Well, Nixon brought out Clove on one map and said, that went well, let's do it again. And yeah, pretty much. And like, okay, now we have the thoughts of the desk, why Clove could be and could not be the best idea for this particular one. I don't know. Personally, I see it fit Nixon's playstyle perfectly, but does that really matter when the other team has got more options when it comes to their comp?
I think in this instance it does. I feel like on Haven you can swap out the Omen and putting in the Clove in there. You can get the use out of it, but I do agree with Marcus, like losing a lot of like the post-plant lineups, the amount of smokes that you can execute with, the ultimate to clear some of that space. I get the point of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and if it's working on other maps, whether Nixon can be following up on what Ally's doing a bit more, and that makes sense. But like NXT, it's the tried and tested.
Yep.
For NXT, they did lose against the Pina Orchestra in overtime on Saturday. This was the one map that they dropped, and it was a bit of a rough look for them, especially their defensive side. Luckily, however, they're attacking first.
Well, I don't remember the last time I casted a match where there were no sentinels at play from any of the sides.
It would have been Saturday. It would have been against the Pina Orchestra, these two teams.
Yeah, well, were no sentinels played?
Yeah, no ciphers. I think it was mirror comps.
Okay, maybe wasn't that long ago then. But it's an early exchange that leaves both teams without a player. Ali on one end and Rex on the other. And Nixon's deep positioning may pay off here. Maxim might not shake this corner. Oh dear. Okay. For a second there, I thought Nixon wouldn't have his gun out on time, but he does, and will be able to escape with his life in the safety of the A site.
Yeah, smoke on short as well, the one way. Going to delay NXT from getting any information on A. They could go for the teleporter, but there's still a lot of information that Transformer needs to get on this Viper. So it seems that they're just going to be heading onto the B site, although they are just walking in.
Good damage there from Nixon. Holding strong, he's been pretty damn good on the duels. One of the initial reasons why OnlyFins was so strong, you know, with Ali's addition and Feekin's overperformance sometimes in the last few matches, you don't mention his name as much, but he's showing up today. Still doable for NXT, but they've split up, and Nixon is on the chase. This frenzy is doing wonders for OnlyFins. Bully already quite low. One bullet should do it anyway on his body, but he's posted up aggressive, and it's paid off.
Nicely
now.
Done.
It's a 2v2.
There's not really that much time either. You've got the rotation for Bully moving all the way around to long, but the Clove is able to smoke off again.
The nade is good. Blast Pack could remove him off the position as well. Oh, perfectly done by Devo. Shots do connect from OnlyFins. Do they have? No, they don't. Damn. Well played by NXT there. They were lacking in numbers and still got it done.
Yeah, you got to sort of look at moments, I think, like Rex. You find Nixon getting the second kill over towards Showers, and NXT's decision to just walk in on site gets a free pick onto Rex on that Gecko. An extra player alive to make that uncomfortable. But there were some good moments, like Bully being able to like fight Hookah, gets pushed back, fakes a step down, gets back into Hookah to catch Nixon. NXT's adjustment to the round was nice, despite them having that early loss. For OnlyFins, you're probably looking at that going, yeah, we should probably be shutting that one down. This is the one side of like the Clove that we need to see, is more effective use out of that like medal. You're gonna play the Clove over the Brimstone, you have to make better use of that one ability that she's really good with util like combos with.
Maxim might be facing up against a lot of OnlyFins players here. So upon first contact, up to drop back. Good little Prowler to give him some extra space here. OnlyFins won't be engaging in this fight anymore.
Lots of steps. And the fact that NXT don't want to fight, it sort of gives OnlyFins the impression that there's a few people stacked up. But they did see the fade. That's the place that they're going to be defaulting on attack consistently if you've been watching Heretics, 100 Thieves, even Sentinels and Leviathan last night. Every team seems to be running this NXT comp now.
Seems to be giving a lot of options to a team.
It's just so much firepower. It's just so much utility for retakes. It's punchy. The Gecko, like wingman, to be able to plant and have 5 guns facing the choke. It's the meta now.
Sure.
I like Fade. I like Fade being used on maps like this.
Well, OnlyFins staying silent here. Not really budging too much. It's going to be NXT's first 2 rounds. Now, this is the part of the game that we know can go in favor of NXT. Pretty damn good on the pistol and the follow-up. It's allowed them to gain early leads. But this series, they've struggled on the buy rounds.
That's actually the other side of it, right? I didn't even think about that. Bully getting a couple of kills is nice. But mostly OnlyFins looking to die to the spike. But you're right, like, NXT won both pistols on Haven and they still lost 13-6. That's kind of criminal, no?
Alarming, yeah.
So yeah, this, like you said, this isn't worrying at all. I think for OnlyFins, when you're running the Gecko Sky, the one advantage they have is being able to fight for B-Long a lot more. NXT's comp lacks range, so fighting B-Long is really difficult without a Sky, because you don't have that, like, reaching flash. It's the one area of the map that OnlyFins should keep consistent control over. Both teams, they need to be fighting for shower. That's probably the most important part of the map. Not long, not hookah, not short. Just how much showers gets used and who's in control of it at any given time.
so far. NXT have been pacing themselves pretty well. Only Finns have tried to poke and prod in different areas, unsuccessfully, I'd add. Not maybe successfully the first time around on the pistol, but of course it was a clutch by NXT to give them the first round of a map.
More damage done to Snowy there. One player that can't be healed up on the side of OnlyFins because it's the Sky that can't heal themselves. Good timing of the Skydog though to get good information. And bits of noise forced out at least towards Showers. Maxim using the Haunt and one Prowler.
Uh-oh.
Snowy going aggressive.
And he doesn't have much health on him either.
No help either.
Nixon in the wrong position to be of assistance. Is it time for the smoke?
And NXT sort of won the pistol because they walked up and took people by surprise.
30 seconds
Sky
left.
Flash getting information towards Sando could be major, but it might be too little too late looking at the positions. These two are isolated.
They are indeed. Nixon might be in trouble here. Dizzy thrown out. Not much time for them to readjust. They're going to have to commit to this B site. Nixon gaining one kill, but the two defenders of the B site are down, and NXT have got themselves the advantage. Though OnlyFins have approached pretty damn quick. The wingman will not be destroyed in time, and the spike does end up down with Chamformer doubling up with a Bulldog. A tremendous round by NXT. Everything working exactly how they would have liked, and end up with 3 in a row.
I just felt like for OnlyFins there that they just went too long without information. They're like, yeah, you can't really fight for long that much. It's scary. You've only got 2 players over there. But the 3 players on A can't just be sat on their asses just sitting back. Like, you need to fight proactively for Showers. You can even take short. Try to flank around in market. Like, fight for something instead of having 2 players sitting in hookah. Because if they come through long, which the majority of teams will do, you are on an island and it becomes just an angel. And NXT, great trades from Bully.
And instead we're getting the first kill. Now this is insult to injury here for OnlyFins, because if they keep on losing their buy rounds, it's going to allow NXT to just win 2 rounds at a time, and by the time OnlyFins have got a chance to get back on the board, the lead NXT would have created is just too difficult to reach. Still early doors, but you've got to be scared of the prospect of each team winning their opponent's map pick.
Also about farming up these ultimate orbs too. Rex actually not too close to having a thrash. Usually at this point you've seen 1 at least. Execute's going to come in. The utility is just too strong from NXT to fight it outright. But Feekan just hiding in the smoke not only gets a kill but he gets an upgrade.
It's super strong having the Bucky available for Nixon as well, but Chamformer is so quick to react. With the wingman dropping, it just allows all of the NXT players to hold every angle they needed to.
Damage.
Yeah, can the paint shells finish the job? They can, in fact. Bully softened up as well. Doable. Good haunt to the back of the site. Does alert of Feekan's presence, though Bully needs to hold his line for a little longer. He's the only player in the middle of the site. It's been alerted of positioning. Wingman will be getting on the spike's case. Oh, this could be a thrifty turnaround, being a human meat shield. Ale will stand on top and end up with a kill as well. The defuse will be continued. And OnlyFins get themselves a thrifty to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, nice retake. Good bits of damage at least done. It sort of scared NXT and only Execute. But like much better way playing for OnlyFins. If they are playing like weak side towards B, being able to just back out and play more towards CT to keep control of elbow. Devo, like pushing and fighting in a smoke when you're up against the low buy, it's just not worth the risk for that exact reason. At least now you have got the orbital strike, you've still got a good buy. It's just like you win the pistol and you win the bonus, you want to be running with that momentum as much as physically possible. Otherwise, OnlyFins might find a way back into this one. Not as if the money is great for NXT at this point.
No. They haven't been able to build too much of a lead at this point to have that advantage. And a thrifty round allows OnlyFins to actually be just 2 rounds away, as if there wasn't any problem. So crisis averted early for the Finns.
Golly.
Catch them.
Quite deep.
Don't want to push any further because the rotation over towards B is astronomically long from where Ali's positioned. And also he might overextend if he goes down. It's an open invite over towards that A side. But Snowy's off angle here is crazy aggressive. I think it's a high-low with Nick soon.
Sure. And Vegan is there as the guarantee. Given that Alex got the information for his team, both Haunt and Dizzy broken, and Vegan's presence pays dividends. Orbital strike to the side, but doesn't matter. Nixu doubles up 2. They know exactly what to do with that spray, and Chamformer's trying to open another angle of attack, but it might all be too late as he's lost all his teammates. Chamformer, what has that been from Chamformer? But no, it will be put into the past as nothing has come off of it. But I'm just scratching my head on how he got the 3K there.
I mean, he's had those moments. I think he called a really good series at the weekend. Obviously, he wants to put Heyman behind him as much as physically possible. And I think overall, the call-out for NXT was right. It was just out of sync. You have the Viper in Hookah at this point. It suddenly becomes a lot harder for OnlyFins to have these bodies on site fighting at crazy shots.
The second kill just is what confuses me.
On angles where they don't get flashed. Good ultimates for OnlyFins not to be working with, and the money is, you know, on the precipice now for NXT. So are a lot of ultimates.
What is going on? Both teams looking to take fights early, but it's mainly OnlyFins' aggression that doesn't pay dividends.
Why did OnlyFins push short and sand at the same time?
Go figure.
That's just needlessly aggressive. If you've got like a showstopper you want to push with a Thrash, almost like a DRX strat on defense of Ascent, just something that's super punchy that's going to catch you by surprise, but they just walked out on both.
Even though OnlyFins have got a Thrash available, as well as Not Dead Yet, Rex has got a Thrash for them as well, and Maxim is on the lurk. Well spotted out by the observing team. And that's exactly what NXT are waiting for. They're not going to engage. There's no need. They've got a guarantee, and OnlyFins aren't wondering what is wrong at all. They've been given free real estate. Nixon turns around, but Maxim doesn't care. All 3 kills are for Maxim. And NXT just cook up a wonderful round.
They'd actually use Thrash, though. But considering how much you can farm up this ultimate for the side of NXT, it's not too much of a big issue. It's just a Rex Zero and Freeze, just not really being actively involved in getting kills, just the plants. Yeah, like, just a bad round from OnlyFins, I think, just trying to do too much all at once. When you've found success playing for the retakes or playing on site to fight the excuses that come in, I like the change of pace. You want to be aggressive, be proactive, but not in 2 parts of the map at the same time.
I mean, they nearly caught off Devo there, right? I felt like it was a 1 versus 2 fight, which Devo won single-handedly.
That's true.
So there could have been potential for this round to have unfolded completely differently. And that's a showstopper from Devo.
And
it seemed like a good placement for it.
Over it, yeah.
It was a hop, skip, and a jump to allow Ale to save his life. Still, these trades don't keep stopping. The spike has gone down, and Maxim vacates showers to regroup with his team.
2 players flanking. You got the Brimstone that's watching towards shot, still has the molly for the post plant, so Nixon has to be very careful here. It does have the ultimate to keep harassing.
And Incendiary is dropped, at least for deterring the post plant for a little while. Nixon doubles up, but it might be able to be brought back to life. Snowy is there to assist as well, waiting for the guiding light to make his presence. Nixon, well, he definitely is dead now. Snowy is there. Diffused halfway, it might give him a way in, and Snowy can be enough of a distraction to get this job done. Interior didn't miss, it was right exactly where it needed to be, but there wasn't quite enough of a delay, and OnlyFins are able to close up the gap.
I mean, just the pressure that Nixon put on there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, the 2 kills that they got, it forces the Brimstone to, like, bully, to molly, maybe a bit earlier than he wanted. And whilst it's going up, OnlyFins are able to get half on the defuse and then get the other half afterwards. If you didn't have that player pushing short, Brimstone doesn't feel pressured into using the molly early. It might have actually cost OnlyFins around there. So well played by Nixon, good fights won. NXT a little bit unlucky with their showstopper not really connecting.
Ale trusting his teammate. Want to be broken. And we've got a very competitive game on our hands, and I think NXT know it. You can't really have too many mistakes here, so they're moving in together. Only Maxim to take up the space of showers, while the rest of the team just brute force their way in.
Yesby's going in and fighting close in the smoke, but he's kind of on his own. Ale, though,
Ale?
fighting for lamps, able to get 2 before he's traded out.
And he was alone in that fight as well. Again, a 1v2 from the Raze players. But this time it was Ali's turn to pop off. Maxim, great position held by him, but the Seekers will reveal him, trying to do some damage before that even happens. A dink won't be enough to put an opponent into grave as it was through a wall. And now, given that OnlyFins have got a couple of players that are low, it's not impossible. Not going to call it just yet, but the Thrash reveals Chamformer's position. Rex's was already telegraphed. And as Wingman is on spike defusing duty, Chamformer will not be alive for long. Equilibrium.
I mean, it looked dominant with 4 players still alive for OnlyFins, but it was anything but. Like you mentioned, Ale just in on his own in lamps, getting 2 before he's traded. You've got a Snowy playing in a smoke that could easily get sprayed and him just taken out. And one of the thing is, like, for both iterations of this comp, whether it's the Fade or the Sky that's paired in with the Gecko, there's so much good utility to combo onto each other when you're going for these retakes. You just don't want it to come down to like little 1v1s here or there. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you just get stuck in those fights. But that was OnlyFins' decision to go for some of those. Eco required for NXT.
I mean, 2 rifles isn't that bad. And they are in very capable hands, which does cause for concern, especially when you faced up against the rifles here on this B site.
I mean, credit to Snowy, not afraid to be on a super aggressive angle, but it helps when you have the clove stood right on top of you, and then Ali that can peek off of it too. Having a showstopper, Flash is going to get some information. And is there going to be a bit of a set play to go off the showstopper, or are they just going to send it?
Well, it's an info cue at least. And that's exactly when the showstopper will come in, and it pays dividends greatly, actually. A double. And NXT in trouble.
You already had 2 players scaling up nicely on Ado, so the spike is just going to join them from showers. And actually, OnlyFins at this point not getting any more information. There's still a Flash left for Snowy. There's still a dog. They're just cutting noise and holding out. And at this point, maybe a rotation should have come in. Bit flat-footed maybe from this defense, but not necessarily falling for it just yet. Now they're going to go for the TP and crunch.
10 seconds left.
Try they will, but they're really not given any chance to get the spike down. OnlyFins closing in on them as soon as possible. It's a quadra for Ali to pad up the stats. He only had a showstopper just a second ago, and he's already found some kills off the back of it to increase his chances of having it again. 5-4. The lead is for the Finns.
Have a buy again. Timeout required for NXT. Quite late on. Oh, is this their second? I can't remember.
Not sure.
I don't think so. I looked at DUI and it said it was just 1 timeout, but I don't know if I'm gaslighting myself.
No, it's their first.
It's late. Like, surely there's some bits and pieces, like, I mean, even for both sides, it hasn't necessarily been like a clear one-sided map. It has been for OnlyFins here, like 5 rounds out of the last 6. Just a timeout with 2 rounds left. Correct me if I'm wrong, but for both these teams, like, play-in chances are pretty much confirmed.
Yeah.
For OnlyFins, it is at least NXT looking good, despite missing playoffs last stage. The fact that they came down to a head-to-head, maybe even a map difference. It means that they're pretty much within a good shot of making play-ins. So this could realistically be a game that defines who's going to be making top 4 of this stage and who could maybe going in for Ascension or play-ins.
Yep, for sure. Something to look at here for both sides. And they could definitely face up against each other in the upcoming stages. But the trend of NXT falling to OnlyFins' full buys seems to continue, unless they can do something about it here. Ale is the first one to open things up. He's been exploring showers every other round, and it either comes off with him having a lot of information for free, or a pick.
Might even be a bit of misinformation for NXT as well, that you get pushed by the Rays over towards A, that there might be 3 players on A, therefore 2 on B. But in fact, it's a double stack on Hook, and Yesmu's just peeking to get some information. I imagine if an execute comes out now, Mosh and the wall is going to go down.
Will they have time to react in time? That's the question, because NXT have posted up very quickly, and that's where Yesmu will drop. So no Mosh available for them. It's going to have to be the rest of the OnlyFins players to split their attention between 2 fronts. Nixon wasn't able to do it, but Snorri somehow is able to stabilize 3 versus 3 as OnlyFins look to rotate.
Snorri now having to rotate all the way around. Feekin just as a judge to go for this retake. This didn't feel like it should be a winnable round for NXT, but 2 kills, 2 duels, 1 out.
Devo can hold this ground here, would be superb, but Ale doesn't give him a chance. At least there's a Thrash available, right? An Incendiary towards a Spike can deny a lot of time, and I think NXT are going to be playing the time game. Already the Dizzy showing his ground. Thrash right after him. It is shot down straight away as all OnlyFins players were looking in that direction. The guiding light didn't catch off Rex and Bully in time. Both of them able to look away, but on the Spike they go. Feekin looking to be a human shield in front of him while shooting back, but Rex will double up. Snowy not having his gun out in time, and NXT square things up.
It just felt a bit of a weird round for OnlyFins. They get that first kill early on with just Ale exploring showers. Catches Maxim flat-footed, and then we see on the other side of the map, Yesmu caught flat-footed too. Just holding the angle on B, maybe switches off for a second, isn't moving, gets pre-aimed. You sort of feel then that, like, if NXT shows some utility, all of that all of the defensives, Mosh and the wall were good on the stuff. But NXT just full contacting their way onto site has caught OnlyFins off multiple times now. They just don't expect that NXT are just going to creep up on them.
Really close game. We wouldn't want it any other way for these 2 teams. On the rise.
Well, he's stuck. He has to use 2 bits of big utility in order to get out.
If you look back at the starting stages, how these 2 teams started out, it's a big transformation. Definitely leveled up in play, but somehow still in the midfield. It's not where they want to be.
Oh, they're getting crunched on.
They are.
Again, sort of caught nothing. There was 3 players here, and Devo's just killed all of them.
Somehow he pulled out an ace out of his pocket, and that card scraped off 3 heads.
Could yet still be an ace. Never mind.
The caster's curse in a nutshell. But I don't think you can really curse this round for OnlyFins. A real miracle is required. And this one, Nixon seized up. Somehow a kill goes Snowy's way. What even is this? But Rex's position is just too irregular to read. And NXT guarantee at least they will be at even terms by half-time.
Yeah, the timeout might actually be pretty major here. Going in with the lead, potentially. You look at the money for OnlyFins. Starley just didn't expect that they would push short, and it's same sort of feeling, right? Of just OnlyFins are in good position. That, oh, they're here. Like, how could they be here? Like, should somebody have like called it? Like, we have 2 initiators as well. Like, getting that information is such an important part of it. It feels like a lot of time NXT have just found a lot of gaps because OnlyFins aren't being proactive enough.
Nixon, maybe in trouble. Oh my word, everything is thrown after him. Desperate in gaining an early kill. Feekin is the only player, well, not even Feekin, actually. I thought he was posted up on B, but no, instead he's in the TP. NXT have gained full site control. Not only that, but they've got an elbow control as well. They're looking to play this one on the back of the site instead.
That's a defensive Viper's Pit too, but it worked wonders here for the post plan.
Because it just goes with what NXT are trying to do here. Still not over for OnlyFins. They've got 4 in the fight. But this shorty is mighty dangerous from Chamformer. It's like a shark lurking beneath them, ready to just pounce. And Snowy won't live for long with so many bullets flying out of there. And NXT have the lead by half-time, just 2 rounds of difference.
I mean, apologies to Raymond. That timeout did feel like it meant a lot. Sort of took a lot of the wind out of OnlyFins' sails, who I don't think timed out at all either.
Not at all.
Some of the rounds that OnlyFins were winning were just kind of like Angels, individual 1v1s all around the map. NXT just being a little bit tighter, more tightly ran on attack. It was their defense that let them down against the Pin Orchestrator though, so this needs to be something that looks improved. For OnlyFins, I think 5 rounds on defense with this comp is not a bad look, but you really have to get used out of Nixun's Clove now. You don't have the amount of kills that they got over on Haven. Needs to be the difference, and they're going for a very old Viper wall. Gambit wall, I think most people call it.
And that says a lot when you say old.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago. And NXT have found themselves a back line. Who's attacking and who's defending? Lost track.
OnlyFins' awareness has been a bit of a missed mark so far, and their defense on their attack could lose them the pistol. When NXT another one. 4-0.
Beaky. No one's looked behind just yet, although they're looking to plant the spike behind the site now. They've shown their ground. I mean, best case scenario for OnlyFins, only losing 1 player, but can they adjust on time? Looking to push back onto the backside, but Transformer makes his way on from Heaven, and he's still alive and present, doing a lot of damage from all angles. Ali finally deals with him, but in the meantime, they can't really hold on to their life so long, given how many players NXT have got in store for this. A beautiful pistol, keeping themselves on a flawless streak of winning them. 4 out of 4, I believe, in the series.
Yeah, it's the thing that's been going well for them. I do like the plan for OnlyFins. They realize they're getting flanked. They try to flip the spawns, play from Heaven. They just lose a lot of those fights. Rex, Devo, even Bully to an extent. So they're down to lowish HP. Yeah, it's hard to really know what specifically is going wrong for OnlyFins, but it does sort of feel that they're just playing in the dark almost. They're being taken by surprise, either by NXT just sort of showing up in front of them, or showing up behind them in this case. Needs to be a lot of a tightly ordered team now, with everybody going through hookah.
Smoke.
Early smoke shot by Bully. With OnlyFins looking to barge in there. Looking to throw players into this. Bodies, if you will. Oh, it's brilliant. They fall right into the flames. Crispied up. Just like to NXT's liking, Feekin is able to avoid it all, though, and somehow keep things...
Did he get a gun?
No, I don't think he did. And he's not even close to one either, so he's forced to take the fight with a classic as NXT approach quite quickly. Yeah, but the combo Seize and Incendiary were chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, it took out all of the momentum of Ali, satcheling into. He just bounces back. Even on a low buy, that could be scary, especially when it's Ali. Some of the thrifties that we've already seen from like OnlyFins. We know that they can shoot back, but I mean, it feels, yeah, last sort of last several rounds, feels like we've just not seen OnlyFins have a fair fight, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Other than Ali, that was just sort of exploring the map on his own. You'd have to feel like if they don't win this round, it's curtains and it's sunset.
Yeah. Fair. I don't know. I have a little bit more confidence in OnlyFins, given that they've had some good comebacks throughout the past few splits. They've mounted quite a few of those. And they've already shown in this series how strong they can be on the bye round. So you would initially expect them to win this round to begin with.
This is just a map we've not seen that much from OnlyFins. I think they've only played it once this year.
Potential for Seize paint shells. That's exactly what happens. Ali gets away in time. So that combo can no longer be used. Devo is in trouble as a mosh is thrown to him and can't cross in time. Early pick for OnlyFins. Finally, it's their turn to have the advantage early on. Rex swings out and with a Guardian starts to create some chaos. And OnlyFins are caused to react to it now.
A lot of utility thrown on either side, though. Rex is throwing the flash, he can't pick it up. People are just going to go for the TP. They are leaving Feekin towards Hookah, though. So it does seem that this is going to be a bit of a fake, and actually the rotation isn't bought by NXT. They still have 2 players here, and Bully gets an impactful kill onto Feekin.
And you could tell OnlyFins were considering going back to the B site if the rotate worked out from Feekin. But as it didn't, they fall back to plan B. Let's say site. Heaven's fully under control of their opposition. And 3 very different positions for them to hold. At the front foot here.
They're just fighting it.
Not really be an option. Nixon takes the angle. And it just works out sublimely! I have no words. Nixon demolishes them, looks at them, and they turn into stone.
So one thing that's been working out really nicely for OnlyFins on this map is just some of the off angles. Super aggressive. Nixon, he wouldn't be taken out if he was on Omen. He wouldn't be taken out if he was on Brim. But on Clove, he's just allowed a little bit more freedom. And that's the difference. You just don't expect that OnlyFins in that situation would go, yeah, we're just going to take this fight here. Because they really shouldn't do, but it keeps working.
That was dirty work from Nixon. They had no business getting 3 kills there.
Right.
And I don't think it was that many bullets either. I think it was like a collat on the first one, and the second one just helped.
Well, that OnlyFins sort of just fell onto the A site as well, right? You know, like Labored, there's still a players missing. Bully gets that kill onto Feekin. NXT were just happy to play for the retake, and yeah, like, who expects somebody to be on that angle and then you all get collatted?
Who knows? Well, Rex is taking this fight alone here. A dry peek from NXT. It looked risky on my screen. Ooh. But somehow they're able to stay alive. Damage dealt through the smoke, but OnlyFins had been blockaded by a toxic screen.
The Haunt front on A2 got nothing for Maxim, so they were happy to rotate over. OnlyFins not really defaulting. It was just a 4-1 through B long. Now they're going to reset and go back. At this point, NXT doing the right thing, pushing up, grouping up together, taking some space, taking some information. And this Viper Wall, rotations for NXT over towards A are going to be slow. They do still have that stim beacon for Bully. OnlyFins putting in the right pressure here.
And this round is to maintain NXT's lead. Losing it could allow OnlyFins to square up a couple in a row, and then the gap is already breached. So, crucial one for the defenders to gather, especially given they're a map down. OnlyFins aggressing. They're already onto the side. Back of site taken up by Ale. And he's going quite far deep as well. A corner that I don't think Bully will expect already. Dizzy coming out. It doesn't catch Ali. A crucial one, but Bully still wins the fight. Deacon can't win on his end. NXT won't drop a single duel. And this leaves Snowy all to himself against 4. Decayed from the seas with bullets spraying right at him. You can just call this round over already. That's it. In a matter of seconds, all OnlyFins players lose their duels and NXT just take over.
Yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword, just with the aggressive angles they were trying to face up again. It would have been a miracle for anything similar to the last round to happen again here. And NXT, I love the adjustment of like, okay, we have 2 less players over on A. We're weak side here. Let's group up and have 2 in lamps. Hold on to that position. Means that OnlyFins' post plan is a really uncomfortable one. And it's surprising that NXT are playing like free towards B. Usually it's the other way around. And OnlyFins, like for both teams, like just those A executes are so hard to stop. They're obvious, but you can't stop them as a defender if they go all in.
NXT can stay calm with a 4-round buffer. Still a while to go. 3 rounds needed. An extra buy in OnlyFins' hands. Now this round is for OnlyFins to gather if they want to have a chance. Thrash eliminated, swing out from Devo. It's a successful one. And really, Yasmu, he is in a position to regather the weapon. So
he should be able to pick it up, but he did.
Somehow.
And the one thing, like, when you're running a fade instead of the sky, most teams, at least 100 Thieves used to, just play that fade pretty much every single round on attack towards showers. Just haunting it, prowler it, fight for the orb a bit, just put pressure that you're like eking out in those positions. NXT, we have 2 players here. Even if all these players from OnlyFins come through short, you can still crunch on them with this position. The way that NXT are playing on the A site, despite being a player like down over there, is tremendous, and OnlyFins don't have an answer for it. other than just killing people. I need to stop talking, man.
You do, absolutely, Ryan. You're not helping out, at least not NXT. OnlyFins are thanking you for all of your service, but Bully might want to beg to differ. Aggressing inwards, finds his maker. And Transformer will be realized as well. I have no idea how that round crumbled out of control for NXT. It's...
Yeah. Nixon was over towards A, so you don't have smokes on the A, the B execute.
No. This is not over though. If Transformer guessed the right position there for the snake bite, it might have been it for him, but there's just too much pressure. Oh, okay. Well, there's no time. And the second Q of the Thrash pulled out as well. So OnlyFins stay in the game, although no survivors for them, and that will hurt them eventually when it comes to the economy.
It just came out of nowhere, didn't it? At least Ale is winning these fights. I mean, overall performance from him today has been so much better than it was against Apex. Although it is hard to have a good performance against that team. I think statistically, Ale is one of the better performers in this stage.
Sure.
The only non-Finn on this OnlyFins team. And, I mean, there's definitely rounds where he does the duelist stuff, where he overdoes it, but he has been a perfect addition for this squad.
That's some early information from Transformer. Don't think he was quite ready to pull his trigger. But OnlyFins are looking to go into this quite quickly. NXT have got 3 defenders nearby. Lamps given off freely, but I don't think mid, the main part of his site will be. You can see how Rex has circulated around the smoke, find an extra position to work with, but the TP has been taken and a chance to gain a kill has been missed. Now it's Bully's turn to stop it all from happening. Orbital strike to deny the take, but OnlyFins, the good thing for them is that they've got a minute to work with.
I've used the Viper's Pit. They heard the TPs coming through from showers, and we're just like, let's go towards B. The ultimate not getting any kills slows this right down. And OnlyFins are scrambling for map control and they're headed towards the site with 3 players on it.
Back to round 2.
All of the map control is gone. Everybody's grouped up for OnlyFins as a death ball.
Oh no. What
and
if they go to the TP again?
Fighting for short.
If they go to the TP again, it would be a good idea given how NXT have stacked up here. Not going to be an easy one. Wingman is helping out with planting the spike, but he hasn't been able to succeed in doing so. And NXT move out of the shadows and victoriously take over. 20 seconds, Nixun on the hot seat, but doesn't account for Maxine's corner to the right-hand side. The nightfall was just too much. And there you have it. It's going to be NXT on 11.
It's NXT using that showers control again. It was just like, it's worth re-watching like for the desk, I think, for that round in particular. Like NXT to get pushed in short. I think it was Transformer that was playing in Lamps. And then would have been Devo and Rex. They push showers. You even have the fade used to haunt through the TP to get that like showers control. Allows them to TP through, and it sort of just shuts down what OnlyFins are doing. It's crazy that this is the first time out for OnlyFins. I know that they've had like big chunks where they have been leading and looking good, but it just does feel like they're sort of playing without a sense at the moment. But I think it's more that NXT are playing this defense so much better than they did against the Pina. They are making the right adjustments. We're being pushed through short, let's take showers. Like, we'll push up showers a bit. If we find some initial contact, we can try and like get into hookah. We can try and push down short. NXT have been so much more like proactive and taking space and taking information than OnlyFins were able to do. OnlyFins sort of sat back a little bit more and were like, well, we've got 3 people on B. I hope they come B. And it's definitely peculiar that this has been the pick of OnlyFins, considering they've only played it once. Not only this stage, but I think just this year.
Oh, NXT looking to take matters to their own hands. They won't be finding anyone, but by process of elimination, they've cleared out that area. So they're asking Transformer to stand still, stand by. Yesmu has been able to find himself safety and could also be a lurk suddenly, could be an extra factor in this fight. The spike hasn't crossed into the site yet, and with NXT having hookah control, it's getting complicated. Nixun getting a second chance to life. But what is he going to do with it? Because this is not an optimal fight to take, and Rex knows it. Yesmu tries to go in, but Maxim somehow Ferrari peeks it and gives life to NXT's round. OnlyFins fly themselves access to the A site, but it's not looking good for them when you look at the weapons.
It's a roller coaster of a round. They barely keep up where Feek and the Snowy were going, but I don't think they could either. 2v3. And they're sort of playing more spread out. And again, they're just on a... Snowy is just on the most aggressive, egregious angles. And now he's tucked in to be playing lamps.
You've got to be close by, though, with a Stinger.
There's no Prowler to clear this either.
Well, then they go. Horn
He's
doesn't
missed.
catch. Snowy, that's the first kill, and now he's back alive. Marshall can do a lot of damage from that distance, but the Wingman is doing a lot. Interrupted, but both OnlyFins players lose their lives. NXT getting on map points.
Nice try. A genuinely really good effort. It's a shame that the plant was more in a closed-off position from the player on short. The Marshall just spamming could have, you know, at least stopped the Wingman for getting half there. Looking like we're going to a third map at this point. The buy for OnlyFins, rough last round, still rough here.
Well, OnlyFins digging deep into their pockets, as deep as they can go.
Chanfom
Might as
could
well
be
have
outlaw
created
too.
Ooh. Not too
Pen from heaven.
Only one player does have full shield for OnlyFins, so the Outlaw can just pick up players with one shot. Smart decision. And he's in the perfect position to make it work as well. OnlyFins grouped up towards the safe site. Slowly Maxim makes his way to add to the defenses. Was there a pixel spotted there? I'm not quite sure.
Feels like the way that OnlyFins want to play, or how they played on Haven, they can't really play here.
Well, they've been given access with a set play entry. But again, the Wingman can't make its way to its final destination. NXT have grouped up here. Although Maxim has been burnt up a little bit, with the cavalry arriving, it just complicates the affair for OnlyFins. They need something and they need it quick. Snowy's position realized. Devo up in front. Snowy able to do some damage. He's found early damage before. He's looking to upgrade his weapon. That could take some time. Feekan shining bullets upon him. Rex up close and personal. Snowy ends up falling. Rex does humongous work here for NXT, and it's just enough to secure bind for themselves. And Sunset looks to be the final on the siding map to secure a win for either of the teams.
Both teams winning the maps that they lost at the weekend as well, and on their opponent's map pick too. So yeah, we sort of expected that this series was going to be a close one. Both teams, 3 wins, 3 losses on standings, and potentially a game for play-ins to be making playoffs for both of them. So it's a great showing, a great series, and Sunset definitely going to be an interesting one for both sides. But here, NXT looking to be in the form that we saw consistently and much improved from this weekend against Apina.
100%. I mean, yeah, okay, we had moments where NXT against Apina looked insane. I think you can look at the first map on Bind where, you know, they were just way ahead of Apina Orchestra's performance, but then they started to fumble a bit, drop the ball, and they better hope they're not going to be doing the same thing on the final map against OnlyFins right now. It's their only chance to gain a lead and a positive ratio by the end of this regular stage with a 4-3 score. Let's see what happens right after this.
Tell me you love me.
Welcome back to Polaris. Only Finns may have seen the light at the end of the tunnel after beating NXT on their map pick, but on their own map pick, they're not able to take things away. NXT managed to, shut them down completely. There's no other way of putting it. It looked like Only Finns were in the driving seat for a little bit, but NXT really got in the swing of things as we went through into the game, and Only Finns looked a little off-put.
It did look a little lackluster, I must say, from Only Finns, especially coming out from a map like Haven where they were so dominant. So it's very black and white. It's first game. It was very promising. That's the word, promising. And then that game, there were some rounds we were like, okay, maybe they can turn it around. But I think it's rounds like pistol round where just small mistakes kind of brought Only Finns to that loss. Even Jesmu being able to get picked on the pistol round when they had the advantage. I can't recall if he had wingman or not, but even just having the extra body in that round would have, helped them get pistol. But again, you can't take that away from NXT. Everyone had fantastic games from the side of them, and even when it came to playing up against eco rounds, as we saw on that one round, when they all jumped out a hooker, a beautiful tether into an absolutely beautiful molly. Can't fault it.
Yeah, that's just kind of what happened there. I don't think there was a lot that we can, jump in and go like, oh, this is like such an amazing play. I think a lot of that was very much two teams that haven't played blind for a while. It really did feel like that. There were moments where both NXT and Only Finns, popped off, had 3Ks, 4Ks, so many 4Ks in that game, but there weren't strategic, cornerstones in that game where you were like, this is amazing. There are a couple of rounds that we will highlight that definitely did look good from both teams, but it did just look like this was two teams relying on their aim to win a game, and a lot of the time it was not on point.
100%. Yeah, let's take a look at round 7 if we can get that replay rolling. And this one was just it was the post plant, right? It was again, do we call it clean? Do we call it clean? I suppose we do. I think it's look, let's just say it all went perfectly well. Bully was holding the flank. It was great timing from Nixon to peek and get a double kill, knowing he has the ult. But then you have to try and stop him from doing the molly, right? Because at the end of the day, you've got to defuse the bomb. Yep. Snowy gave up his position, so they just ended up being a 2 versus 2. And all Snowy has to do right here in this 1v1 is isolate the fight and not let Bully push.
Yeah,
and it's as simple as that. It was a nice round.
And how many rounds were decided by a team flanking? One of the first lessons we learned in Bind back in 2021 was that if you're not running a Sentinel, which a lot of teams weren't, or they were going to run a Cypher to try and stop this kind of thing from happening, people are going to flank you every single round. There is no long sight line really on Bind that you can keep an eye on. Everybody is going to be hiding around a corner somewhere. They're going to start flanking immediately through hookah or through A short to try and get the drop on you when you're pushing towards a site. And neither of these teams really looked like they had the flank locked down. We can take a look at round 18 here, where it looked like NXT were very much gaining control of things, I think. And it was basically just another one of these there was a default from NXT to begin with, and then as soon as that push starts from Only Finns, you can see a plan starts to come into formulation here for NXT.
For sure. Yeah, it does. And I think it's nice when you see a round play out and it actually kind of goes the way that, I suppose, not in the way that Only Finns wanted.
Yeah.
It went in the way of, like, in the retake. The retake was planned out. Would you say it was a planned perfectly retake? Because look at this, right? It's just there is so much delay util, and I think this is one of the reasons why I think we both highlighted how good NXT were this game, because everything they did was on point. Like 50 seconds here, you've literally got Sky healing up, and then they're already at attention. They're literally ready again. Orb goes up. You've got the grenade. 40 seconds left, and you've still got the Viper's orb still on short, right? Keep on popping that. And look, even the tether. You've even got the tether and the reveal for the post plant. It's just util central. Yes, obviously it was shot down, but I mean, Devo gets like 3 kills here in a matter of no time, and then Nixon trying to win 2 versus 1, but it's just not doable.
Yeah, it was sending OnlyFins into a panic state there by just pushing util onto them. I mean, they had a Viper's pit down and they opted not to use it because of the util usage from NXT there, and so much went wrong for OnlyFins, and I think that was basically the story of Bind there. We're moving into Sunset next, and you do have to, you know, think, as you said earlier on today, OnlyFins have played this map more often and against teams that have challenged them more, so you would think that they've learned more and possibly that they would look a bit better on this next map, but you never really know. At that point, NXT looked comfortable on a map that they hadn't really played there, so possibly they're going to do the same thing on Sunset as well.
Yeah, and when we look at the statistics, right, NXT, okay, I'm gonna ask you this question. How many times do you think NXT have played Sunset this split?
From what I can remember, maybe once, twice,
Zero.
Zero!
As
Wow.
long as this is correct, they have played 0 games on Sunset in Split 2. Right?
Damn.
And that is obviously, again, going up against a team that has played Sunset 6 times in Split 2. I think, like I said, the advantage kind of goes the way of OnlyFins. We can look at Split 1 and it still says NXT have played it 0 times. I personally think that's wrong. But I can't argue with the statistics.
I'm looking at it now and it says they played it 3 times at least, from what I can tell. They played it against Metasport 113-10.
Is this Split 1?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Formulation 113-11.
That, right? Now, do you want to know why it said they haven't played it? Because I had not clicked on Split 1. I clicked on Split 2.
There you go.
But look, let's focus on Split 2. Because
Yes.
that's the present.
Yeah.
And they haven't played it yet. So, it could be bad for them.
It could.
Or have they been cooking?
I mean, look, they'd lost to the 2 times they played Bind so far this split as well, so you would have thought that OnlyFins were pretty securely having the win there. In fact, we said before, you know, OnlyFins have got the hard part out of the way. They took away Haven, which was NXT's map pick, and when they looked really good on this, here is their agent pool and their win rate from Split 1 on Sunset. Here you can see 66.7% win rate. The last time they played it was against Supina Orchestra, and they did lose that one 5-13. And yeah, I mean, look, this is an old kind of, I mean, it's not even an old comp. People still run that kind of stuff. But look, I think NXT may not be a team that gains its strengths from having a deep scrapbook. I think this is a team that very much, you know, they've been here for a long time. They, I think, just have a lot of hours, a lot of experience in this level of gameplay, and I think they kind of just go off of that. I think that's why, when you've gone up against them on Bind, it's a good day for them, apparently, and they've done well. It doesn't matter that they have a negative win rate on Bind, they've just done well.
Yeah, and I think it's also a little bit difficult when you look at OnlyFins and you look at what statistics do they have to go off against this game, right? And I think we were talking about earlier on, like the high risk, high reward, right?
Yeah.
About picking up, I think we mentioned it was OnlyFins picking Haven against Apex, right? It was that high risk, high reward thing because you haven't got any intel on them to try and get that win. And I feel like, depending if NXT have changed their comp at all or changed something that could throw OnlyFins off, I feel like that might be one of the only ways that we're going to see NXT win this, is by pulling out something that no one's going to expect. Maybe a neon.
Maybe.
You know, I might call it. I might call it.
You're going to call the neon?
I'm calling it. It's going to be neon.
Okay, well, here we go. We're straight up into Agent Select, so we're going to see if you are right on this one. NXT, do not bring out the neon. They're sticking to their guns.
I forget though, it's Maxim,
a little bit different.
Player.
No Gecko this time around from NXT here. A little change all around the park, but we're basically going with a very kind of simple comp. This seems comforty to me.
Seems comforty, yes, but is Solo Sova going to be better than rechargeable util on Gecko and a breach?
That is the question, isn't it?
It's maybe they're going to use Maxim as with his flashes as more of like an entry, so Devo can then satchel on. Very, very interesting, honestly, and I think again, this is something that maybe OnlyFins aren't going to be prepared for. or are they going to be prepared for it? And this is something that they've planned. Were they ready for this? I feel like when you play up against Maxim, if you're going to run double duelist, you kind of know he's probably going to go Yoru because he is their Yoru player.
Well, I think here's the thing, right? OnlyFins have played this map a lot. You saw there it said 13 times played. Not a great win rate on it, but they have got their reps in, and that's hopefully for them going to carry them through this one. For NXT, again, you know, they haven't played it much. Hopefully just their gameplay carries them through this one. This might be a very scrappy affair. We will find out now as I head over to Pavlos and Ryan for the last map of the day.
Thank you very much, Twiggers or Margie. I don't know which sounds better. You know, trying to Twiggy and Marcus.
None of them.
None of them? Okay.
Never use that again.
Back to the drawing board. It is for that, but let's hope there's not much drawing board in regards to this matchup we've got in hand. The final map of the series, OnlyFins NXT. They've only got one way of winning the series, and that's by winning Sunset right here, right now, Ryan.
A lot coming down to it. And kind of like the desk said, OnlyFins 13 times played this year, for NXT 3. 2 wins, 1 loss, and for both teams, the wins have come against your Bean Orchestra's Formulation Gaming, Metasport. So OnlyFins played this recently against Apex at the weekend, and it has been quite some time since NXT have picked this up. It's a 13-5 loss against the Peanut Orchestra, running the same comp that they're still running now, actually. Been dedicated to the craft so far.
Well, let's see if NXT can keep up with the trend of winning pistol rounds. They're 4 for 4 so far, and for Bind it did matter. For Haven, well, they weren't quite good at winning the buy rounds. Let's see if anything changes for this one, as NXT are moving on the attacking side towards this B side. Only one defender, it's Feekin nearby, although Ale doesn't take too long to approach either. Paranoia to deter Feekin from taking any aggressive stance, but here's the commotion from Devo, pings out, and ends up with a kill.
This is going to be a fast waterfall from OnlyFins, going to fight backside. Feekin's still alive. Nobody's focusing on him at all from NXT. And just transforming a 1v5.
Wouldn't be mad if he ends up with 4 kills here. I mean, a few of the players are low, so some mad shots could come through, but Wingman is his own demise. You can't find Wingman. His body is just too small to figure out where his whereabouts are. And there you have it. OnlyFins on 1 round to nothing. Finally, the pistol round streak has been broken.
Yeah, finally. And OnlyFins do it with good style. It was risky for Feekin to be pushing out the smoke, especially when he just got hit by the Paranoia as NXT were executing. But he isolated the fight nicely, played around that smoke. No trade came in, and then the rest of OnlyFins being able to push back site with the breach flash. They also managed to stop Maxim getting information over towards A. Breach stun came out, he had to TP out. NXT might be forced into taking these B main fights a lot, and that's probably where this Euro is coming into play, right? Just to TP past these trips in B main, put Feekin under a lot more pressure. But he's clearly not afraid to go for these fights, but he's hit by the Paranoia again.
He is. Endeavor walking in is being hit by, I believe, what was lead. But still, OnlyFins are playing the patience game. They know they should be sort of okay in the status quo, and they also wait for Nixon to arrive, which he's really far away.
They come through market, but there's a trip here.
Devo ends up dropping, realistically, the biggest contention mark. Now, NXT still have a lot of spray power here. Wingman going for the defuse straight away. No messing around here. Stun comes out as well. I wonder how aggressively NXT try to push this. The thing is, the human shields can only work out so much. Nixon coming in, doing some damage, and Yasmu continues with his defuse duties to finish off this round. And NXT's force comes out to nothing.
At least NXT are getting the spike planted. A couple of kills too might mean that some ultimates are well on their way.
Sure.
Just feels that NXT are not really getting the lineups right for the post plants to be able to spray like the Wingman gun for the defuse, but granted they were on pistols both rounds. Just a bit nervous for some of these other like B main post plants. NXT looking to change the pace a little bit by putting some pressure towards A. This defensive setup, it's hard to break when you've got the Omen, Breach and Gecko all over here.
OnlyFins are no strangers from taking any space for themselves, whether that's the exit of any of the sites. So NXT wary of such position.
I like putting pressure top mid with a Guardian. No damage done, but there is that trip that they're playing off too. I guess they want to put early pressure over on top mid and then reset elsewhere. It's an open B site at this point. Veekan's had his camera broken, I'm pretty sure. So they have had to rotate people over towards B to check this.
Greedy Nixon trying to break the cam. He stays alive though, crucially enough.
He had to get information, but the fact that he took so much damage meant that, again, only Finns are rotating over. There's a load of space on B. And NXT, because they forced on an eco now.
The sad part, Nixon took so much damage without killing the cam. B-sat open now.
30 seconds left.
Champ Foreman lurking duty and having a good know of what may happen behind him as well. Right, that catches Veekan off guard. This may be a real opportunity given that they pushed through Ale's position as well. They realize maybe the hold through B main isn't the right idea and take the fight to the players trying to set up here from OnlyFins, and they still keep on going. Nixon doesn't have much health on him, so coming up against 3 players, surely one bullet should find him. Snowy is slowly making himself relevant, though Bully is able to put a stop to Nixon's shenanigans. And Snowy looking to save here. It's looking more and more likely. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's running out of time as well. Looking to save. Who would have thought it would have been an eco round to put NXT on the board?
Yeah, and OnlyFins just started to play one at a time, it felt. Just gave up some of these fights to the pistols quite easily. All off the back of like over-rotating. They fight top mid and rotate over towards B because there's no trip or camera there. Nixon takes that fight, they over-rotate towards A. And then Chanforma's just able to find these little pockets of space, get a couple of picks in mid. And it becomes a very easy execute for NXT when it should be anything but. Regardless of whether OnlyFins win this round, that's going to be a frustrating one to look back on. You just hope that that doesn't become a bad habit for the rest of this half.
Sure. It's as if you lost the bonus and now you're back into a bonus.
Yeah.
That's the harsh situation you're in right now as OnlyFins. And they've, by choice, let the A site open and NXT will look to move in. Don't seem to have any trouble or resistance.
Good thing about this comp is that it is really good for these retakes, so long as you play things well. Double duelist, it's not very good at holding off against this aggression.
And the fact that there's 2 rifles in play, it's not too impossible. Maxim's position seemed crucial. Not caught off by the paranoia and holds off Nixon's Vandal. OnlyFins looking to attack now from spawn. Yasmu walks in, but Bully, moving off the crouch, ends up with a kill instead. Being such a menace. And the fact that OnlyFins struggle to deal with him, it buys a lot of time for NXT to circulate around, find all possible positions. Now, Ale does make it a little bit damaging by the end, but NXT collect it without too major issues.
Yeah, it was a weird round for OnlyFins. I know that they're on a low buy, but it seemed that Nixon was just going to go in to try to stop the plant going down. Runs into 3 players, and I mean, the Gecko, I think, was still getting set up with flashes and stuff, maybe waiting for the stun from Snowy. The one thing about Sunset, if you are playing retakes, that utility needs to be time well. Everybody needs to go together. Otherwise, NXT are going to pick you off one after the other. Now, at least there's full buys on both sides and big ultimates now. Ale's showstopper is the key part of this on the defense. He's playing over towards B.
Early flash coming out from side of OnlyFins, and it pays off. Well, actually, it doesn't. I thought for a second it might have.
Because of the Euro TPing out, they don't know how far away they are. Even that NXT might go for a second serving on A main. OnlyFins retaining that information. It does force the rest of OnlyFins to take space elsewhere, namely Ale. Neural Theft is going to show exactly where these players are, so if he's not careful, he could run into all 4 of these attackers that are pushing top mid.
Oh, good little tag from the cam there to allow an early kill. That is the clone. Yep. Veekan, close by. The spray, it's rough, but the stun assist. Showstopper might be there in time before the door closes. It's brilliant. OnlyFins have turned it around. They've only lost the first player. They lost the entirety of it from the initial engagement. And now Transformer might want to line something up. It does become a little bit scary now that Bully's in the clutch. It's his turn to make his magic work. But this time, Feekin was ready for it. And albeit Bully's nice idea, the concept just isn't enough to secure the win for NXT.
Only just. Just that little bit of pressure that Ally put top mid, right, with just a shot through the smoke. Kind of scares NXT to go through into market. The stun that comes across the map from Snowy is spectacular. And then the showstopper that's just sort of minced them in there. A couple of those moments though, like Onlyfins, you know, 4v2, a couple of players peek off on their own. Even that last round, you got the fake plant coming in from Bully. Could have easily isolated those last two players alive. It's scary. It's on the knife's edge watching this. NXT going to be using the dimensional drift to get some information. The door's broken, and he's going to try and put this pressure right on over to where this race is.
Well, he flashed the back of sight, and that's where the dimensional drift will be exited. But it's Ali with first blood here, finding quite a lot of impact on the sideline. Now Rex is trying to take that fight, and he does win it. So it is traded, but Onlyfins are quite quick on the case and ready to throw their players into the problem. Thrash thrown in, and there's nothing really to counteract it other than the bullets, but it does allow Onlyfins to enter the site. The dangerous position could be Transformers, as no one in market could end up punishing them, though Yasmu is on the lookout. Not for long, though. Feekin is taking turn. Nixon with the first kill. Transformer's been patient. He does break the cam, so it does show his position. And onto the spike, it's been defused, and no one will stop it. Onlyfins just win their fights.
Did Nixon, he just ulted into B main on top of the box and managed to get two, I'm pretty sure.
I'd love to have a look at that again.
He must have done, because his ultimate's been used up, and that's where he ended up.
NXT,
like,
very quickly.
I got so worried for them because they were pushed up like the top of the B site. And that, like, you know, Yesmu had the flash of like, oh, if he just goes around this corner, it's going to connect. So at least NXT backed off, gave up that space and played away from it. They realized that there was that ultimate available for Onlyfins, and they backed off. But I don't really know what happened then. You've got Transformer, like you said, Pavlos, is that sort of like late flank to be able to confirm the round, but everybody just went down. Whether it was Nixon or just all of these individual fights, it just turned into a bit of a mess.
I mean, props for Onlyfins to keep control under all that chaos, because it wasn't like NXT were keeping things easy for them. Keeping comms clear is also a big aspect of it. And maybe that's one of the conversation topics for NXT, we can only assume. Let's see if the tempo they've gathered from the previous timeouts also carries on to this map, to this attempt. All right, let's get to see the replay here. See what actually happens. The Hunter's Fury was towards the spike. TP to the side.
I think he just like shrouded stepped in there.
Yeah, he just shrouded stepped.
I just had no idea.
I mean, there was so much happening there. So many smokes as well.
He's just going.
Just W key and mouse one.
He's not unclothed anymore.
But that's what Nixon does, right? And that's why I said that this suits his character, having that clove available. But yeah, you can't really afford to do that when you're the only controller for your team.
Initiators are trying to play off of it. I think there's 7 assists for Snowy. NXT, they're just doing a good job of applying ample pressure across the map. Focus is top mid. Onlyfins might want to like crunch from this, and NXT are giving them nothing. They've managed to escape. A lot of utility forced out to try and flush out NXT, who have not only managed to get away, they've taken the A site in tandem.
Onlyfins know they've kept this site open, but do they expect players to be so close to their right side? Peekaboo, Transformer, that's a big jump scare, but Snowy is the one to find the kill. Now they realise there's a second player there, but Yasmin, when you decide to peek out, it's a dangerous affair to just do so dryly without the assistance of any utility. So he does wait for his team, but Rex willing to go around the world here. He has a reinforcements of Devo, but thinks better of it to try and assist Bully in holding down the site. Onlyfins moving in together. The paint shots will be good to interrupt. Not only that, but get 2 kills? What? And all of a sudden, the ball is in NXT's control. They've got possession.
Enemy remaining.
And these paint shells
Another
are just
nade.
so deadly.
He had no kills at the start of this round.
What is that paint made of? What kind of toxins? What is the most deadly liquid? It's probably scorpion poison, right?
Magician never reveals their secrets.
You're right, that was magic.
Across the series, I feel like OnlyFins, the one main thing that they're losing overall is just the information game. That they're just... That time, similar to Bind, NXT just walk up on them towards Alley. And luckily, they win the fights there. But they can't take space elsewhere. And it's weird to see a comp that they're running that is so good at just being brute force. Let's take this space with this utility. Just kind of flounder at these moments. It's well played from NXT, like Devo especially, just a well-placed nade that stopped this retake all coming in. But if NXT are pushed by OnlyFins, there's a reaction elsewhere. If OnlyFins get pushed by NXT, NXT is so quiet about it that OnlyFins can't make an adjustment. Everything feels a bit of a blind panic, and it's felt like this over the last 2 maps at least.
Completely agreed. There are moments that we say, sure, these teams have leveled up, and there are moments that the former selves reappear. And clean Valorant is just no longer there. And you see, they've got control at the starting stages when you're not finding impact and you're not finding any engagements. But the moment a fight, a brawl pops out, that's when things just go crazy.
If this round's lost for OnlyFins, I'd love to see a timeout for them. A couple of kill trips on site at least, but when you're alive, it's problematic. Showstopper's going to be the first thing in. They might hit this trip if Devos not carefully manages to satchel over. A lot of respect is given up by OnlyFins. Everybody's alive. You've got all of the utility from Gecko and Breach. Let's see a good retake. And Ali's over towards B main.
Away.
It's going to take him 3 to 5 business days to get over here.
And he broke the trip, so it's like NXT know this. They know they don't really have to do anything and just buy the time, knowing that OnlyFins are likely to wait themselves. Ale will have to break yet another trip to get into the back line and alerts Rex to look. So Ale's positioning doesn't matter to anything. OnlyFins walk in and don't manage to achieve a single inch inwards. And there you go. It's NXT to equalize, not allowing anyone to step foot into that A site.
Oh, it's so frustrating because like we saw how good OnlyFins were on Haven when all of that stuff connected, when all of that worked together. And I like great timeout. Like NXT, very preemptive, wanted to shut that kind of stuff down. OnlyFins, similar sort of thing at the moment. Like, you know, granted, it's got to be tough for the teams that have to play, you know, twice in 3 days. But it's Super Week. Everybody has to do that.
Yeah.
It's part of it. And, you know, you're playing play-ins and potentially playoffs. And then maybe